Chapter 1. Inside a dim and quiet alley. Get out. Lin Qingying, a devastatingly beautiful CEO of the Lin Group, stared at the idiot before her, on the verge of tears. She had never imagined that her first time would be given to an idiot. Yixian nodded foolishly, pulling open the car door to step out. Put your clothes on. Lin Qingying scolded, her pretty face blushing crimson. One idiot indeed. If someone saw him getting off the car completely naked, how could she ever show her face in public again? Oh! Yixian turned his head dully, his gaze fixed motionless on Lin Qingying. Amid the scattered mess, large patches of fair skin were exposed. Close your eyes. Hurry up. Lin Qingying's ears burned crimson. She never expected that after being drugged at tonight's dinner, she'd stumble away in a daze, only to drive into this alley and encounter this grinning idiot standing by her car. By a twist of fate, the two ended up spending a passionate night together. Done getting dressed. Watching Yixian stagger off the car, mumbling incoherently with a foolish expression, Lin Qingying slammed her foot on the accelerator. Boom! With a roar, the luxury car shot out of the alleyway, as if venting some pent-up fury. Tears as large as peas welled up in Lin Qingying's eyes, spilling over with immense grievance and resentment. As the roar of the car engine reached his ears, Yixian suddenly, boom, felt a splitting headache explode in his skull. Countless profound mysteries flooded into Yixian's consciousness. Dragon King's Codex, Mystic Heaven Physiognomy, Celestial Healing Arts. This. His eyes snapped open wide. I was betrayed by traitors and reduced to idiocy for 3 years? Who am I? The 32nd Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, the vacant stare in Yixian's eyes transformed into blazing clarity. An indescribably vast aura erupted from his body, radiating outward in all directions with tornado-like ferocity. Looking back on these 3 years, apart from the meticulous care from my parents, it was my girlfriend Zhao Haiyan who stood by me. Mom, Dad, Haiyan, now that I've recovered, I swear I'll make sure you live a life of prosperity and reach the pinnacle of this world. Yixian scanned his surroundings. This place was very close to his girlfriend Zhao Haiyan's residence. He couldn't wait to share this wonderful news with Haiyan. Overflowing with excitement, Yixian dashed out. As for today's unfortunate misunderstanding and the woman I've sullied, I'll just have to find an opportunity to make it up to her later. However, when Yixian arrived at Zhao Haiyan's residence, a strange sound reached his ears. Hearing this sound, Yixian's eager footsteps came to an abrupt halt. That was the voice of Zhao Haiyan, his girlfriend of 3 years. What was she doing? Your husband is an idiot. You're better off with me than with him. That voice belongs to Lu Wei, the son of a company owner, an assistant manager with a net worth of tens of millions. Zhao Haiyan cooed in a flirtatious tone. You rogue, you're so naughty. I just adore it. Hearing these honeyed murmurs, Yixian was completely stunned. The girlfriend he'd only ever held hands with was now flirting with another man. Damn cheaters. Had he not regained his sanity, who knows how many more years he might have remained in the dark. Yixian violently lifted his foot and kicked the door open with a thunderous crash. The two people inside were momentarily startled, but seeing it was Yixian, they quickly regained their composure. Zhao Haiyan, completely unfazed by her nakedness, shot him a disdainful glance. Why is this idiot here? Zhao Haiyan, how could you do this to me? Yixian's eyes burned with fury as he roared hysterically. Idiot, you're not stupid anymore? Zhao Haiyan and Lu Wei's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhao Haiyan hastily pulled her skirt down, then glared fiercely at Yixian. Since you've seen it, there's no point hiding anything from you anymore. Let's break up. Being with you was just a way to kill time when I was bored. Xiao Wei is my real boyfriend. Tonight, we're holding a grand wedding ceremony at the Haitian Hotel. You'll finally understand the vast gap between you and Xiao Wei, and you'll realize that dreaming of marrying me was nothing but a toad lusting after swan flesh. Yixian's face twisted with indignation, his gaze piercing straight through Zhao Haiyan's defenses. Is it just because I'm poor? Zhao Haiyan looked at Yixian as if he were an idiot. Yes, exactly because you're poor. Because you're an idiot, and because you have a blind mother. Can't even afford to buy me decent clothes. Are you worthy? What? A pang struck Yi Xian's heart. His mother had gone blind? How could this be? 3 years ago, his mother's eyes had been perfectly healthy, even sharper than those of many younger people. At this moment, Yi Xian had no mood to linger. All he wanted was to rush home and figure out what had happened. Yi Xian's sharp gaze fell upon the two figures. Zhao Haiyan, Lu Wei, will settle today's score slowly but surely. Zhao Haiyan heard this and cast a mocking glance, sneering. Settle accounts? Huh. We're from different worlds now. What gives you the right to settle accounts with me? With that brain of yours that's been stupid for 3 years? Ha ha ha. At these words from Chapter 2, Yi Xian's entire aura surged like a deity descending to the mortal world. With a deafening roar, "You short-sighted wretch, out of respect for our 3-year relationship, I'll endure your insults one last time. Dare to provoke me again, and what's to stop me from killing you both?" Yi Xian's eyes radiated a bone-chilling coldness, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Haiyan froze on the spot, her eyes widening in shock. She could never have imagined that Yi Xian, this foolish, simple-minded idiot, could possess such intimidating presence. By the time Zhao Haiyan regained her composure, Yi Xian had already left. However, she quickly realized Yi Xian had no skills, no family background. What gave him the right to act so arrogantly? "Honey, I want that worthless trash dead." Zhao Haiyan clung to Lu Wei's arm, whining pitifully. Lu Wei's eyes burned with fury as he stroked her hair. "Once we're married, I'll have someone take care of him." Yi Xian walked swiftly down the street, eager to return home. As for Zhao Haiyan, his heart was already at peace, free and unburdened. Indeed, Zhao Haiyan, we now belong to 2 different worlds. As things stand today, you aren't even worthy of tying my shoelaces. If we meet again, I'll show you what it truly means to be beyond reach. After some twists and turns, Yi Xian arrived at a remote and dilapidated corner store. This area was an old neighborhood, with most buildings dating back to the 1970s and 80s. Dilapidated, dirty, and chaotic, some places didn't even see sunlight. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart ached with bitterness. He hesitated, afraid to face his weathered and toil-worn parents. He had spent years on a mountain, detached from worldly affairs. Though famous across the land, he never knew his parents lived in such hardship. After being framed into idiocy by villains, his aging parents still had to care for him. Standing frozen for a long while, he finally exhaled deeply and slowly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door opened, revealing a frail man wearing a tattered hat. When he spotted Yi Xian, his face lit up with a smile. "Xian, you're back. Come in quickly." Seeing how much more weary his father had become, Yi Xian felt a lump form in his throat. He stepped inside. An elderly woman with snow-white hair and a hunchback was groping forward with one calloused hand. "Old Yi, is Xian really home?" A milky haze veiled the old woman's eyes as her lips stretched into an awkward yet blissful smile. Yi Xian looked at his parents standing before him and froze in place, his eyes reddening as his entire body trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that in just 3 short years, life had reduced his parents to such a state. What the hell happened these past 3 years? Suddenly, a violent crash of the door being kicked open erupted. "God damn it, you 2 old farts. When the hell are you paying back the money?" Yi Chenglong looked terrified as he pushed Yi Xian, urging him, "Xiner, hurry inside, don't make a sound." "Dad, who is this?" Yi Xian's voice was chillingly calm as he slowly spoke. "Don't ask now. Just go back to your room and stay there no matter what." As she spoke, Ye's mother grabbed Yi Xian's hand and stumbled toward the house with him. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. A burly man swaggered in, followed by several scraggly-haired thugs, their faces full of arrogance. "Where the hell is the money?" Yi Chenglong cowered, looking at the fierce, menacing men before him. "Brother who? Isn't there still 2 days left before the repayment deadline?" Brother whose eyes flashed with fury, his body radiating a chilling, murderous aura. "Are you fucking negotiating with me?" Brother who, a notorious local gangster whose tyranny spread through the neighborhood, feared by all who crossed his path. "In 2 days, I swear I'll pay you back the money." In 2 days, you'll have to pay me back 80,000. Tiger sneered with an arrogant laugh. Yi Qinglong's frail body trembled, overwhelmed by misery. The original loan of 10,000 had ballooned to 80,000 through relentless compound interest. For the elderly couple, this was nothing short of an astronomical sum. Otherwise, stop the nonsense. Hand over this little shop to me, and we'll call it even. A wicked grin curled at Tiger's lips. He'd loaned money to Yi Qinglong precisely because he'd long coveted this remote little grocery store. Converting it into a mahjong parlor would surely make a fortune. Coincidentally, Yi Qinglong had borrowed from loan sharks, so brother who decided to turn the situation to his advantage. Yi Qinglong's face turned pale as he thudded to his knees, his eyes reddening. Brother who? I beg of you. You really can't take this convenience store. My son, he's still mentally disabled and requires medical expenses every month. Brother Tiger, I beg you on my old bones, please show mercy and let us off this once. The yellow-haired thug nearby shouted, You old fool, didn't you hear what Brother Tiger said? Either pay up or hand over the shop, or else we'll finish you. Ye's mother stumbled out of the house, wailing, Without the convenience store, how will we survive? What will become of my son? Tiger sneered, I'm no philanthropist. What do I care if you live or die? The punk-looking guy added with even more arrogance, If you can't survive, just die. Two old relics like you are just wasting the country's resources anyway. Soon, a crowd had gathered around, their faces filled with pity. Yet everyone knew Tiger had powerful connections. Not only was he ruthless, but he also had high-level backing. Speaking up for the elderly couple would only bring trouble upon themselves. Tiger waved his hand dismissively. Enough nonsense. Start hauling their stuff away. Keep going until you've taken 80,000 worth. Not enough. 10,000 for each finger. Yi Qinglong crawled on his knees, clutching at Tiger's leg and begging, Brother Tiger, please, I'm begging you. Tiger kicked Yi Qinglong to the ground, his face twisted in disgust. Piss off, you piece of shit. My pants cost over 1,000. Think you can afford to pay if you get them dirty? Yi Qinglong's forehead hit the ground, blood streaming down in a glaring red trail. He looked around helplessly, as if the sky itself had collapsed. The blond guy barged into the small shop with a pack of wolf-like thugs. Ye's mother trembled as she stood up and fumbled forward to stop them, only to be shoved to the ground by the blonde. Blind bastard, get the hell out of here! The other thugs roared with laughter, stuffing valuables into their pockets while smashing anything worthless. Yi Qinglong and his mother clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably with desperate tears streaming down their faces. Most of the onlookers had pity in their eyes, and a few young men appeared restless, itching to intervene. Tiger swept a glare across the crowd. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of my way. You're asking for death. A furious roar exploded through the room. Every head turned in unison. Yi Xian's eyes were blood red, his entire being radiating a bone-chilling coldness, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of the underworld. Step by step, he closed in on Brother Tiger. These are the parents who raised me. These are the parents who exhausted their family fortune to cure my illness. Without them, there would be no me today. Now my parents who nurtured and raised me are being bullied like pigs and dogs. How can I call myself their son? Yi Qinglong jumped up as if electrocuted. Xiao Xian, what are you doing out here? Hurry, hurry and hide. Mother Yi beat her chest in despair. Son, your father and I can handle this. No matter what difficulties arose, his parents always stood before Yi Xian like an unshakable mountain. How unfilial I've been. Hearing these words, tears spilled from Yi Xian's eyes. Father, mother, your son has failed in his duty. All these years you've suffered because of me. His voice even trembled with a sob. Does the Yi family's fool seem not so foolish anymore? Exactly. Where's the dull-witted look from just days ago? The crowd stared in utter shock. Chapter 3. Upon hearing these words, Father and Mother Ye's eyes widened, tears streaming down their faces. Son, run. Get away quickly. But Brother who just laughed mockingly. Oh? The idiot's recovered? So what? He's still just worthless trash. It was like a silent command. The blonde thugs instantly surrounded Yi Xian from all sides. Yi Xian's heart swelled with grief, bitterness, and overwhelming rage. He couldn't bear imagining what kind of life his parents had endured these years. He couldn't fathom the humiliation these beasts must have subjected his parents to. Those damn animals deserve death, every last one of them. Brother Hu sneered at Yi Xian with a sidelong glance. Dumbass retard, you dare boast about killing me? Knock out every tooth in this idiot's mouth. Yi Chenglong and his mother knelt down once again. Tiger brother, please show mercy. We're willing to give you a convenience store. Please let Xiaoxian go. Having spoken these words, the couple collapsed to the ground as if all strength had been drained from their bodies, tears streaming down their faces. Fucking dare to insult my boss? I'll chop this stinking retard to death. The yellow-haired thug drew a sharp knife from his jacket and swung it toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes turned sharp as he clenched his fist, moving with lightning speed, directly smashing it into Huang Mao's face. Huang Mao's head snapped backward violently, blood gushing from his nose. The crowd gasped in shock. This was Huang Mao, Tiger Brothers' most formidable right-hand man. Normally, 2 or 3 men couldn't even get close to him. To think Yi Xian had beaten them so thoroughly. His blazing eyes locked onto the man before him. Though his cultivation was ruined, and he had to start anew, grasping the Dragon King technique made dealing with these thugs as easy as flipping his palm. The blonde-haired hoodlum clutched his nose, venom dripping from his voice. Cripple him. The remaining 5 brutes lunged at Yi Xian with wild abandon. Thud, 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 thud. In mere moments, the men staggered back one after another, faces twisted in pain. Everyone's mouths hung open as if they could swallow an egg whole. Tiger was the first to snap out of it, viciously pointing at Yi Xian. You idiot, just wait. Before he could finish, Yi Xian's gaze turned icy as he seized Tiger's finger and gave it a sharp twist. The sound of snapping bone and Tiger's agonized scream erupted simultaneously. Excruciating pain beaded Tiger's forehead with sweat the size of soybeans, and a flicker of fear flashed through his eyes. Just as Yi Xian was about to strike again, Yi Chenglong scrambled up and wrapped his arms around Yi Xian's waist. Xiaoxian, don't act rashly. Tiger brother belongs to Master Han. Master Han, named Han Tianba, was a figure in Tianzhou whose mere stomp could shake the earth 3 times over. Han Tianba was ruthless and fiercely protective of his own. If he flew into a rage, Yi Xian wouldn't stand a chance at survival. Tiger brother glared with menace. It's too late already. You fool, I'll make you beg for death, but find no escape from life. Ignoring Tiger brother's threats, Yi Xian helped his father sit down, then had his mother take a seat beside him. After completing all this, Yi Xian said with a serious expression, Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. I'll handle this matter. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yi Chenglong's eyes flickered with emotion. My son is really no longer a fool. Tiger brother sneered coldly. So what if this idiot had brute strength? Could he possibly stand against Master Han? Yi Xian stood up like a towering mountain, looming over Tiger brother with an oppressive presence that left him breathless. Kneel down and apologize. Brother Hu and his gang were stunned on the spot. This kid actually dared to oppose Master Han. Tired of living? Damn it, I'll kill you. Brother Hu bared his teeth in rage, pulling out a dagger as he charged at Yi Xian. At this moment, he had become a mindless beast. Yi Xian's chillingly cold eyes flashed as he abruptly swung his palm out. With a loud slap, Brother Hu's body flew like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground as blood spewed from his mouth. Yi Xian's eyes remained frosty. On your knees. Apologize to my parents. If you won't kneel, I'll beat you until you do. Brother Hu's pain-twisted face flickered with uncertainty. Yi Xian's palm cracked against Brother Hu's face with brutal force. Blood trickled from Hu's nose as the ferocity in his eyes thickened to overflowing. Just seeing Yi Xian raise his hand again, Brother Hu dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically and pleading, I was wrong. The yellow-haired youths knelt down with a thud at the sight. Watching this scene, the crowd secretly let out a heavy sigh. If Han Tianba were to learn of this matter, he would surely fly into a rage. Acting recklessly out of passion would bring utter disaster upon this family. Yi Xian gazed down at Brother Tiger from above, His eyes were as sharp as a gleaming blade. Then, with a sudden lift of his foot, he stomped down hard on the man's arm. The bone shattered, mingling with Tiger Brother's agonized scream that pierced the sky, lingering endlessly in the air. "Get lost," Yi Xian said coldly. "If I catch you bullying my parents again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tiger and his crew breathed a sigh of relief, hastily scrambled to their feet, and scurried away in disgrace, just as they squeezed through the crowd. A venomous glint flashed in Tiger's eyes, cold to the extreme. The onlookers began to disperse. Yi Chenglong trembled as he stood up. "Xiao Xian, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble." Yi Xian comforted Yi Chenglong. "Dad, don't worry. I've grown up now. Know your limits when acting. Little Xian isn't foolish anymore, but Yi Chenglong sighed silently to himself and squatted quietly to the side. Yi Xian busied himself tidying up the small grocery store. Fortunately, Yi Xian had arrived in time, so the damage to the store wasn't severe and it was quickly put back in order. Through his conversation with his father, Yi Xian came to understand the changes that had occurred over the years. The small grocery store his parents ran was doing reasonably well, not making them wealthy, but at least ensuring they had enough to eat. Yet Yi Xian's sudden onset of foolishness caused the elderly couple to exhaust their family fortune seeking his cure, even resorting to loan sharks when money ran short. After seeing off these concerned neighbors, Yi Xian approached Lu Hongyu and gently placed his fingers on her wrist pulse point. Yi Xian's pulse-taking hands trembled slightly. Mother's blindness was caused by her endless weeping. Fortunately, all this could still be remedied. Blood stagnation has led to liver fire rising, and Mother's constant day and night crying caused her blindness. There's a remedy in the divine physician's ancient arts that can cure Mother's illness. The next instant, Yi Xuanhua abruptly stood up and hurried out. Yi Chenglong thought Yi Xian wanted to leave the city. "Xiao Xian, the farther you go, the better. It'd be best if you never come back." Yi Xian chuckled and explained, "Dad, I'm just going to buy medicine for Mom. I'll be back soon." Yi Chenglong's lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a heavy sigh. After leaving the slums, Yi Xian walked leisurely toward the southeast. In Yi Xian's memory, there was a Hui Chuntang, a fairly large traditional Chinese medicine shop in the local area. He hoped the pharmacy would have all the herbs listed in his prescription. Suddenly, a BMW came speeding toward him like lightning. Before Yi Xian could react, he was hit and sent flying as if riding clouds, landing heavily in the roadside bushes. Rubbing his sore rear end, Yi Xian stood up with an aggrieved expression and muttered, "How the hell are you driving?" The door of the BMW, which had already come to a stop, opened, revealing a slender, fair leg clad in black stockings stepping out. Immediately after, a stunningly beautiful woman in a figure-hugging professional suit stepped out of the car, her face as cold as ice. Chapter 4, Yi Xian glanced at the extraordinarily beautiful woman before him, his eyes flashing momentarily. "It's you." Lin Qingying's eyes brimmed with disgust, so thick it could overflow as she took in Yi Xian's disheveled, beggar-like appearance. "This idiot just took my first time, and now he shows up in front of me again." She sized up Yi Xian thoroughly, noticing he wasn't injured. Lin Qingying pulled out a wad of bills and stuffed them into Yi Xian's arms. "I'm in a hurry. Go buy yourself some candy. After all, he's just a fool. Might as well pay him off to leave. You think you can hit me and just walk away?" A playful smile crept onto Yi Xian's face as he spoke deliberately. There wasn't a trace of foolishness about him now. "You're not stupid anymore." Lin Qingying's beautiful eyes widened, filled with astonishment. "Who told you I'm an idiot?" Yi Xian glanced at Lin Qingying. Lin Qingying's delicate frame trembled, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. Had he been pretending to be foolish all this time? What does he mean by this? Does he truly believe that having relations with me gives him the right to extort me? No. I'll show him with ironclad facts that he and I are not from the same world. What happened before was an accident. I hope you can forget it completely. Lin Qingying's expression turned frosty as she pulled out a wad of cash and threw it at Yi Xian. "This is your compensation. Now, please move aside immediately." Yi Xian gazed at the bills in his hand, curling his lips in disdain before carelessly tossing them away. The crimson banknotes fluttered like swirling snowflakes, as if mocking something unspoken. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm trying to cling to you? Lin Qingying's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Before Yi Xian could argue, Lin Qingying's aura surged. Don't think that just because you and I... Let me make this clear. We were never from the same world to begin with. Your behavior only disgusts me even more. Yi Xian shook his head. You're overthinking it. If I could turn back time, I'd rather die than get in your car again. With those words, Yi Xian turned and walked away. Lin Qingying panted heavily. Her fists clenched so tight they creaked. The next second, a hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Lin Qingying's lips. The line of suitors chasing her in Tianzhou could stretch from the southern to the northern gates of the city, yet she'd never shown interest in any of them. This bastard must have learned all this, and now resorts to such extreme measures just to catch my attention. The opposite car door opened at that moment, revealing an elderly man in Tang attire, his face pale as he clutched his chest. Xiao Ying-ai. Lin Qingying suddenly remembered she had brought her grandfather to the hospital for treatment. Could grandfather be having a medical emergency right now? With a shudder of dread, Lin Qingying hurried toward the BMW. Grandfather? Yi Xian instinctively turned his head back. The old man's face was turning dark. Without immediate rescue, he wouldn't last long. Seeing the panic on Lin Qingying's face, Yi Xian felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy and turned around to walk back. Old Master Lin's face grew even paler, and beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead. Lin Qingying grew even more panicked. Grandpa, don't scare me like this. As she spoke, Lin Qingying secretly seethed with resentment. If only that scoundrel hadn't distracted her, this accident would never have happened. Right now, she and her grandfather should be safely in the hospital. Old Master Lin's mouth hung wide open. Hurry up. He clearly wanted to say to the hospital, but the sudden onset of his condition had robbed him of speech. Seeing Lin Qingying flustered as she tried to get into the car, Yi Xian sighed. The old man won't last until the hospital. Lin Qingying whirled around sharply, her eyes burning with fury. How dare you curse my grandfather? Ignoring her words, Yi Xian replied, Let me examine him. There might still be a slim chance. Lin Qingying stared at him as if he were an idiot. You know how to treat illness? Yi Xian was a fool. How could a fool possibly know medicine? This bastard must be trying to take advantage of the situation to get close to me and win my favor. Does this bastard not understand that saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire? Yi Xian nodded and said, I've learned a bit of first aid knowledge. It should be useful. Lin Qingying forcefully pushed Yi Xian aside. If we delay treatment time, you can't bear the responsibility. So, please get out. Leave now. Yi Xian sidestepped as Lin Qingying stumbled forward, missing her push. Whirling around, seeing Yi Xian's hand already pressed against her grandfather's chest, Lin Qingying panicked. You bastard! Fists rained down upon Yi Xian's back as Lin Qingying vented her fury. Concern for her grandfather made Lin Qingying's eyes redden, tears nearly spilling forth. Ignoring Lin Qingying, Yi Xian channeled a faint wisp of Dragon King's true energy into old Master Lin's body. 30 seconds later, Yi Xian released his grip. Lin Qingying shrieked hysterically. You bastard, I'll never forgive you. He pushed Yi Xian heavily aside as Lin Qingying tried to pull open the car door to drive away. In the next second, Yi Qingying stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Her grandfather, who had been pale-faced and drenched in sweat on the verge of passing out, not only regained his normal complexion, but also stepped out of the car. What on earth is going on here? Old Master Lin smiled gratefully, saying, Thank you, young man, for saving my life. Lin Qingying was dumbstruck. That bastard actually saved her grandfather. No. That good-for-nothing just got lucky. That's all. Yi Xian smiled faintly. It was just a small favor. Hardly worth mentioning, Old Master Lin said solemnly. What may seem trivial to you has saved my very life. Lin Qingying finally snapped back to reality, her voice rising an octave. Grandpa, he's an Edie. Old Man Lin's eyes bulged as he roared. Shut your mouth. This was a chronic illness. Even the best doctors in Tianzhou had examined him, but they could only prolong his life with medication, not cure him completely. Just now, as the symptoms flared up, I could feel one foot already stepping through the gates of hell. In that instant, an overwhelming masculine force yanked him back from death's door. This young man before me has the power to bring the dead back to life. If I can befriend him, it would be like gaining an extra life. Lin Qingying wore a hurt expression, but seeing her grandfather's anger, she could only shut her mouth with a resentful glare. Old Master Lin cupped his hands toward Yi Xian with respect. This old one is Lin Xiaotian. May I inquire about this young master's honorable name? Lin Qingying rolled her eyes incessantly. Has Grandpa gone senile? Otherwise, how could he fail to see that this jerk just got lucky and still feels grateful to him? Yi Xian humbly stated his name and turned to leave, leaving Lin Xiaotian stunned. He was the head of the Lin family in Tianzhou, ranking first among the 5 great families with assets worth billions. Even the mayor would greet him respectfully as Elder Lin upon meeting. Why didn't Yi Xian show the same fervent excitement as others upon hearing his name? While looking at Yi Xian with newfound respect, old Master Lin blocked his path. Mr. Yi, there's a hotel called Haitian nearby. Could we step aside for a chat? I must properly thank you. Yi Xian shook his head. As I said, it was just a small favor. No need for such courtesy, old master. Lin Qingying scoffed disdainfully. Playing hard to get again, are we? Old Master Lin said with a solemn expression. Mr. Yi, I sincerely invite you. If you don't go, I'll never be at peace my whole life. Lin Qingying couldn't restrain her disgust any longer and interjected. Grandfather, just let him leave his address. I'll visit him another day to express our gratitude. This bastard just got lucky for once. As the head of the Lin family, Grandfather actually failed to see through this scoundrel's tactic of playing hard to get, humbly begging this bastard to dine with him. Those who dine with Grandfather are all prominent figures in Tianzhou. Some even consider it an honor to share a meal with him. If people mistake this bastard for having any connection with the Lin family, he'd thrive like a fish back in water. No, absolutely cannot let this bastard scheme succeed. Chapter 5. Old Master Lin glared fiercely at Lin Qingying. For a drop of kindness received, one should return a spring's worth of gratitude. Xiaoing, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Yi Xian, genuinely worried the old man might overexert himself, hastily intervened. Old Master, there's actually another important matter I need to. How about you go to the Ocean View Hotel first, and I'll join you shortly. Lin Qingying was so angry, she almost laughed out loud. With Grandfather's exalted status, even the mayor of Tianzhou wouldn't dare make him wait. How dare this bastard suggest making Grandfather wait? What gives him the audacity? Where does he get such confidence? Old Master Lin, however, burst into laughter. I'll see you there without fail. Yi Xian departed. Old Master Lin watched Yi Xian's receding figure with deep contemplation. Lin Qingying complained with visible displeasure. Grandfather, that bastard was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse by sheer luck. Was this really necessary? Old Master Lin didn't respond to Lin Qingying's words, but instead sized her up. Just as Lin Qingying thought Old Master Lin was about to lose his temper again, he suddenly chuckled. Xiaoing, aren't you getting a bit old yourself? Lin Qingying's brain short-circuited on the spot. The next second, she exclaimed, even if I have to marry a pig or a dog, I'd never marry this bastard. Hui Chun Tang was the largest traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Tianzhou. Due to its exemplary reputation, even some dignitaries from the imperial capital would make special trips to seek treatment from director Li Huichun. Upon arriving at Hui Chun Tang, Yi Xian's spirits lifted when he saw the bustling crowd inside. The heavenly physician's art contained a prescription for curing his mother's blindness. As long as he could find the herbs listed in the prescription, he could restore her sight. With a pharmacy as large as Hui Chun Tang, it ought to have the herbs he needed. Walking up to the counter, Yi Xian said gentian root, heavenly machine wood, angelica, dahurica, white atractalodes. Having listed over a dozen medicinal herbs in one breath, Yi Xian's eyes shone with anticipation. The shop assistant frowned. Angelica, dahurica, and white atractalodes are common Chinese herbs. but heavenly machine wood is exceptionally rare. As for gentian root, it's only recorded in ancient texts. We've merely heard of it. Yi Xian felt a surge of unwillingness in his heart, but still refused to give up. What about the sky fate wood? The shop assistant pointed at a man and woman who were about to leave. There were 3 pieces, but they've already been bought by esteemed customers. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and in a flash intercepted a man and a woman's path. The woman appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, her beauty no less than Lin Qingying's, with notably long legs wrapped in tight jeans. The man looked to be in his 40s, his gaze sharp and imposing, exuding authority even without speaking. Seeing Yi Xian block their way, the man frowned and demanded, "What are you doing?" Yi Xian looked somewhat embarrassed. "The heavenly mechanism wood is the primary ingredient for treating my mother's eye condition. Could you possibly let me have it?" Before either of them could respond, Yi Xian explained, "I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll compensate you." The 2 looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. The other patients whispered among themselves, "This kid must be blind, daring to block Zhao Tianlong's path." Yes, Zhao Tianlong is the undisputed ruler of Tianzhou's underworld, the kind of name that makes children stop crying at night. That kid's got some nerve. Given Zhao Tianlong's status and position, what exactly does this brat think he can offer as compensation? Zhao Tianlong's gaze turned sharp. Scram. A surge of overwhelming pressure emanated from him as he prepared to teach Yi Xian a brutal lesson. However, Hua Linglong merely gazed skyward. "My father is gravely ill. I won't provoke trouble at such a time." From beginning to end, Hua Linglong didn't cast a single glance at Yi Xian. As the eldest daughter of the Hui family, one of Tianzhou's 5 great aristocratic clans, she was naturally a person who looked down on ordinary people and had grown accustomed to bored youngsters finding various excuses to approach her. Thus, Hua Linglong assumed Yi Xian was just using this method to catch her attention. Preoccupied with Hui Yunfeng's illness, Hua Linglong chose to keep a low profile. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly brightened. "If you're willing to give me a piece of Tianji wood, I'll cure your father's illness." In recent years, Hui Yunfeng had suffered greatly from his illness, becoming utterly emaciated. Seeking treatment, he had traveled to renowned mountains and rivers and consulted countless famous doctors, but all remedies only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. Recently, the condition has worsened. Li Huichun diagnosed that without a miracle, there's no hope of surviving beyond 3 months. Could this foolish boy before her eyes cure what even Li Huichun was helpless against? In an instant, the accumulated anguish, grievances, and worries erupted, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Hua Linglong's eyes. "Could you at least come up with a believable lie?" The onlookers pointed fingers at Yi Xian. Who does this idiot think he is, daring to dream of treating the head of the Hua family? Not only is his mother visually impaired, but his eyes must be blind too. How dare he try to deceive the Hua family? I swear, if Master Zhao gets angry, he'll beat this kid so badly even his parents won't recognize him. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Zhao Tianlong's aura intensified. "Kid, knock out 5 of your own teeth, then break 1 arm yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the river to feed the turtles." Before becoming leader of the Dragon Hall, Zhao Tianlong had once been hunted down and owed his life to Hui Yunfeng's rescue. Grateful for this, after achieving fame, Zhao Tianlong became a staunch supporter of the Hua family, serving as their divine protector. Now seeing Yi Xian actually using Hui Yunfeng's illness as leverage, they were truly enraged. In that moment, everyone in the traditional Chinese medicine hall looked at Yi Xian with mocking eyes. When Zhao Tianlong gets angry, rivers of blood will flow in Tianzhou. This kid wants to win the beauty's favor, but he'll end up lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Yi Xian frowned. "All I wanted was a single piece of Tianji wood. Even if you won't give it, there's no need to resort to violence." Zhao Tianlong snorted coldly. "You ignorant fool. Let me teach you a lesson so you'll learn how many eyes Lord Horse King has." As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong lashed out with a clawed strike toward Yi Xian. As the master of the Dragon Hall, even the heads of the 5 great families had to show him respect. And yet, this brat dared to yammer nonsense in front of him. Another word from this punk would only disgrace Zhao Tianlong's dignity. Watching this claw-like strike that resembled an iron hook, Huo Linglong's eyes flickered with a trace of reluctance. Huo Linglong had personally witnessed Zhao Tianlong shatter a boulder into fragments with a single claw strike. This guy will end up with broken bones and shattered tendons. A gleam of sharp light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. To cure his mother's eye condition, he might have been a bit too aggressive, but for Zhao Tianlong to resort to lethal attacks at the slightest provocation, he's gone too far. As this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, Zhao Tianlong's body suddenly trembled. His face turned pale, and he let out a loud wah as he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. As if all his strength had been drained, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to the ground in one motion, his expression turning utterly dejected. Huo Linglong rushed to Zhao Tianlong's side in one swift stride. "Uncle Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Tianlong let out a bitter laugh. "My anger just now caused my old injury to flare up. I'm done for." In his early years, Zhao Tianlong suffered internal organ injuries from a fight. These injuries had been suppressed with medication, making him appear normal on the surface. But only Zhao Tianlong knew that if his old wounds ever recurred, all the vital energy in his body would drain away, leaving him completely crippled. Huo Linglong's face turned pale. With Huo Yunfeng critically ill, some unscrupulous characters were already stirring. If not for Zhao Tianlong's protection, she would already be a corpse. If Zhao Tianlong becomes crippled, she won't live much longer either. Chapter 6. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to change expressions. A white-haired, elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner squeezed through to Zhao Tianlong's side. Placing his fingers on Zhao Tianlong's pulse point, the old doctor's face darkened as he commanded, "Bring me the acupuncture needles." The onlookers watched with eager anticipation as the assistant prepared the needles. This is Lu Tian, the second master of Huichun Hall, whose medical skills are nothing short of miraculous. With him attending to Master Zhao, the situation should be under control. Dr. Lu is famed as the hand of rejuvenation. Naturally, one needle stroke cures all ailments. Zhao Tianlong and Huo Linglong's eyes lit up with hope. Taking the needle handed by the attendant, Lu Tian's eyes flashed with intensity as he swiftly inserted a silver needle into Zhao Tianlong's Danzhong acupuncture point on the chest. Yet at that very moment, Yi Xian stopped Lu Tian's hand. "What are you doing?" Lu Tian's gaze sharpened. "He's vomiting blood due to a recurring old injury. My needle at the Danzhong point will keep him safe." Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. It's true his old injury has recurred, but right now his blood qi is flowing backward. If you needle the Danzhong acupoint now, his condition will worsen. He wouldn't last 2 hours. He'd die. Lu Tian burst into loud laughter. "Are you questioning my medical skills?" Huo Linglong's face twisted with even greater disgust. "Get lost." Lu Tian is the divine physician, yet Yi Xian is so remarkably young. Even if he had begun practicing medicine from his mother's womb, how could his skills possibly compare to those of the miraculous Dr. Lu? This brat dares to obstruct Dr. Lu while spouting nonsense. His intentions are utterly reprehensible. An angry voice rose from the crowd. "Kid, saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. Stop trying to show off. That kid must be desperate for fame, daring to joke about Master Zhao. If that kid thinks this stunt will catch Miss Hua's attention, he's only lifting a rock to drop it on his own foot." Zhao Tianlong felt a stubborn knot of frustration in his chest that wouldn't dissipate, and the urge to vomit blood rose again. He glared fiercely at Yi Xian. "Invite Dr. Lu to treat me immediately." Yi Xian released Lu Tian with a casual gesture as if granting permission. Freed from restraint, Lu Tian flipped his wrist and drove a silver needle straight into Zhao Tianlong's Danzhong acupoint, burying it to the hilt. Then, several more silver needles were inserted into Zhao Tianlong's vital acupuncture points. Zhao Tianlong suddenly stood up, his complexion restored to a healthy glow. The crowd erupted in exclamations of amazement. The previously listless Zhao Tianlong had now regained his vigorous vitality. Dr. Liu is truly deserving of being the second-best physician at Huichun Hall. Liu Tian sneered disdainfully. Kid, do you have anything left to say? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Haven't you ever heard of the term a flash of consciousness before death? Liu Tian's face twisted with harshness. Do you still dare to argue in the face of such ironclad facts? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out. Several employees had long disliked Yi Xian and rolled up their sleeves, ready to step forward. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled violently as he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed flat on the ground, his breath as faint as a wisp. Liu Tian wore a dazed expression. How could this happen? While Huo Linglong was rushing toward Zhao Tianlong, Yi Xian had already reached Zhao Tianlong's side. A palm struck Zhao Tianlong's chest, transferring a surge of Dragon King's true energy into his body. The 7 silver needles deeply embedded in Zhao Zilong's vital acupoints trembled without any wind. Hud, hud, hud. The sound continued incessantly as the 7 silver needles were ejected from Zhao Tianlong's body. Those 7 needles embedded in his vital points were the root cause of all this. Time was urgent. Yi Xian couldn't afford to care whether such a shocking method would astonish the world. Zhao Tianlong felt much better in his chest and abdomen, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Yi Xian wore a solemn expression as he instructed, "Prepare for me plantain leaves, dandelions, powdered pseudo-ginseng." In one breath, Yi Xian rattled off the names of 18 medicinal herbs, then added, "And bring me an electric rice cooker too." Liu Tian snapped back to reality and staggered toward the medicine cabinet. Zhao Tianlong is the leader of the Tianlong Hall. If he dies at Huichun Hall, it would bring disaster to Huichun Hall. During the medicine collection process, the doubt in Liu Tian's eyes never faded away. All 18 herbs possess blood-activating, stasis-resolving, or heat-clearing, detoxifying properties. But why does Yi Xian need an electric rice cooker? Before long, the herbs and electric rice cooker Yi Xian had requested were placed on the counter. Yi Xian motioned for Zhao Tianlong to remain lying still. Arriving at the counter, he measured out the herbs according to the proportions recorded in the Tiani traditional medicine text and placed them into the electric rice cooker. Pressing both hands over the rice cooker, he channeled surges of Dragon King true qi to refine the herbs. Soon, an extraordinary fragrance began diffusing through the air. Liu Tian's face filled with shock. This resembles pill refinement. Yi Xian gave Liu Tian a somewhat surprised look. This is precisely the art of pill refinement. However, Yi Xian knew that in this world with scarce spiritual energy, the art of pill refinement had been lost. The Huichun Hall wouldn't have a pill furnace, so he had to employ a special method. Liu Tian, being able to recognize he was refining pills, showed he indeed had some capability. All present were staring wide-eyed at this scene. Huo Linglong and Zhao Tianlong's eyes flickered with anticipation. About 10 minutes later, 2 fragrant medicinal pills appeared in Yi Xian's palm. Yi Xian handed one to Zhao Tianlong. "Take it." Zhao Tianlong swallowed the pill. Bang! A surge of warmth rose from Zhao Tianlong's lower abdomen, rapidly spreading to every corner of his limbs. The stagnation in his chest and abdomen vanished without a trace. Zhao Tianlong flipped over and knelt on the ground, kowtowing heavily 3 times with resounding thuds. "Whatever young master commands, I will brave blades and flames without hesitation, even if it costs me my life." Liu Tian also fell to his knees with a thud. "I was blind to Mount Tai standing before me. Please punish me, young master." The art of alchemy is profound and unfathomable, combining the pinnacle of medical knowledge, pharmacology, and martial arts. If this young man knows the art of alchemy, he must be a disciple of some ancient sect, not someone I can afford to offend. From the crowd, a voice called out, "Young master, I'll pay 100,000 for that elixir in your hand." "I'll offer 200,000. "Young master, 1 million. The elixir is mine." Everyone knew that without this elixir, Zhao Tianlong might very well have met his end here. This elixir possesses the power to bring the dead back to life. Acquiring it would be like gaining an extra life. Hua Linglong bit her lip. I'll offer 2 million. Yi Xian handed the elixir to Hua Linglong. This pill in exchange for 3 sky secrets with roots in your hand. How about it? Lu Tian and Zhao Tianlong's eyelids twitched. Sky secrets with roots grew from century-old locust trees, nurtured in spiritually rich environments. Though precious, they were worth at most 10 to 20,000 apiece. This young man before me is giving up 2 million, only to ask for 3 pieces of heavenly mystery wood? Hua Linglong's eyes flickered with a hint of strangeness. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Hua Linglong no longer doubted and took the elixir, handing the 3 heavenly mechanism woods over to Yi Xian in return. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. The heavenly mechanism wood and the dragon's gall herb were the 2 main ingredients in the prescription. Once he found the dragon's gall herb, his mother's eyes could be cured. Hua Linglong put away the elixir and extended her fair, delicate hand. My name is Hua Linglong, she said. Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian? Hua Linglong looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yi Xian, my father is critically ill. If you can save him, I'm willing to pay 10 million for your medical expertise. The elixir cured Zhao Tianlong's old injury, but his father was suffering from illness. Obtaining the elixir doesn't guarantee his father's safety. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. That was 10 million yuan, enough for an ordinary family to live on for 20 years. This guy might know alchemy, but he dresses like a total country bumpkin. There's no way he'd refuse 10 million. Hua Linglong also fixed her blazing gaze on Yi Xian. With enough money, you could make the devil push a grindstone. 10 million is worth it if it can save my father's life. Chapter 7. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled with amusement. Hua Linglong frowned. Could this guy have seen through my predicament and be trying to take advantage with outrageous demands? But due to my father's critical illness, I'm constrained on all sides and don't have more money to offer. Yi Xian simply smiled. Take this pill, and I guarantee your father 5 more years of life. Hua Linglong badly wanted to say this joke wasn't the least bit funny. But thinking of what had just happened, the words only lingered on the tip of his tongue. Stepping out of the Hui Chun clinic, Yi Xian felt for the heavenly mystery wood in his pocket and let out a weary sigh. If even a renowned traditional Chinese medicine hall like the Hui Chun clinic didn't have gentian root, his only option was to seek out Lin Xiaotian. Perhaps he'd have a solution. It wasn't until Yi Xian left that Zhao Tianlong and Hua Linglong departed. Zhao Tianlong sensed the medicinal potency of the pill he had consumed wasn't fully spent. Absorbing it completely would bring immense benefits. After leaving Hui Chun Hall, he headed straight for Tianlong Hall. Hua Linglong, however, couldn't wait and immediately drove to the Hua family manor. Not long after Zhao Tianlong and Hua Linglong left, an elegantly dressed elder hurried into Hui Chun Hall. Where is the divine physician? Li Hui Chun, master of Hui Chun Hall, possessed miraculous medical skills that even some nobility from the imperial capital regarded him as an honored guest. In recent years, Li Hui Chun had rarely practiced medicine personally, devoting his main efforts to the study of traditional Chinese medicine. He aspired to promote great Chinese medicine far and wide. For this very reason, upon hearing from his staff the youth skilled in alchemy had arrived, Li Hui Chun rushed over eagerly without delay. Lu Tian quickly stepped forward. The miracle doctor has already left. Li Hui Chun stomped his foot, glaring at Lu Tian with his beard bristling. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Tian's gaze flickered momentarily, but Li Hui Chun flared his nostrils. Then, Li Hui Chun swiftly dashed to the counter, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the electric rice cooker. The rice cooker still contained some residue, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Li Hui Chun pinched a bit between his fingers, not only examining it carefully, but also occasionally bringing it close to his nose to sniff. Dandelion, plantain, Panax noto ginseng powder. The next second, Li Huichun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It's actually a minor restoration pill. Lu Tian's mouth hung open wide enough to swallow an egg. He actually refined a minor restoration pill. Li Huichun's face was filled with yearning. According to ancient texts, the minor restoration pill is also known as the reviving pill. As long as the patient still has breath, it can pull them back from the brink of death. The minor restoration pill can even improve one's physical constitution. Lu Tianshan nodded in deep agreement. No wonder Zhao Tianlong became lively and vigorous immediately after taking the Xiaohuan pill. Li Huichun hurried outside. I must go to the Huan Manor. If I don't see the Xiaohuan pill with my own eyes, I won't rest in peace even in death. In a 300 square meter bedroom at the Huan Manor, the crowd sighed mournfully around Hui Yunfeng's haggard face. Hua Yunhai wore a troubled expression. Dr. Li says Big Brother won't live past 3 months. If Big Brother really passes away, the Hua family will suffer a fatal blow. Hua Li curled her lips dismissively. Isn't there still Zhao Tianlong? Hua Yunhai glared at Hua Li. What do you know? Master Zhao Tianlong is only protecting the Hua family out of respect for eldest brother. If eldest brother passes away, Master Zhao won't extend any more favors to the Hua family. And from now on, don't address Master Zhao by his full name directly. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Zhao Tianlong was involved in the underworld while the Hua family ran legitimate businesses. In terms of martial prowess, the Hua family was far from being a match for the Tianlong Hall. Holly shrank her neck slightly. What do we do? Hua Yunhai let out a heavy sigh. Our only hope now is for a miracle to happen. The crowd in the bedroom darkened their gazes. Hurried footsteps echoed as Hua Sigua appeared at the bedroom door. Hua Yunhai hurried forward. How's the situation? Hua Sigua wiped the sweat from his forehead. After spending a fortune and pulling countless strings, we've finally made contact with the divine physician of the imperial capital. The old master said he'll be passing through Tianzhou 3 days from now. When the time comes, he'll personally examine Uncle's pulse and diagnose his condition. Hua Yunhai burst into laughter. A miracle has happened. Big Brother's life can be saved now. The imperial capital's divine physician was said to possess skills that could raise the dead and revive decomposed bones. Wealthy and powerful figures from the capital practically wore out his doorstep stones in their eagerness to seek his medical treatment. Hua Yunfeng had once traveled to the imperial capital hoping for treatment. But though the Hua family ranked among Tianzhou's 5 great aristocratic clans, they couldn't even qualify for a Q number. Now that the capital's divine physician has personally arrived, the cure is guaranteed to take immediate effect. The dark cloud looming over the Hua family is about to dissipate. The onlookers wore varied expressions, but no one noticed the flicker of malice in Hua Yunhai and Hua Sigua's eyes. Another set of hurried footsteps sounded as Hua Linglong entered the bedroom. Holly frowned. We're all worried about Uncle's illness. Where have you been? Hua Yunhai also glared sharply. Linglong, he is your father. While we're all anxious, you've been missing all day. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Hua Sigua smirked playfully. Perhaps Linglong went to seek medical help for Uncle. Hua Linglong nodded. Exactly, I did go to find a doctor. A burst of raucous laughter erupted in the room. Hua Yunhai took a step forward. Linglong, your elder brother's illness has passed the point of no cure. Who exactly could you possibly find to treat him? Hua Linglong took out the small recovery pill. His name is Yi Xian. This pill he refined can extend my father's life by 5 years. In an instant, everyone in the room looked at Hua Linglong as if she were a complete fool. Even Li Huichun couldn't do anything about Hui Yunfeng's condition. How could a single pill possibly save Hui Yunfeng's life? Who is this Yi Xian anyway? Could it be one of those roadside quacks peddling snake oil in Tianzhou? Capturing the subtle shifts in everyone's expressions, Hua Linglong's eyes gleamed with unreadable emotion. Let me reiterate. The elixir might cure Zhao Tianlong's old wounds, but what afflicts my father is a festering abscess. Could this alchemy truly snatch my father back from death's doorstep? But remembering Yi Xian's words, Hua Linglong gritted her teeth. I saw with my own eyes how Uncle Zhao came back to life after taking the pill. Hua Yunhai frowned, his voice rising an octave. Master Zhao was full of vitality. How could he have come back to life? Hua Linglong quickly recounted the scene that had unfolded at Huichun Hall. Hua Li seized upon the key detail, exaggerated disbelief on her face. You're saying that Gai Yixian used a rice cooker to brew a pill that cured Master Zhao? Hua Sigua burst into laughter. Even movies wouldn't dare write a plot like this. Hua Yunhai knitted his brows. Linglong, as a department manager of the Hua Corporation, how can you still be so naive? Hua Linglong looked reluctant, but Hua Sigua stepped forward. Also, Master Zhao is a martial artist with acquired level 2 skills. He's as strong as a dragon and vigorous as a tiger. To think he got so angry that it triggered an old injury? Hua Linglong, our Hua Corporation happens to own a film production company. I think it'd be the perfect place for you to showcase your talents. Facing the trio's sarcastic remarks, Hua Linglong's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. Releasing a heavy breath, Hua Linglong raised her voice an octave. Arguing here serves no purpose at all. Whether this elixir can cure my father, we'll know once we try it. Chapter 8. With those words, Hua Linglong walked toward Hui Yunfeng's sickbed. Hua Yunhai swiftly stepped sideways to block Hua Linglong's path, his eyes glinting with menace. What if this is poison? Hua Linglong looked unconvinced. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it possibly be poison? Besides, I'm my father's daughter. Why would I ever harm him? Hua Yunhai raised his voice even louder. The Hua family is going through turbulent times. Who knows how many people are wishing for Big Brother's early death? There are too many unexplainable aspects about what happened at Huichun Hall. That's why I'm certain this is poison. If taken, it would kill Big Brother. Hua Sigua nodded. Linglong, we're not saying you intended to harm Uncle, but what if evil people exploited this? Hua Linglong seemed to have grasped something. You don't want my father to get better, do you? Hua Yunhai's expression darkened as he raised his arm. How dare you speak to me like that? Hua Linglong had nothing left to lose. Isn't it true? Everyone knows what you've been doing behind the scenes since my father fell ill. If my father recovers, you won't escape punishment. Slap! A crisp slap rang out as Hua Linglong covered her face and spun twice in place. Hui Yunhai's face turned ashen. He's my elder brother. No one wants to see him recover more than I do. Doesn't your conscience ache with such misunderstanding of me? Hua Li quickly supported Hua Yunhai. Dad, there's no need to stoop to the level of this utterly heartless woman. Hua Yunhai nodded and pointed at Hua Linglong. Hua Linglong went berserk trying to save eldest brother, to prevent her from doing anything incomprehensible. From now on, don't let her get anywhere near brother. Hua Sigua walked up to Hua Linglong. Linglong, did you hear what my father just said? Let me help you to rest. Hua Linglong shoved Hua Sigua aside and lunged frantically toward the bedside. She had personally witnessed the effects of the elixir. Even if it couldn't completely cure her father, it certainly wouldn't harm him. The Hua Yunhai family of 3 must harbor ulterior motives for their actions. Aside from her father, she had practically nothing left to lose. We absolutely must not let this opportunity slip away. Hui Yunhai roared furiously. Outrageous! This is outright mutiny. Are you all just dead weights? Stop this madwoman at once. The Hua family members swarmed forward and gripped Hua Linglong in a death grip. Hua Linglong struggled with all her might, but her hand slipped and the elixir fell to the ground. In her desperation, Hua Linglong found strength from nowhere. She pushed the crowd aside and lunged toward the elixir. But at that very moment, a large foot came stamping down. Staring at the crushed elixir, Hua Linglong stood frozen in place. Hua Sigua stepped down hard, slowly grinding the medicinal pill beneath his foot. You actually believe in this quack charlatan trick? Someone clean up this filth. The servants sprang into action at the sound, sweeping the crushed medicinal pills into the trash bin. Hua Linglong shook her head in despair, tears as large as beans slipping from her eyes. The pills were gone, and with them, hope was shattered. What had come over the Hua family? For power and wealth, would you even disregard family bonds? A melodious yet somewhat eerie voice rang out. Divine physician Li Huichun has arrived. Hu Yunhai and Huo Siguo exchanged glances with unnatural expressions flashing across their eyes. The next moment, Hu Yunhai glared fiercely at Hu Linglong. Don't air the family's dirty laundry in public. If you don't shut up, you'll face the consequences. Seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Hu Yunhai's eyes, Hu Linglong's momentum deflated instantly. Noticing Li Huichun entering the bedroom, Hu Yunhai hastily stepped forward. Divine physician Li, what brings you here today? Though Li Huichun was powerless against Hu Yunfeng's illness, nobody could deny his status within Tianzhou's traditional Chinese medicine community. It can be said that in Tianzhou's traditional Chinese medicine circles, 7 out of 10 practitioners are his direct or indirect disciples. Due to his exceptional medical skills, both the underworld and upper society of Tianzhou hold Li Huichun in high esteem. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't need to seek Li Huichun's help someday. Li Huichun asked with eager enthusiasm, "The minor returning elixir, is the minor returning elixir still there?" Hu Yunhai was stunned. What little rejuvenation pill? Li Huichun's gaze locked on a Hu Linglong. Miss Hua, didn't Yixian give you the little rejuvenation pill? Let me tell you, that's a treasure. Even if it can't completely cure your father, at the very least it could extend his life by 3 to 5 years. Hu Linglong stood there as if struck by lightning. Li Huichun's words matched Yi Xian's exactly. This meant the small recovery pill could prolong her father's life. The despicable part was that Hu Yunhai and his son had maliciously tampered with the pill, rendering it worthless. Li Huichun followed Hu Linglong's gaze toward the trash bin, his nose twitching involuntarily. The next second, Li Huichun's expression changed wildly as he lunged at the trash like lightning. Carefully pinching a bit of powder and sniffing it, Li Huichun roared in fury. Who the hell did this? This was none other than Xiao Huandan. For heaven's sake. Having one of these at home is like having an extra life. But now, it has been ground into powder and swept into the trash. What the hell is this if not a goddamn waste of something priceless? Hu Yunhai's face darkened. Divine Dr. Li, are you sure you didn't misjudge? Li Huichun's spit sprayed on Hu Yunhai's face. Are you fucking stupid or what? Once Zhao Tianlong takes the small returning pill, he'll immediately become full of vigor. This clearly demonstrates the efficacy of the small returning pill. You keep saying you want to save Hua Yunfeng, so why are you treating the small returning pill like trash? Cowed by Li Huichun's imposing manner, Hu Yunhai instinctively took 2 steps back. I thought it might be poison. Li Huichun nearly slapped Hu Yunhai across the face. But remembering this was the Hua family's territory, Li Huichun merely pointed at Hu Yunhai before turning to leave. A waste of heaven's gifts. What a blasphemous waste. Li Huichun's anguished cry rang clearly in everyone's ears. Hu Linglong cast a cold glance at Hu Yunhai before leaving the bedroom. Once outside, Hu Linglong could no longer restrain the despair in her heart and burst into tears. Hu Yunhai and Hua Sigua exchanged a knowing glance and smiled tacitly. Summoning the imperial capital's divine physician had another hidden purpose. Those eyeing the Hua family's assets must be restless upon hearing this news. Kill with a borrowed knife. Then bring the killer to justice. This way, one can quietly take control of the Hua family without revealing their hand. Hua Yunfeng must never recover. Otherwise, all the painstaking efforts over these years would go down the drain. Even if it offended Li Huichun, crushing the minor recovery pill was worth it. At the entrance of Haitian Grand Hotel, Lin Qingying's impatience grew increasingly evident. Grandfather insisted on inviting that bastard to dinner, and she could only accompany him out of fear that something might happen to the old man. Since the Sea and Sky Hotel was a property of the Lin family, Grandpa directly reserved the most luxurious private room upon arrival. When the time seemed about right, he then went straight to the entrance to wait for that bastard. But now nearly 2 hours had passed, and that bastard hadn't even shown his face. What the hell is that bastard trying to pull? She wanted to call Yi Xian, but Lin Qingying realized she didn't even have his phone number. At that moment, a line of wedding cars pulled up at the entrance of the Haitian Grand Hotel. Lu Wei, dressed in a groom's suit, helped Zhao Haiyan, clad in a wedding gown, step out of the car. When Lu Wei spotted Lin Qingying and Lin Xiaotian standing on the steps, his eyes burned with fervor. This is literally the pinnacle figure in Tianzhou's business world. If they could invite both to attend his wedding, the entire Tianzhou business community would surely view the Lu family in a whole new light. Chapter 9. Scampering over to Lin Qingying, Lu Wei bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. "President Lin, greetings." Lin Qingying was in a foul mood, her voice tinged with frost. "Do I know you?" Lu Wei's expression grew even more humble. "I am Lu Wei. My father is Lu Jiahe." Lin Qingying nodded but gazed skyward. Lu Jiahe was someone Lin Qingying couldn't recall either. Lu Wei said ingratiatingly, "Today is my big day. I wonder if President Lin would honor us with a drink inside." Lin Qingying frowned. "I'm waiting for someone." A flicker of curiosity passed through Lu Wei's eyes. Lin Xiaotian's status and position were well established. How many people in Tianzhou dared to keep Lin Xiaotian waiting? Could it be the city mayor? Eager for answers, but facing Lin Qingying's icy aura that kept everyone at arm's length, Lu Wei entered the hall with evident frustration. Lin Qingying looked around impatiently, growing more irritated. "Grandfather, do you really believe that scoundrels saved you?" The old master Lin nodded. "Is there any problem with that?" Lin Qingying said, "I think that bastard is a liar. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to come to our banquet?" Old Master Lin rolled his eyes furiously. "Yi Xian must have been delayed by something," Lin Qingying said with an indignant look on her face. "Impossible. Such a golden opportunity to curry favor with the Lin family. No one in their right mind would miss it. He's too scared to show up because he's afraid we'll expose his little scam." Old Master Lin's piercing gaze cut straight through Lin Qingying's defenses. "What scam are you talking about?" Lin Qingying perked up. "He can't possibly save you. Or perhaps he just got lucky like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Coming to this banquet, what if he slips up and his true nature is exposed?" Observing Lin Qingying's self-righteous speech, Old Master Lin's face darkened. Silence. Lin Qingying instinctively ducked her head. Old Mr. Lin's expression softened slightly. "Xiaoying, you're practically a CEO who can hold your own now. Can't you act a bit more maturely?" Not only is Yi Xian's medical skills godlike, but he's also remarkably humble and big-hearted. Lin Qingying rolled her eyes inwardly. "How do I just feel he's utterly shameless and despicable?" Old Mr. Lin gave Lin Qingying's shoulder a firm pat. "That young man has a future with unlimited potential. No matter what grievances exist between you, from now on, Yi Xian is an honored guest of our Lin family. Treat him with courtesy." Lin Qingying's anger surged. "Grandfather, I won't be courteous to him." Old Master Lin widened his eyes fiercely. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Lin Qingying timidly ducked her head. As she lowered her gaze, intense loathing flashed in her eyes. After waiting a while longer, and spotting Yi Xian's arrival, Old Master Lin quickly went to greet him. With an apologetic expression, Yi Xian said, "Old Master, I've kept you waiting." Old Master Lin scolded affectionately. "No need for such formality. Far too formal." Lin Qingying secretly stamped her foot in frustration. "That jerk is clearly trash, so why does Grandpa treat him like treasure?" Seeing Lin Qingying standing motionless, Old Master Lin glared at her. "Xiaoying, quickly show Yi Xian inside." Lin Qingying ground her teeth until they creaked. "Does Grandpa think I'm a waitress or something?" But Lin Qingying dared not disobey and stepped aside with a gesture of invitation. "Scum. I mean Yi Xian, follow me." Yi Xian nodded and trailed behind Lin Qingying. Upon arriving at the most luxurious private room, Yi Xian glanced left and right, seemingly curious about everything. Lin Qingying muttered under her breath, "Such a country bumpkin." Old Master Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaoying, pour some water for Yi Xian." Lin Qingying couldn't resist retorting, "Aren't there waiters for that?" Yi Xian quickly interjected, I'll do it. First pouring water for Old Master Lin before serving himself, Yi Xian then set down the water pitcher. Seeing Yi Xian ignore her, Lin Qingying's chest heaved with anger. Old Master Lin shot Lin Qingying a stern glance, but turned to Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian, Xiaoying is actually quite a good girl. If you spend more time with her, you'd realize her virtues. Lin Qingying abruptly stood up, her face turning ashen. Is Grandpa getting senile? Can't he see how much I despise this jerk? And now he wanted to spend more time with this bastard? Old Master Lin frowned. But before he could say anything, a sharp pain shot through his heart. Clutching his chest with his mouth agape, beads of cold sweat broke out on Old Master Lin's forehead. After all, advanced in years, Yi Xian only used his Dragon King's chi to give Old Master Lin a brief treatment at the accident scene. Now, provoked by Lin Qingying once more, Old Master Lin's illness flared up again. Lin Qingying panicked, quickly supporting Old Master Lin. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" she asked. Old Master Lin's lips trembled, but no words came out. Lin Qingying's eyes brimmed with tears as she shouted at Yi Xian. "This is all your fault. If anything happens to Grandpa, I'll never forgive you. You bewitched Grandpa with your trickery. Otherwise, Grandpa would already be at the hospital by now." Yi Xian didn't dwell on Lin Qingying's attitude, and instead quickly approached Old Master Lin. "Let me take a look." Lin Qingying pushed Yi Xian away abruptly. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Yi Xian frowned. "The old man's condition is critical. I'm treating him now." Lin Qingying shrieked hysterically. "Are you still pretending to be some kind of ghost or deity? Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't be here, but in the hospital," Yi Xian explained. "The old man is seriously ill and just suffered another shock, which triggered this episode. If not treated promptly, it's very dangerous." Lin Qingying's eyes brimmed with mockery. "I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what you're saying." Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. "Taking him to the hospital is too late now. If I don't intervene, the old master might not survive this crisis." Lin Qingying said stubbornly, "Sorry, but to prevent any accidents and to expose your deception, I've already invited Director Jiang Dachuan from Tianzhou First People's Hospital. Once he arrives, your ugly true colors will be revealed to everyone." Yi Xian was so angry he nearly turned and walked away. But remembering what had happened last night, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Lin Qingying, thinking Yi Xian had a guilty conscience, smirked coldly and pulled out her phone. Just as she dialed Jiang Dachuan's number, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Then, Jiang Dachuan appeared at the doorway of the private room. Lin Qingying rushed toward him like a drowning person clutching at a life-saving straw. "Director Jiang, hurry, Grandpa is in critical condition." Jiang Dachuan's expression changed drastically. With a swift stride, he rushed to Old Master Lin's side and grasped his pulse point. Watching Jiang Dachuan's increasingly grim expression, Lin Qingying's heart pounded in her throat. After a long while, Jiang Dachuan released the old man. "The old master's condition is due to excessive virtual fire, causing liver fire to flare up. Because the old master's bodily functions have declined, the stagnation of liver fire has affected the circulation of qi and blood." Lin Qingying interrupted Jiang Dachuan. "Can it be treated?" A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Dachuan's eyes. Any other doctor would only be able to watch helplessly as the old master meets his end. But as Li Huichen's direct disciple, I can. Yi Xian let out a heavy sigh, aiming high but accomplishing little. Lin Qingying stared at him in stunned disbelief. The next second, the rage suppressed for so long erupted violently. Pointing toward the door, Lin Qingying snapped, "Get out, and keep rolling as far as the horizon goes." Yi Xian scoffed. "Lin Qingying, want to make a bet? If I leave, you'll be begging for me to come back." Chapter 10. Lin Qingying sneered in disdain. What a joke. Would she ever beg for that slovenly beggar? Jiang Dachuan was both a direct disciple of Li Huichun from the Huichun Hall and the foremost expert in the traditional Chinese medicine department at Tianzhou First People's Hospital. That bastard actually dared to say, "I criticize yet can't deliver." He was obviously afraid Jiang Dachuan would cure his grandfather, exposing the truth to the world, so he tried to disrupt Jiang Dachuan this way. Jiang Dachuan refused to back down. With a cold snort, he said, "Enlighten me." Yi Xian pointed at the old man and declared, "I'm the one who treated him." The symptoms the old gentleman displays on the surface are indeed caused by stagnant liver, fire, disrupting blood, and qi circulation. But the old gentleman must have been consuming cold-natured foods like seafood over a long period, especially deep-sea cod and similar marine products. The accumulated cold nature in his system has suppressed the liver's blood qi fortifying function, thereby impairing his vital energy flow. Following your diagnosis with liver fire suppression treatment would trigger a full eruption of the cold nature, which would be fatal for the old gentleman. You know the how, but not the why. Isn't that the very definition of being all talk and no action? A flicker of uncertainty flashed through Lin Qingying's eyes. Grandfather's fondness for deep-sea cod had reached the point where skipping a single meal would leave him restless and breathless. There's no way this bastard could possibly know all this. Could this bastard actually be right? Jiang Dachuan let out a cold laugh. With decades of medical practice, am I inferior to some brat like you? Lin Qingying snapped out of her daze and shoved Yi Xian forcefully. Don't mess around, you bastard. Yi Xian's gaze turned sharp. Are you sure you want to trust this incompetent blowhard? Jiang Dachuan's voice rose an octave. Every second of delay increases the danger to the old master by another degree. President Lin, if you trust me, get this kid out of here. Old Master Lin was the head of the Lin family, the foremost among Tianzhou's 5 great clans. If he could cure Old Master Lin, his own reputation would soar to unprecedented heights. This brash young fellow was clearly looking to seize the opportunity to make a name for himself. If I let this brat continue to make a scene, it will interfere with me. But as the esteemed chief of the Chinese medicine department at Tianzhou's #1 People's Hospital, I'm above stooping to argue with this young punk. That's why I have Lin Qingying handle it. Yi Xian's lips moved slightly. But before he could say anything, Lin Qingying's eyes filled with pleading. Yi Xian, could you please step out? I don't want to lose my grandfather. Yi Xian stared blankly at Lin Qingying. The next moment, a strange smile curved Yi Xian's lips. I'll step out, but I'll be waiting in the hallway. However, if you want me to act, you must beg me. How could Lin Qingying possibly listen to Yi Xian's words? She immediately started pushing Yi Xian out the door. Seizing the moment, Jiang Dachuan took out his acupuncture case, full of confidence, and declared, since it's liver fire rising, I'll use silver needles to stimulate the old master's yin energy. The yin energy will dissolve the liver fire, and the old master will be perfectly fine. Although showing off, Jiang Dachuan's hands moved swiftly without delay. Soon, 9 silver needles were inserted into Old Man Lin's chest and abdomen, only their tails remaining visible. Lin Qingying watched her grandfather anxiously. Seeing Old Man Lin's complexion shift from pale to bluish, then to rosy, with the cold sweat on his forehead vanishing, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa's life has been saved. Jiang Dachuan laughed heartily. Mission accomplished. As if to confirm Jiang Dachuan's words, Old Master Lin opened his eyes. Jiang Dachuan secretly rejoiced. Saving Old Master Lin's life would naturally earn his deepest gratitude, and he would undoubtedly treat me as an honored guest. This incident would also make me famous overnight, perhaps even surpassing Li Huichun in reputation. However, a flash of ruthlessness passed through Lin Qingying's eyes. Didn't that bastard claim Grandpa was suffering from cold syndrome? Why did Director Jiang cure Grandpa using liver fire treatment methods? No, I'm going to confront that bastard right now. I'll use ironclad evidence to show this bastard what a liar he truly is. Just as Lin Qingying stood up to leave, Old Master Lin let out a death-like groan. Soon, frost formed on Old Master Lin's eyebrows. His body trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering. Cold, so cold. Lin Qingying cried out in distress. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Jiang Dachuan looked utterly despairing. How could this happen? Curing Old Master Lin would naturally bring both fame and fortune. But if he were to die under my care, I wouldn't be able to withstand the Lin family's wrath. The next second, Jiang Dachuan said anxiously, just now, didn't that kid seem quite capable? Perhaps he has a solution. As he spoke, a hint of cunning flashed deep in Jiang Dachuan's eyes. Old Master Lin's about to freeze to death. Not even a god could save him now. But if that guy intervenes, he'll be the one blamed for killing Old Master Lin. I can wash my hands of this mess. A flicker of hesitation flashed through Lin Qingying's eyes. That bastard is a big liar. There's no way he can save Grandpa. But remembering the saying, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Lin Qingying gritted her teeth and rushed out of the private room. Seeing Yi Xian standing in the hallway, Lin Qingying dashed over. Grandpa's dying. Will you come take a look? Yet Yi Xian remained unmoved. Lin Qingying froze. Just moments ago, this scoundrel had said that if Grandfather's condition worsened, she would have to beg him. Would the dignified CEO of Lin Group truly abandon all pride to plead with a fool who looked like a beggar? But remembering her grandfather's critical condition, Lin Qingying had no choice but to lower her voice and plead humbly, "Please save my grandfather. Speak louder. Did you skip lunch?" "You," Lin Qingying gnashed her teeth. "I beg you to save my grandfather." Yi Xian flashed a faint smile and rushed into the private room. Lin Qingying was stunned. Shouldn't this bastard take this opportunity to humiliate me thoroughly? No. This bastard must also lack confidence and dare not provoke me too much. With such thoughts, Lin Qingying entered the private room. Seeing Yi Xian's hand resting on Old Master Lin's pulse point with an increasingly grave expression, Lin Qingying's heart rose to her throat. Grandfather's face had turned frosty white, his breathing growing fainter by the moment. This bastard isn't Li Huichun. Does he truly possess the ability to raise the dead? Yi Xian released Old Master Lin's wrist and glared fiercely at Lin Qingying and Jiang Dachuan. "Look at the fine mess you've made." Lin Qingying buried her head in her chest, a flicker of apology flashing in her eyes. The bastard was right. Grandfather does indeed suffer from cold syndrome. It's a pity she'd been prejudiced and trusted Jiang Dachuan's words, nearly pushing her grandfather to the brink of death. If Grandfather died, it would leave a lifelong shadow in her heart. "Bastard, if you can cure my grandfather, I'll let go of what you did to me." Jiang Dachuan's face twisted with cruelty. "I admit you're right, but being able to diagnose doesn't mean you can save him. If you can revive the old master, I'll kneel and kowtow to you." All of this was because of his misdiagnosis. If this punk didn't step in, he'd have to face the full wrath of the Lin family. At this moment, to shirk responsibility, Jiang Dachuan shamelessly resorted to provocation. Yi Xian ignored Jiang Dachuan, who was acting like a ridiculous clown, and directly picked up a silver needle. As energy coursed through the needle, it unexpectedly emitted a humming sound like the cry of a phoenix. The treatment began at this very moment. Chapter 11. Watching the silver needles move without wind, and especially hearing that phoenix-like hum, Jiang Dachuan exclaimed in shock. Phoenix soaring to the heavens. Also known as the resurrection needles, phoenix soaring to the heavens earns its name from the phoenix cry emitted during the acupuncture. Phoenix soaring to the heavens consists of 9 needles in total, with the 9th needle also called the king of hell's lament. The gist is that mastering the 9th needle can even bring back those claimed by the king of hell. Jiang Dachuan knew about the phoenix cry of the 9 heavens because Li Huichun had mentioned it. Li Huichun had learned of it from an ancient text. Back then, Li Huichun had said, "If I could witness the phoenix cry of the 9 heavens just once, I would die without regrets." Whoosh! With a soft sound, the silver needle pierced into Old Master Lin's temple, the 3-inch-long needle sinking in until only the handle remained visible. Lin Qingying screamed involuntarily. Even without medical knowledge, Qingying understood how vital the temple was. The silver needle was inserted so deep that only the handle remained visible. Was this bastard trying to save a life or take one? Lin Qingying tensed, ready to intervene at any moment. But Yi Xian shot her a fierce glare and warned, "Disturb me now, and the old man's qi will reverse. No one could save him then." Lin Qingying froze. This bastard exuded ruthlessness and arrogance. Was this still the same bastard who seemed like a beggar and somewhat idiotic when she saw him yesterday? Yi Xian stopped Lin Qingying sharply, yet his hands never slowed down. After 8 consecutive needle insertions, beads of sweat had already formed densely on his forehead. The 9th needle remained suspended, not yet inserted, because the 9th needle would connect all 8 previous needles, fully igniting the masculine vitality within Elder Lin's body to achieve the goal of dissolving yin with yang. Though Yi Xian had regained consciousness, his current strength was less than 1/10,000th of his former self. That tiny silver needle weighed as heavily as 1,000 June. After a full 5 seconds, Yi Xian finally let out a low growl and swiftly inserted the silver needle. In an instant, Yi Xian's strength seemed to drain away as he slumped onto the ground with a thud. Lin Qingying instinctively moved to help, but upon seeing Yi Xian's rustic appearance, she hesitated and stopped mid-action. A miracle occurred. The frost on Old Master Lin's body surface swiftly melted, with steaming heat radiating from it. After Yi Xian stood up and withdrew the silver needles, Old Master Lin slowly rose to his feet. Jiang Dachuan suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, knocking his head heavily 3 times before looking up with fervent eyes. "Young Master Yi, please accept me as your disciple." Yi Xian's gaze turned cold. "I take no disciples." Jiang Dachuan was ambitious yet incompetent, and what's worse, he wanted to shift the blame onto others. How could such a man be worthy of becoming the 32nd generation disciple of the Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain? Lin Qingying's gaze turned even colder. "Director Jiang, you may leave now." Jiang Dachuan fled in disgrace. Old Mr. Lin took Yi Xian's hand and sat down. "Xiao Yi, tell me about your family situation." A trace of peculiarity flashed through Lin Qingying's eyes. At this moment, old Mr. Lin's voice boomed like a great bell, showing not the slightest trace of someone who had nearly frozen to death moments ago. This man who looked like a beggar might actually have real skills. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't conceal anything and told Elder Lin about his family situation. Elder Lin asked a few more detailed questions, which Yi Xian answered one by one. Lin Qingying was increasingly feeling that something wasn't right. Why was her grandfather digging for every little detail? "You're not thinking of making me marry this bastard, are you?" Lin Qingying was extremely agitated, but seeing that old Master Lin never explicitly mentioned the matter from start to finish, she couldn't bring herself to explode. After old Master Lin finished questioning, Yi Xian reminded him, "Old Master, though you've recovered, the root cause of your illness remains. 3 days from now, I'll treat you once more. Then you can live to be 100 years old." Old Master Lin laughed heartily. "Young Yi, we're counting on you." Having saved old Master Lin's life twice, Yi Xian's kindness was akin to giving him a second lease on life. From now on, old Master Lin would undoubtedly spare no effort in supporting Yi Xian. Moreover, old Master Lin was by nature a straightforward man, not one to constantly voice his gratitude. Remembering the matter of the gentian herb, Yi Xian spoke directly. "Old Master, could you help me inquire about the gentian herb? Remember, it must be over 1,000 years old." Old Master Lin thumped his chest resoundingly. "The moment I get any news, I'll tell you immediately." With that, old Master Lin pulled out a bank card. "Xiao Yi, there's 20 million in this card. The password is 6 ones. You must accept this." Lin Qingying observed Yi Xian with some curiosity. This bastard comes from a poor family. 20 million could immediately elevate this bastard's family into the ranks of Tianzhou's 3rd-tier wealthy clans. Will he refuse? No. There's absolutely no way this bastard would refuse. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. "Old man, you and I share a fate." Lin Qingying stood frozen in place. The old man Lin, however, wore a solemn expression. "I know you don't care for it, but this is my token of gratitude. If you refuse, I'll take offense." After some back and forth, old man Lin finally huffed and puffed with feigned anger, forcing Yi Xian to reluctantly accept the bank card. Since no alcohol was involved, the meal concluded quickly, wrapping up within half an hour. Lin Qingying suggested heading to the hotel for a look to which old Master Lin agreed. After parting ways with Yi Xian, they directly took the elevator up to the 11th floor administrative area. Meanwhile, Yi Xian left the private dining room. Just as he reached the entrance, Yi Xian spotted Lu Wei and Zhao Haiyan chatting and laughing softly as they walked into the lobby. Yi Xian suddenly remembered. This vile couple was holding their wedding at the Ocean Sky Hotel. Standing at the entrance to greet guests, they noted that most attendees had already arrived and the ceremony was about to begin. Upon spotting Yi Xian, Lu Wei burst into laughter. This idiot actually showed up. Zhao Haiyan's face twisted in disgust. Yi Xian, I told you, being with you is nothing but an act. Even if you've begged me on your knees, there's no way I'd be with you. Yi Xian shook his head and turned to leave. Arguing with this despicable couple was a waste of time. Lu Wei suddenly stepped sideways to block Yi Xian's path. Now that you're here, come in for a drink. Today's gathering is attended by the most distinguished figures in Tianzhou. Once Yi Xian steps inside, he'll realize the vast gap between him and me. Zhao Haiyan understood Lu Wei's implication. Today's wedding banquet costs 5,888 per table. You're just a broke loser. If it weren't for young Master Wei giving you this chance, you'd probably never taste such delicacies in your lifetime. A playful glint flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. Are you sure you want me to join? Zhao Haiyan nodded. We mean it sincerely. Of course, if you're afraid of being looked down upon, you don't have to go. Seeing Zhao Haiyan even resorting to taunts, Yi Xian wore a playful smirk. I fear if I participate, your wedding might not proceed at all. Lu Wei looked at him like he was a complete idiot. Though Kaiyuan Group wasn't the largest corporation in Tianzhou, it still had assets worth tens of millions. What's more, they'd recently latched onto a powerful backer. Their meteoric rise was practically guaranteed. And this punk actually had the nerve to claim he could ruin their wedding banquet arrangements? He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Zhao Haiyan parted her lips, ready to fire back with a sharp retort. But Lu Wei pulled Zhao Haiyan's arm to stop her. Let's have some fun at today's wedding with this backwater bumpkin of an idiot. If I speak too boldly now and scare this kid into running away, how can I have my fun? Chapter 12. Zhao Haiyan understood Lu Wei's intention and fell silent. Lu Wei gave Yi Xian a provocative look. I'll be waiting for you inside. As they walked toward the hall, Lu Wei's eyes betrayed regret. What a pity we couldn't invite Lin Xiaotian and Lin Qingying. Otherwise, that idiot would have been scared to death. Zhao Haiyan looked puzzled. He doesn't seem like an idiot anymore. Lu Wei smirked coldly. Even better if he's not an idiot. This makes the game more interesting. Zhao Haiyan thought it over and realized he was right, immediately breaking into a grin. Young Master Wei, how do you plan to mess with that idiot? Though she knew Yi Xian was no longer a fool, after calling him that for 3 years, Zhao Haiyan had grown used to it. Besides, Zhao Haiyan saw nothing wrong with calling Yi Xian an idiot. The moment Yi Xian stepped into the banquet hall, a mocking voice rang out. Look, isn't that idiot Yi Xian? The speaker was Zhao Jun, Yi Xian's classmate. The two had been rivals at school, but Yi Xian often got the better of Zhao Jun. Harboring resentment, Zhao Jun took pleasure in mocking Yi Xian after he became mentally disabled. Today, upon seeing Yi Xian, Zhao Jun repeated his old tricks. His voice particularly loud, his expression exaggerated beyond measure. Some guests spotted Yi Xian, their eyes flickering with intense disgust. What an idiot! Why did Wei Xiao invite him here? Perhaps Wei Xiao was in a good mood and took pity on this fool, letting him experience high society. I was in a great mood until I saw this moron. Now, I suddenly feel terrible. Yes, if people found out I was sitting at the same table with this idiot for dinner, where would I put my face? Beside Zhao Jun, Wu Cixi sneered with disdain. Thankfully, I reined in before it was too late back then. Otherwise, I'd probably be wishing for death right now. Years ago, Wu Cixi had pursued Yi Xian precisely because she saw how well off his family was. But Yi Xian, sensing Wu Cixi's mercenary nature, had kept his distance. Wu Cixi then got together with Zhao Jun, opposing Yi Xian, speaking ill of him and tarnishing his reputation. After Yi Xian became foolish, Wu Cixi took every opportunity to tell people that Yi Xian had gone mad from failing to win her over. Yi Xian could read between the lines of Wu Cixi's words. but he simply laughed it off. Back then, I never regarded you as worthy, and now is no different. Seeing Yixian ignore her, Wu Cici's expression darkened. What's a fool trying to act so profound for? Zhao Jun tugged Wu Cici's arm while instinctively glancing at Lu Wei. Lu Wei was his superior after all. If they disturbed Lu Wei's matrimonial affairs, he couldn't bear the man's wrath. Yet spotting Lu Wei actually giving him a thumbs up, Zhao Jun grinned with delight. It seems young Master Wei also dislikes this idiot and wants to use my hand to make a fool of him in public. Perking up with malicious gleam in his eyes, Zhao Jun teased, "Hey idiot, I heard you had a girlfriend. Why didn't you bring her today?" Wu Cici shot Zhao Jun an annoyed glance. "Why must you poke at his sore spot? Haven't you heard? Today's bride used to be this idiot's girlfriend. But because this idiot is both poor and stupid, the bride kicked him to the curb." Many guests clearly weren't aware of this situation and started buzzing within like a boiling pot. No wonder a fool would show up here. He must be holding a grudge. This idiot must be making one last desperate attempt to see if the bride would change her mind. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Is he even worthy of Zhao Haiyan? Idiot, get lost already. Don't humiliate yourself further. Wu Cici raised her voice even louder. Back in the day, even I never liked you, let alone the gorgeous Miss Zhao. Zhao Jun winked at Yixian. Idiot, I heard you've never had a job. How about I talk to young Master Wei? I'm sure he needs someone to clean the toilets. Wu Cici tittered with laughter. This idiot probably doesn't even know how to clean toilets properly. Lu Wei and Zhao Haiyan stood to the side, their faces twisted in mocking grins. This was the difference between them. With just a glance from him, others would willingly become his pawns. What could this fool possibly use to compete against him? Yixian's gaze swept over Wu Cici and Zhao Jun, a hint of amusement visible in his eyes. Lu Wei picked up a woman I've been playing with for 3 years, and you're actually happy for him? The venue fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Lu Wei's face began to turn ashen. Zhao Haiyan panicked. Young Master Wei? He never touched me. Lu Wei snapped back to reality, his eyes flashing with a trace of gloom. Zhao Jun pointed at Yixian and sneered. You idiot, stop spouting nonsense, or I'll beat the crap out of you. Yixian frowned and abruptly seized Zhao Jun's pointing finger, twisting it sharply. An agonizing pain shot through Zhao Jun's hand, making him howl like a slaughtered pig. Wu Cici pounced on Yixian like a wild animal. You idiot, let go of my husband. Yixian's eyes bulged wide. Wu Cici felt a sharp sting in her eyes and froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun suddenly kicked viciously toward Yixian's crotch. I'll fucking kill you. Before his foot could reach Yixian, his finger was snapped by Yixian. Zhao Jun let out another cry of pain, clutching his finger as he staggered backward, beads of sweat popping up on his forehead. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Has this idiot been kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare he commit violence at the Liu family's wedding banquet? Once the Liu family gets angry, they'll toss this idiot into the river to feed the turtles. That idiot must be unwilling to have his girlfriend stolen and wants to cause a scene at the wedding banquet. I guarantee the Liu family will dismantle that fool's bones one by one. Amid the crowd, Zilung Shengzhong, Lui, Yi Sung Lung. Fool, are you tired of living? Yixian coldly stared at Lu Wei. Are you even worthy? Lu Wei burst into laughter. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll find out soon enough. It was like a silent command. The Liu family bodyguards, who had been waiting for their cue, immediately closed in from all sides. The onlookers instinctively backed away, avoiding collateral damage while gazing at Yixian as if he were already a dead man. Though the Liu family was just a second-tier clan, killing a fool like him would be like tossing a needle into the ocean. Not even a ripple would rise. This fool dares to make trouble at the Liu family's wedding banquet. He's only lifting a rock to drop it on his own foot. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wei's gaze turned sharp. Yixian, I'll give you one chance now. Kneel down and slap yourself 30 times, then eat all this. I'll settle for just one of your hands. As he spoke, Lu Wei picked up several dishes and emptied them onto the floor, mixing them together with his toes. Soon, the delicious cuisine turned into slop fit for swine. Zhao Haiyan, Zhao Jun, and Wu Sisi watched on with sneering contempt. Yi Xian was no longer a fool, but he surely must have been scared out of his wits by those bodyguards. If he kneels and begs for mercy while eating this pig slop in public, he'll become the laughingstock of all Tianzhou. By then, there'll be no place left in Tianzhou for Yi Xian to stand. To destroy a man, you must first break his spirit, and young Master Wei has perfected this cruel art to its utmost. Among the crowd, some showed pity in their eyes, but far more wore expressions of eager anticipation. Clearly, these people were eager to see what choice Yi Xian would make in this situation. Yi Xian glared coldly at Lu Wei. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lu Wei looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. "Scared now? Ha ha! It's too late for regrets. 2 options. Either kneel down and eat this, or I'll beat you until you do." Chapter 13. As he spoke, Lu Wei's aura grew increasingly menacing. One of the bodyguards kicked at Yi Xian. "The hell, you deaf? Didn't you hear what young Master Wei said?" Zhao Haiyan smiled silently. Having been with Lu Wei for so long, Zhao Haiyan had seen this bodyguard in action. The bodyguard could kick and snap a tree trunk as thick as an arm. Yi Xian's bones were certainly not as tough as that tree trunk. He would definitely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Bang! With a muffled thud, the bodyguard flew out like a cannonball, clutching his leg as he rolled on the ground, howling in pain. The onlookers stood frozen like wooden statues. Fast. So damn satisfying. Nobody saw how Yi Xian made his move, but one bodyguard was already clutching a broken leg. Seeing their companion humiliated, the remaining 6 bodyguards charged forward as one, their eyes burning with vicious intent. Bang, 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 bang. Slap after slap resounded through the air. With each ringing slap, another bodyguard stumbled back, clutching their bruised face. After 6 resounding strikes, not a single soul remained within half a meter of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian stood like a celestial deity descended to earth, radiating divine majesty. The bodyguards, now steady on their feet, exchanged uncertain glances. Yi Xian fought too fiercely. Should they still rush in or not? Lu Wei's hysterical voice rang out. "Whoever lands a punch on this idiot gets 10,000 bucks from me." He never expected that Yi Xian, whom he saw as insignificant as an ant, could fight so well. At this point, it's like riding a tiger, impossible to dismount now. If Yi Xian were allowed to leave, the Lu family would utterly lose face. Hearing Lu Wei's hefty bounty offer, the bodyguard's spirits were instantly uplifted, baring their teeth and claws as they lunged at Yi Xian once more. A sinister glint flashed in Lu Wei's eyes as he grabbed a fruit knife from the dining table, creeping up behind Yi Xian with madness blazing in his gaze. "You fucking think you can fight, huh? You fucking think you're tough, huh? Let's see if you can fight against a blade. Let's see if you'll fucking bleed when I stab you." Everyone witnessed this scene, yet not a single person warned Yi Xian. Though fully aware that Lu Wei's knife thrust would mean white blade in, red blade out, Zhao Haiyan, Zhao Jun, and Wu Sisi's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Slap, 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 slap. 6 more resounding slaps rang out as the 6 bodyguards went flying like cannonballs. Wah, 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 wah. The fallen bodyguards simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, each containing between 1 to several broken teeth. Lu Wei had already charged directly behind Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian completely unaware of his approach, Lu Wei's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The sharp fruit knife plunged viciously toward Yi Xian's kidney as Lu Wei shrieked hysterically, "I'll fucking kill you!" Many female guests screamed in shock, while the more timid covered their eyes, afraid to witness the gruesome scene of Yi Xian's blood splattering across the pavement. Lu Wei's eyes flickered with a vicious, bloodthirsty cruelty. With this slash, Yi Xian would at least be severely injured. The blood-soaked truth will show everyone that the Lu family are nothing but man-eating tigers who leave no bones behind. Just as the knife was about to pierce Yi Xian's kidney, a large hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, seizing Lu Wei's wrist. Lu Wei instinctively glanced at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian's expressionless face, Lu Wei's pupils contracted sharply. No. Before he could finish shouting, a crisp sound of bone snapping echoed. Lu Wei let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. But Lu Wei's nightmare was far from over. Yi Xian slapped Lu Wei across the face, swatting him away like a bothersome fly. Bang! His body went flying into a dining table, knocking the wind out of him from the sheer agony. Everyone's mouths hung wide open. This? Did this idiot just cripple young Master Wei's arm? Is he not afraid the Lu family will dismantle his bones one by one? Zhao Haiyan's face turned deathly pale, her mouth hanging open in a silent gasp, unable to utter a single word. Especially when Yi Xian's gaze landed on her. Zhao Haiyan lost control of her bladder, releasing a foul odor that spread through the hall. Zhao Jun's legs visibly trembled like reeds in the wind. The instant Yi Xian's eyes fell upon him, Zhao Jun collapsed to his knees with a loud thud. Yi Xian's gaze didn't linger on Zhao Jun's face, but swept across the guests one by one. The guests who met Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but lower their heads. Although these people held status and reputation in Tianzhou, they still valued their lives. Only now did Lu Wei snap out of his daze, clutching his arm while pointing at Yi Xian with venomous hatred. "You idiot! You're dead meat." Yi Xian looked at Lu Wei as if he were an idiot. At that very moment, a private room door in the banquet hall opened, and a middle-aged man radiating a violent aura stepped out. Today was his son's grand celebration, and Lu Jiahe not only took it extremely seriously, but also specially reserved a private room to entertain distinguished guests. The private room wasn't soundproof, and every word of Lu Wei and Yi Xian's quarrel had reached Lu Jiahe's ears. Lu Jiahe simply laughed it off. The ant-like troublemaker would merely add some entertainment to this wedding banquet. Lu Jiahe was confident Lu Wei could handle the situation smoothly and even use it to showcase his authority. Yet unexpectedly, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Lu Wei screamed in agony. Lu Jiahe, no longer composed, stormed out of the private room directly. Upon seeing Lu Jiahe, Lu Wei screamed hysterically, "Dad, my hand's broken, kill him!" Lu Jiahe approached Yi Xian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jun scrambled to his feet. "President Lu, this punk is too arrogant. Leaving him unpunished would disgrace the Lu family's reputation." Lu Jiahe was the president of Kaiyuan Group, with a net worth of tens of millions and an extensive network. With him stepping in, Yi Xian would have to coil if he were a dragon and crouch if he were a tiger. Zhao Jun, fearing Lu Jiahe might hesitate, began fanning the flames and stirring up trouble. Lu Jiahe shot Zhao Jun a glare. "Do I need you to teach me how to handle things?" Zhao Jun felt a bone-chilling cold, as if submerged in an icy abyss, and instinctively retreated several steps. Lu Jiahe's gaze once again fell on Yi Xian. "Break both of your arms yourself, then kneel for 3 days and 3 nights at the entrance of Kaiyuan Group. I'll spare your life. My son lost one arm. I'll take both of yours. Kneel at the entrance of Kaiyuan Group for 3 days and nights as interest." Yi Xian stretched comfortably. "Beat the young one, and the old one comes running. How annoying." Zhao Haiyan pointed at Yi Xian. "Dad, this fool doesn't even respect you. Isn't this punishment a bit too light?" Lu Wei's voice pierced everyone's eardrums. "Dad, I want him dead." All eyes turned to Yi Xian, looking at him as if he were already a dead man. Lu Jiahe began toying with the jade thumb ring on his hand. The next second, Lu Jiahe raised his head with disdain. "Out of heaven's mercy for all living things, I originally intended to spare your life. Who'd have thought you'd be in such a rush to meet your death? Since that's the case, I'll oblige you. Iron Tiger, take him away and deal with him. If I hear that bastard is still breathing tomorrow, don't you ever come back." A towering man as solid as an iron pagoda stepped forward. The crowd once again collectively gasped in shock. Tiehu, Lu Jiahe's personal bodyguard, was rumored to be ex-special forces, a man who'd killed before. After discharge, Lu Jiahe had poached him for his private security. This is a ruthless character who can shatter a cobblestone with a single punch. In a confrontation between Yi Xian and Iron Tiger, the only outcome is Yi Xian's bones being shattered inch by inch. Chapter 14. Seeing Iron Tiger about to strike, Zhao Haiyan pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Fool, I know you're filled with resentment, but I'm telling you before, now, and always I'll look down on you and think of you as nothing but a maggot waiting to rot. You want to ruin my wedding to force me back with you? Keep dreaming. Now you'd better hope for your own sake." Tiehu glared skyward. "Will you walk out with me, or should I cripple you and drag you out?" After all, it's young Master Wei's big day. President Liu didn't want to kill someone in front of so many people. "I'll find a deserted place to finish you off. Choose how you want to be taken out." Zhao Jun, ever the troublemaker, chimed in, "This punk's got tough bones. Looks like Iron Master will have to drag him out." A burst of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Though Yi Xian regarded the 7 bodyguards as inconsequential, Iron Tiger was a first-grade Hodian realm martial artist. If this fool chose to be dragged out by Iron Tiger, every bone in his body would undoubtedly be crushed one by one. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the commotion. "This is the Ocean Sky Grand Hotel. Who dares make trouble here?" Everyone turned their heads in unison to see Lin Qingying enter the banquet hall. Both Zhao Haiyan and Wu Sisi couldn't help but flash a hint of jealousy in their eyes. She was practically the pinnacle of Tianzhou's business goddesses. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she also wielded immense power and authority. Compared to Lin Qingying, I'm like a chicken facing a phoenix. A flicker of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Why is she here? Lin Qingying had been accompanying Old Master Lin on an inspection of the hotel when they heard about the disturbance at Haitian Grand Hotel, so she naturally rushed over. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Lin Qingying's eyes flickered with surprise. Why is this bastard here again? The others' gazes shifted back and forth between Lin Qingying and Lu Jia, their expressions clearly anticipating some drama. Recently, Kaiyuan Group has been expanding rapidly, with rumors suggesting its assets are about to surpass 100 million. Yet Lin Qingying is the CEO of Lin Group, and the Lin family ranks among the top 5 prominent families in Tianzhou. There's simply no comparison between the two. Would the Liu family, fearing the Lin family's influence, temporarily spare Yi Xian, or would they disregard the Lin family's warning and strike regardless? They'll probably spare Yi Xian for now. Taihu cast an inquiring glance at Lu Jia. Recognizing his cue, Taihu reined in his imposing aura and stepped aside. Lu Jia then bowed slightly to Lin Qingying. "Greetings, President Lin. I know the Seaview Grand Hotel is owned by the Lin family. But this punk injured my son at your hotel. I merely sought to reclaim what was owed. How could this possibly be considered making trouble?" Many people looked at him with strange expressions. Though Lu Jia spoke politely, his words carried a sting. Could it be that to avenge Liu Wei, he wouldn't even spare Lin Qingying's face? Lin Qingying frowned and demanded, "What's going on here?" Lu Jia's gaze fell on Zhao Haiyan. "You tell us." Zhao Haiyan perked up, seeing this as a golden opportunity to befriend Lin Qingying, and strode directly over to her. Lin Qingying took 2 steps back with undisguised disgust. "What's that smell?" Only then did Zhao Haiyan realize. She wet her pants from terror earlier, and the lingering odor was unmistakable. Her face flushed with alternating shades of pale and ashen. But remembering Lin Qingying's status and position, Zhao Haiyan instinctively took 2 steps back. "Here's what happened. This idiot was chasing after me, but I couldn't stand the sight of him. This idiot wouldn't take no for an answer, barged into the wedding venue making a scene, and even resorted to violence. My father-in-law couldn't stand by and watch, so he tried to teach this idiot a lesson." Lin Qingying's gaze fell upon Yi Xian, her eyes flickering with an odd light. So this bastard caused a scene at the wedding because his girlfriend cheated on him. A worthless bastard who can't let go. In an instant, the slight goodwill she had for Yi Xian vanished completely. Lin Qingying's gaze merely swept past Yi Xian before returning to Lu Jia. "Director Liu, this is the Ocean Sky Grand Hotel." Lu Jia frowned. "Director Lin, the whole story is crystal clear now. Are you siding with this punk?" Lin Qingying nodded firmly. "Exactly. though she disliked Yi Xian. After all, he'd saved her grandfather twice, and in 3 days Yi Xian would be performing the final treatment for her grandfather. At this moment, Yi Xian must not be harmed. Before the Lu family could act upon their anger, Lin Qingying calmly stated, "Release Yi Xian, and today's wedding banquet expenses will be covered by the Sea and Sky Hotel. Additionally, we will compensate Lu Wei with 1 million yuan." Yi Xian caused trouble first and even crippled Lu Wei's arm. He's not in the right here. Lin Qingying proposed these terms to defuse the situation. Lu Jia caught the key point in Lin Qingying's words, and his gaze turned cold. "You know each other?" From the moment Lin Qingying entered until now, no one at the scene had mentioned Yi Xian's name. Yet Lin Qingying knew Yi Xian. Lin Qingying nodded. "We've met a few times." Lu Jia burst into loud laughter. Good. Excellent, this met a few times. "In that case, we'll also break both arms of this punk and compensate him 2 million. President Lin, what do you think?" Lin Qingying's face slightly changed. She had already made the greatest concession possible, and the Lu family was just a second-tier clan in Tianzhou. In the past, they would have seized the opportunity to back down. Why were they being so unyielding today? Yi Xian's lips twitched, but before she could say anything, Lin Qingying glared at Yi Xian. "Shut up." To the Lin family, the Lu family might be insignificant ants, but to this bastard, they were an unstoppable force. This fool forcing himself into the spotlight would only end up humiliating himself. Lu Jia burst into laughter again. "Director Lin, surely you don't think the Lin family can throw its weight around just because you're wealthy?" Lin Qingying exhaled a heavy breath. "Justice lies in the hearts of the people. I don't believe this bastard. No, Yi Xian would cause trouble without reason, but I won't waste time arguing right from wrong. President Lu, this man is under my protection. Name your terms." Zhao Haiyan and the others wore looks of dismay. How the hell does this idiot know Lin Qingying? And why would Lin Qingying go out of her way to support this moron? If the Lu family offends the Lin family by punishing this fool, they won't be able to move an inch in Tianzhou. Lu Jia should be sensible enough to see this and find a way to back down gracefully. Today's wish to finish off this idiot will remain nothing but a moon in the water. Lu Jia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Are you sure about this?" Lin Qingying remained silent, but her resolute gaze conveyed her stance. Lu Jia exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes filled with malice. "What if I insist on taking both his arms?" Lin Qingying frowned. "Is the Lu family daring to oppose our Lin family?" In an instant, the hall was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Some shrewd individuals immediately took several steps back, maintaining a safe distance from both the Lu and Lin families. An arm can't twist a thigh. If the Lu family insists on confronting the Lin family, they'll only end up lifting a rock to smash their own feet. Stay away from the Lu family, so the Lin family will realize we're not aligned with them. Only then can we avoid becoming collateral damage. Lu Jia shook his head. "If possible, I obviously wouldn't want to offend the Lin family. But my son was ruined by that damn kid. If I don't avenge this, how can I call myself a father? Iron Tiger, break both of this kid's arms." Chapter 15. Iron Tiger flashed before Yi Xian, his imposing aura erupting violently. Lin Qingying stepped between them, blocking Iron Tiger. "Let's see who dares lay a hand on him." Tio glanced at Lu Jia once more, seeking his opinion. Lu Jia's expression turned somewhat ugly, but then he exhaled a turbid breath. "Yi Xian, what do you have to say for yourself?" Yi Xian smiled faintly. "The reason I didn't speak up earlier is because this is the Haitian Grand Hotel. I'll give the Lin family this courtesy." Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. Hiding behind a woman is just hiding behind a woman. There's nothing shameful in admitting it. Still bragging to the skies even now? Is that really necessary? Lin Qingying was so furious her chest heaved up and down. "You bastard! I've been defending you with all my heart. How dare you have the audacity to say you're doing the Lin family a favor? Have you even weighed yourself? Since when does the Lin family need favors from you?" But thinking of Yi Xian's kindness to the Lin family, Lin Qingying gritted her teeth and prepared to step forward. Yi Xian, however, wore a solemn expression. Let me handle this. Trust me, all right? Lin Qingying was momentarily dazed. Yi Xian's face was calm and brimming with confidence. Along with that furious roar he'd unleashed while treating his grandfather. Could he truly have the means to confront the Liu family? No, this must be my imagination. This bastard couldn't possibly be a match for the Liu family. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to bypass Lin Qingying. Taihu let out a deafening roar that made the chandeliers in the banquet hall sway momentarily. With a roar, Taihu threw a powerful punch. Taihu knew that if he missed this chance, Lin Qingying would start nagging again. So he put all his strength into this strike. He actually intended to kill Yi Xian with a single punch. The Liu family, Zhao Haiyan, and even Liu Wei all smiled silently. Taihu's punch carried the force of 1,000 caddies. Unless this kid was made of iron, he'd be smashed to an unrecognizable pulp. The Lin family's attempt to intervene had come too late. As the fist closed in, Yi Xian stood frozen like a terrified fool. A fleeting trace of pity flickered through Lin Qingying's eyes. Yet at that very moment, Yi Xian swung his own fist. The moment their fists collided, Taihu's robes billowed without any wind, as if time itself had frozen at that instant. The next second, Taihu's expression suddenly changed. His massive body was sent flying through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering, his arm hanging limp and powerless. Crashing heavily to the ground, Taihu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Yi Xian with a venomous expression. Yi Xian's punch just now had completely shattered his bones into fragments. No physician, no matter how skilled, could possibly mend them now. I'm already a useless person. Lin Qingying's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. This bastard not only has extraordinary medical skills, but also formidable combat abilities. Could it really be like Grandpa said? This kid is a potential dark horse, and fostering good relations with him would bring endless benefits to the Lin family. No. The days when might makes right are long gone. To thrive in this world, you need resources, connections, and money. None can be missing. Though this bastard is strong in combat, as long as you're willing to pay, such men are a dime a dozen. Liu Jiahe's face darkened significantly, while the others' eyes flickered uneasily. They all knew exactly how formidable Taihu's strength was. If Yi Xian's punch had landed on them instead, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yi Xian stared coldly at Liu Jia. Mr. Liu, do you have anything else to say? This entire incident was completely instigated by Liu Wei. Zhao Haiyan might twist black into white, but facts remain facts. But Yi Xian wouldn't waste time on pointless arguments. Fists might not represent absolute truth, but sometimes they can speak louder than words. Straight to the point, radiating domineering aura. Liu Jia's eyes flickered briefly. Lin Qingying offered Liu Jia a way out. Let's meet each other halfway. Let's end matters here today. My offer still stands, but if President Liu insists on being aggressive, the Lin family isn't made of clay either. At this moment, Lin Qingying exhibited the commanding presence of a Lin Group CEO. Liu Jiahe's eyes flashed with coldness. Do you think the Lin family has me cornered? Lin Qingyao shook her head. The Lin family has already gone above and beyond what's required. Moreover, you keep throwing baseless accusations around. Do you really think the Lin family is at your mercy? The sound of footsteps echoed as 20 burly men in martial attire appeared in the banquet hall. Upon seeing the leader, Liu Jia burst into laughter. Vulture, you've finally arrived. Vulture nodded. I came as soon as I got your call. Scanning the crowd, Vulture raised his voice sharply. Which bastard dares to cause trouble at Xiao Wei's wedding? Everyone instinctively shrank their necks as all eyes simultaneously focused on Yi Xian. Lin Qingying's face underwent a dramatic change. Vulture, one of the 4 guardians of the Dragon Hall, highly favored by Zhao Tianlong. He was a figure who could summon 100 followers with a single call in the underworld of Tianzhou City. Although the Lin family is one of the 5 great families of Tianzhou, they are ultimately a business clan and must carefully weigh their options when confronting the Heaven Dragon Hall. It seems the reason the Liu family is acting so boldly today is because they're riding on the vulture's influence. With the Heaven Dragon Hall and the Liu family combined, the Lin family is now at a disadvantage. Liu Jia pointed at Yi Xian. Vulture, I want both of that kid's arms and one of his legs. No problem with that, right? The vulture has arrived. The backer is here. Liu Jia wants to recover every penny with interest. The vulture's fierce gaze landed on Yi Xian. Kid, did you hear Mr. Lin's words? Will you do it yourself, or shall I help you? Liu Jia wouldn't dare to kill in public, but as a formidable figure in Tianzhou's underworld, the vulture would. Yi Xian frowned. Knock one down, and another comes up. How annoying. President Liu, please gather everyone you can find. I'll settle this once and for all. The scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Qingying desperately wanted to crack open Yi Xian's skull to see if it was just filled with mush. Does that bastard not realize that spouting threats in front of vultures will only hasten his death? The vulture was startled for a moment, then erupted into deafening laughter. Good. Very good. Excellent. 20 or so men instantly surrounded Yi Xian, their eyes filled with mockery. They knew, the louder the vulture laughed, the deeper his rage burned within. This brat was definitely going to regret ever being born into this world. Lu Wei struggled to his feet, his face twisted with ferocity. Vulture brother, grab this bastard. I want to deal with him myself. His arm was already crippled. How Yi Xian had dared to lay a finger on him. He'd pay back double. He'd make sure Yi Xian learned what happens when you cross him. The vulture laughed loudly again. As you wish. Yet Yi Xian looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you the Monkey King's clown sent here for laughs? All this pointless chatter, such a waste of my time. The vulture's laughter abruptly ceased, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll oblige. More than 20 burly men stepped forward in unison, their oppressive aura rolling toward Yi Xian. Those standing closer to Yi Xian shuddered involuntarily and hastily retreated several steps, fearing they might be sprayed with flying blood. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. A battle was imminent. At that very moment, an aged voice thundered across the scene. Let me see who dares lay a finger on the son-in-law of my Lin family. Chapter 16. Old Master Lin was aware of the commotion in the banquet hall, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, Lin Qingying had undergone rigorous training during this period and was now fully capable of handling matters independently. He trusted she'd resolve the situation satisfactorily. But waiting left and right, Lin Qingying still hadn't returned, leaving Old Master Lin unable to remain calm. Arriving at the banquet hall, Old Master Lin witnessed this scene and immediately made his presence known. Zhao Haiyan and Wu Sisi stared at Yi Xian with utterly incredulous expressions. This. How did this idiot become the Lin family's son-in-law? A trace of grievance flashed through Lin Qingying's eyes. Grandfather, even if you need to find a reason to stand up for this bastard, there's no need to drag me into it. Despite 100 reluctances in her heart, Lin Qingying knew this wasn't the time to argue. She could only glare fiercely at Yi Xian. The next second, Lin Qingying's chest heaved like bellows. There was actually a faint hint of resistance gleaming in this bastard's eyes. Yes, I saw it right. This bastard was actually resisting. Bastard. If they could marry me, 7 out of 10 playboys in Tianzhou would wake up laughing from their dreams. What right do you have to resist? Yet Lin Qingying suddenly chuckled at her own words. As the CEO of Lin Corporation with countless employees under her command, why was she wasting time quarreling with this rascal? Lu Jia's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Though Lin Qingying is the president of a Lin group, she's still young and can't truly represent the entire Lin family. But Old Master Lin certainly can. The next instant, a sharp gleam flashed across Lu Jia's eyes. Old Master, even if Yi Xian is your son-in-law, principles must come before personal relations. Are you certain you want to cling to your seniority, shielding this scoundrel who assaulted others? Everyone's ears buzzed from the deafening words. Had Lu Jia gone mad upon seeing no hope for revenge? Otherwise, how could he dare accuse Elder Lin of presuming on his seniority? Old Master Lin's expression darkened slightly. All of you ganging up on one man. Was Yi Xian supposed to just stand there and be killed? How can this be called assault and battery? Lu Jiahe sneered coldly. Right and wrong speak for themselves. You've no right to poke your nose in here. Damn! Many in the audience silently cursed under their breaths. Not only had Lu Jiahe gone mad, but he'd also grown the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. How dare he accuse old Master Lin of being meddlesome? Otherwise, where would he have gotten the audacity or the nerve to challenge old Master Lin? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Jiahe stepped forward. Old Master, although the Lin family is powerful, our Lu family is no pushover either, because our Lu family has gained the support of the Wei family. The venue erupted in a frenzy of murmurs and discussions. The Wei family ranks among the top 5 noble families in Tianzhou, though second in ranking. Their strength is easily on par with the Lin family. The Lu family has the backing of the Wei family, plus the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Their strength has already surpassed the Lin families. No wonder the Lu family dares to be so arrogant. Old Master Lin and Lin Qingying's expressions turned extremely grim. Over the years, the Lin and Wei families have been locked in open and covert struggles, with wins and losses on both sides, neither gaining the upper hand. The Lu family sought favor with the Wei family. This much was clear. This time, acting so forcefully was meant to bring the conflict between the two families into the open. With the Wei family combined with Tianlong Tang, the Lin family was already at a disadvantage. But if they backed down now, it would mean admitting in front of everyone that the Lin family was no match for the Weiss. Their reputation would be ruined. Moreover, Yi Xian's kindness to the Lin family was as great as giving them a new lease on life. Noticing the expressions on old Master Lin and Lin Qingying's faces, Lu Jiahe stepped forward. Old Lin, what else do you have to say for yourself? All eyes were fixed on old Master Lin. Old Master Lin's face cycled between shades of green and white. After a long pause, a gleam of sharp light flashed in old Master Lin's eyes. Yi Xian is my grandson-in-law. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xiaodian would actually risk the entire Lin family to protect Yi Xian? Yi Xian rubbed his nose sheepishly. Old Master, I appreciate the kindness. Zhao Haiyan, Wu Sisi, Lu Wei, and others muttered curses under their breath. What an idiot. The Lu family had already shown their hand. For Yi Xian, relying on the Lin family was his only option. There was no alternative path. Acting like a big shot at this critical moment would only speed up his downfall. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed as Li Huichun appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Old Mr. Lin's eyes flashed with astonishment. Why is he here? The Lu family burst into laughter. Though the alliance between the Wei and Lu families was kept secret, nothing hidden under the sun remains unknown forever. Li Huichun, as the foremost figure in Tianzhou's traditional Chinese medicine community, must have learned of this news and sought to ingratiate himself with the Lu family through Lu Wei's wedding banquet. Otherwise, why would Li Huichun appear at the wedding venue? The next second, Lu Jiahe enthusiastically approached Li Huichun with a warm smile. Dr. Li, your presence at Xiao Wei's wedding is truly an honor, an immense honor indeed. Li Huichun frowned slightly. Who are you, and who exactly is this Xiao Wei? Lu Jiahe's smile instantly froze on his face. Li Huichun paid no further attention to Lu Jiahe. After nodding to Elder Lin and Lin Qingying, he called out, Who is Yi Xian? All eyes turned to Yi Xian. Li Huichun actually came for Yi Xian? What skills could this idiot possibly have to attract Li Huichun's attention? A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Qingying's eyes. Li Huichun had actually come expressly for Yi Xian. With Li Huichun's status and position, a single phone call would have sufficed to summon Yi Xian. So why did he come in person? Upon confirming Yi Xian's identity, Li Huichun walked over excitedly. Brother Yi, everyone present, including old Master Lin and Lin Qingying, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Brother Yi? Li Huichun actually addressed this fool as brother. Never mind that Li Huichun was already 66 years old. Given his reputation as Qianzhou's foremost master of traditional medicine, how many people in this world were truly worthy of being called his brother? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You are. Li Huichun suddenly realized his impropriety and gave Yi Xian a half bow. This old man is Li Huichun, master of the Huichun Hall. The crowd was astonished once more. This was the ceremonial bow of a junior master. Was it necessary for Li Huichun to show such deference to an idiot? Lin Qingying's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an entire egg. Old Master Lin, however, smiled knowingly with satisfaction. Lu Jiahe's face darkened as if water could drip from it. Li Huichun didn't belong to any prominent family, yet in Tianzhou, he was someone whose call could summon 100 responses. With him showing such courtesy toward Yi Xian, combined with the deliberate protection from Old Master Lin, it seemed impossible to lay a finger on Yi Xian today. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Hello. Without waiting for Li Huichun to reply, Yi Xian continued. Divine Physician Li, I have some matters to attend to. Li Huichun said eagerly. Brother Yi, I came this time to invite you to visit the Huichun Hall for a chat. He was dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese medicine, but that didn't make him a fool. Seeing more than 20 people, including the vulture, surrounding Yi Xian, while the Lu family watched with hostility, he naturally understood the situation. Although he didn't know who the Lu family was, he knew that with the weight of the name Li Huichun, whoever he wanted to take away, no one would dare to oppose. Before Yi Xian could refuse, Li Huichun's gaze swept over the vulture and Lu Jia. Gentlemen, any objections? Lu Jia and the vulture exchanged a glance, both detecting a hint of reluctance in each other's eyes. Li Huichun was firmly supporting Yi Xian. Should they give him this face? Old Mr. Lin and Lin Qingying let out a sigh of relief. With the Lin family plus Li Huichun, even if the Lu family has the backing of the Wei family and the Dragon Hall, they'll have to reconsider their position. Yi Xian will be fine. At that very moment, a piercing telephone ringtone erupted. The vulture walked aside to answer the call. 30 seconds later, the vulture returned to the scene, laughing heartily. Master Zhao is coming to Lu Wei's wedding. Chapter 17. Master Zhao was none other than Zhao Tianlong, the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Though the vulture was one of the 4 guardian kings of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, his stature was less than a tenth of Zhao Tianlong's. Zhao Tianlong's personal attendance at Lu Wei's wedding was proof enough of his close ties with the Lu family. Once again, events were taking an unpredictable turn. Old Man Lin and Li Huichun exchanged glances, seeing gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Lu Jia looked at Li Huichun with an apologetic expression. Divine Physician Li, by all reasoning, I should give you this favor. But when Master Zhao arrives and sees Xiao Wei severely injured, he will surely fly into a thunderous rage. If I let this punk leave with you, it'll be hard for me to explain to Master Zhao. What do you think? Li Huichun's complexion turned somewhat unpleasant. Lu Jia, however, winked at the Old Master Lin. Old Master, you surely don't think I'm wrong, do you? Old Master Lin's face flickered between gloom and uncertainty. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingying pulled Yi Xian aside. Hyun, no, Yi Xian, there are security guards at the Ocean Sky Hotel. I've already sent for them to come. When the fight starts, take the chance to escape in the chaos. With Zhao Tianlong arriving personally, there was no longer any room for maneuver in this situation. The only way is to make Yi Xian leave for now and try later to smooth things over. Yi Xian looked at her with amusement. Are you worried about me? Lin Qingying glared at him. I'm worried you'll die before you can cure my grandfather. Stretching comfortably, Yi Xian declared, Relax. If I don't want to die, no one in this world can kill me. Lin Qingying panted heavily, her breath coming in ragged gasps. This bastard still dares to speak so shamelessly at this point. Observing Lin Qingying whispering secretly with Yi Xian, Zhao Haiyan's eyes flashed with intense disdain. Even this goddess of Tianzhou's business world, a woman at the absolute pinnacle, could have moments when her brain rusted shut. What kind of time is this? And you still want to protect this idiot? Wu Cixi and Zhao Jun exchanged glances, a flicker of anticipation flashing in their eyes. Zhao Tianlong was the king of Tianzhou's underworld, with immense connections and a ruthless heart. How would he deal with this fool? A hearty laugh rang out. Joy puts heart into a man. On such a happy occasion, how could we not celebrate? The vulture's eyes lit up as he quickly strode toward Zhao Tianlong, who had just entered the banquet hall. Master Zhao, you've come. Zhao Tianlong nodded. I happen to have no other engagements, and considering your worthy service, I made a special trip to support you. Returning to Tianlong Hall, after absorbing the medicinal power of the small returning pill, Zhao Tianlong not only completely recovered from his chronic illness, but also broke through to the third rank of the Hotian realm. In high spirits, Zhao Tianlong was naturally filled with gratitude toward Yixian. While instructing his subordinates to prepare lavish gifts, Zhao Tianlong felt such joyous news deserved a grand celebration. He directly brought his underlings to the Ocean Sky Grand Hotel. Seeing the wedding banner at the entrance, Zhao Tianlong recalled the vulture mentioning the invitation to Lu Wei's wedding. Zhao Tianlong naturally wouldn't regard the Lu family as worth his consideration. However, in high spirits today, and recalling how the Lu family paid hefty protection fees to Vulture annually, Zhao Tianlong directly dialed Vulture's number. Although Zhao Tianlong wouldn't dine here, his mere appearance alone was already giving the Lu family immense face. Most people gazed at Lu Wei and Zhao Haiyan with envious, jealous, and resentful expressions. This was none other than the leader of Tianlong Hall. With his attendance, this wedding would transform into a legendary ceremony of the century. These two can brag about this for the rest of their lives. Lu Jiahe was overjoyed, eagerly stepping forward with flattery toward Zhao Tianlong. Thank you, Master Zhao. The news of Zhao Tianlong attending the wedding was bound to reach the Wei family's ears. Once the Wei family witnessed the Lu family's influence, they would surely offer the Lius even greater benefits. And this is all because of the vulture. The 3 million in protection money paid to the vulture every year wasn't wasted. Zhao Haiyan and Lu Wei, clutching his broken hand, followed behind Lu Jiahe, unintentionally blocking Yixian in the process. Zhao Tianlong ignored Lu Jiahe, his gaze instead landing on old Master Lin. Master Lin, so you've come too? The Lu family was utterly insignificant, and if not for his exceptionally good mood today and out of respect for the face of Condor, he wouldn't have even given them a second glance. Lin Xiaotian, however, was the head of the Lin family, so Zhao Tianlong naturally had to greet him. Before Lin Xiaotian could say anything, Zhao Tianlong's gaze fell upon Lu Wei. So you're the groom? How did you get injured? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lu Wei's eyes. Beat up by a damn idiot. Zhao Tianlong frowned. In an instant, the temperature in the banquet hall dropped several degrees. Those closest to Zhao Tianlong, bald Eagle Lu and his group, shuddered uncontrollably. But instead of alarm, these men reacted with delight. Old Master Zhao is furious, and the consequences will be severe. Yixian, let's see if you can survive this time. Zhao Tianlong's gaze towards the vulture carried a trace of chilling intent. Were you present when Lu Wei was beaten? Beads of sweat broke out on the vulture's forehead. I arrived later, but I know the Lu family is under the protection of our Dragon Hall. Hurting Lu Wei is a direct insult to the Dragon Hall. I was ready to handle it, but old Master Lin and Divine Physician Li wouldn't let me. Lu Wei's face twisted with venomous resentment. Not only did he refuse, but he even dared to say the Dragon Hall was nothing more than dog shit. Lu Jia's heart skipped a beat as he slapped Lu Wei across the face. Shut the hell up, he roared. Zhao Tianlong is the master of Tianlong Hall, not some idiot. With his discerning eye, how could he possibly fail to recognize that old man Lin and Li Huichun would never say such things? Lu Wei provoking hatred like this would only enrage Zhao Tianlong. With Zhao Tianlong's anger unleashed, even the Wei family wouldn't be able to protect Lu Wei. Lu Wei, covering his face, looked aggrieved. Dad. Lu Jiahe glared fiercely at Lu Wei, making him swallow his words, then put on an ingratiating expression. Xiao Wei is young and reckless, but Zhao Yi is magnanimous. Zhao Tianlong's expression softened slightly as he turned to Old Man Lin. Old Lin, care to explain? Old Man Lin let out a heavy breath. Zhao Yi, there's been a misunderstanding. As the head of the Lin family, Old Master Lin was a figure whose call commanded immediate response. But one being in business while the other was involved in underworld affairs made them incomparable. If Zhao Tianlong chose to make a scene and persistently disrupted Lin Corporation's operations, the company would inevitably have to shut down eventually. Precisely because he knew Zhao Tianlong had the upper hand over him, Old Master Lin chose to bow his head and explain himself. Zhao Tianlong sneered coldly. I don't care about any misunderstandings. Laying hands on someone under our Dragon Hall's protection means you are disrespecting me. But today I'm in a good mood. Hand over the one who hurt our man, and I'll skin him alive. The Lin family will host an apology banquet, and I'll let this matter drop. As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong's aura continued to rise. The Tianlong gang operated in the underworld, with protection fees being their primary source of income. As the saying goes, take money, solve troubles. If those under their protection got hurt while the Tianlong gang stood idly by, who would ever seek their protection again? This is no longer just about standing up for the Liu family. It's about the reputation of the Heavenly Dragon Guild. Witnessing Zhao Tianlong's aggressive stance, the vast majority of people were too intimidated to speak. Lin Qingying and Old Master Lin sighed inwardly, their eyes flickering with faint despair. If Zhao Tianlong became enraged, even with the full might of the Lin family, they might not be able to protect Yi Xian. What should I do? Yi Xian, who had remained silent all this while, watched Zhao Tianlong's domineering display and somehow recalled the scene of Zhao Tianlong kneeling in gratitude. Bursting out, he couldn't help but laugh. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Zhao Tianlong is about to skin you alive, and you still have a nerve to laugh? Chapter 18. Zhao Tianlong's body shuddered as beads of sweat densely formed on his forehead. Though a second-rank late-stage martial artist couldn't achieve perfect auditory recall, he had just walked through the valley of death today. Thus Zhao Tianlong had firmly committed Yi Xian's voice to memory. How did Yi Xian appear here? Damn it, I was just thinking how a single pill not only heal my old injury, but also help me break through. I should really curry favor with Yi Xian. If Yi Xian finds out I've been bullying others with my power, will he lose all goodwill toward me? Lu Wei misinterpreted Zhao Tianlong's meaning and pointed at Yi Xian. You little bastard, are you scared, stupid? Zhao Haiyan nodded in agreement. You've made old Zhao break out in a cold sweat. Do you have a death wish? Lu Jiahe let out a heavy sigh. It seems, with the Lin family backing him, this kid doesn't take Master Zhao seriously at all. Zhao Tianlong's mind raced with thoughts. I must never leave a bad impression in Yi Xian's heart. I just spoke too boldly. How can I save face now? Li Huichun, who had been standing there silently all along, finally couldn't hold back when he saw the Liu family verbally attacking Yi Xian. Let this old man say a few words. The Liu family and other guests looked at Li Huichun as if he were an idiot. You may be a divine doctor, sure, but can't you see Master Zhao is already furious? Aren't you afraid troubles come from the mouth? Zhao Tianlong, however, clung to this lifeline like a drowning man. The miracle Dr. Li from Huichun Hall was there too. Tell them. Li Huichun said, I arrived later myself. But when I got there, what I saw were Liu family members encircling Brother Yi, trying to kill him. There must be some misunderstanding. Master Zhao is a reasonable man. Shouldn't we clarify the situation first? Most people's eyes gleamed with faint amusement. If Zhao Tianlong were truly reasonable, how could he have become the leader of the Tianlong society? Though you bear the title of Divine Doctor, how could Master Zhao possibly heed your words when he's determined to assert his authority? Zhao Tianlong cupped his hands toward Li Huichun. If old Master Lin says so, and now Dr. Li says the same, could there really be a misunderstanding? Li Wei, Lu Jiahe, and Zhao Haiyan stood there dumbfounded. With just that one remark from Li Huichun, his stance actually wavered. Are you still the domineering and ruthless boss Zhao we know? Especially Zhao Haiyan, gritting her teeth, raised her voice and declared, Master Zhao, this is absolutely not a misunderstanding. If Zhao Tianlong wavered, that idiot Yi Xian would get off scot-free. Zhao Haiyan absolutely refused to let that happen. Seeing this as a prime opportunity to prove herself in front of the Lu family, she stepped forward bravely. Zhao Tianlong's icy gaze locked onto Zhao Haiyan. Explain. Half a lie and I'll kill you. Zhao Haiyan suddenly felt like being stared down by a rabid wolf. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, her bladder tightening again. Catching the pungent odor, Zhao Tianlong's gaze sharpened. Speak now. The booming command felt like thunderclaps in Zhao Haiyan's ears. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. It was like this. At this moment, Zhao Haiyan was frozen with fear and spilled everything that had happened exactly as it was. The vulture chuckled coldly, his eyes flickering with thick disdain. Li Huichun was the foremost figure in Tianzhou's traditional Chinese medicine circle. And since the Celestial Dragon Hall operated in the underworld, its members inevitably sustained injuries now and then. Zhao Tianlong only put on a show of politeness to avoid offending Li Huichun's dignity. Even if he knew the truth, Zhao Tianlong would still find a reason to deal with Yi Xian. Yi Xian can't escape his fate. As that thought flashed through his mind, the vulture saw a palm rapidly enlarging before his eyes. His brain instantly short-circuited. Is Boss Zhao so furious he's lost his mind, actually hitting me? Zhao Tianlong slapped the vulture away with a backhand, his eyes burning with fury. I never imagined you'd dare to distort the truth like this. Only then did the vulture realize Zhao Tianlong wasn't confused by anger, but utterly lucid. He flipped over and prostrated himself, kowtowing like pounding garlic. Terror drove him to such desperation that after just 2 kowtows, blood streamed down his forehead, yet the vulture remained utterly heedless of the pain. Lu Jiahe's jaw hung slack, but not a single word could escape his gaping mouth. Li Huichun and Old Man Lin exchanged a glance, visibly relieved. It seems Zhao Tianlong isn't as unreasonable as rumor has it. Zhao Tianlong's icy gaze fell upon Lu Jiahe. President Lu, while the Tianlong Hall has accepted your protection fees, it only protects you when you're in danger. You fucking ride on the Dragon Hall's coattails to act like a tyrant. Do you treat our Dragon Hall as a blade in your hand? Li Huichun stepped forward to give Zhao Tianlong a way out. Zhao Tianlong's accusation against the Lu family was actually meant for Yi Xian's ears. Lu Jiahe's scalp tingled with fear, his legs visibly trembling like reeds in the wind. The next second, Lu Jiahe buried his head in his chest. I'm sorry. Zhao Tianlong's expression softened slightly. Death may be pardoned, but punishment cannot be avoided. What are you still standing here for? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner. The guests at the scene snapped out of their daze and fled the banquet hall, as if their lives depended on it. Without guests, the wedding naturally couldn't proceed. Yi Xian didn't expect Zhao Tianlong to fulfill his promise on his behalf. Secretly delighted. A fleeting trace of malice flashed in the depths of Lu Jiahe's eyes. But when he looked up, he merely cupped his hands toward Zhao Tianlong and tugged at Lu Wei to leave. Zhao Tianlong is too powerful. The only way is to endure this humiliation first, and see if we can get the Wei family to help us reclaim our dignity. Lu Wei pointed at Yi Xian with resentment, shouting, Moron! Today was your lucky day. I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait. If it weren't for this idiot, she would currently be receiving toasts from all the distinguished guests in glorious fashion. Because of this idiot, not only did she lose an arm, but was also nailed to the pillar of shame. There's no way she could swallow this anger without getting this idiot killed. Yi Xian frowned slightly and flicked his finger, releasing a surge of true qi that pierced Lu Wei's waist. You're the lucky one. If you don't know when to stop, one day you'll be kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness. Zhao Tianlong completely ignored Yi Xian, merely cupping his hands toward Li Huichun and Old Master Lin. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. After such an incident, Zhao Tianlong naturally couldn't face Yi Xian with dignity. But Zhao Tianlong resolved that once he had gathered lavish gifts, he would personally visit Yi Xian to explain himself. Lin Qingying let out a long sigh. Who? I mean, Yixian, your luck is truly unbelievable. When Zhao Tianlong threatened to skin Yixian alive, Lin Qingying's heart leaped in her throat. Yet unexpectedly, Li Huichun stepped forward and Zhao Tianlong, constrained by Li's reputation, actually investigated the truth. Meanwhile, old Master Lin wore a knowing smile at the corner of his lips. Zhao Tianlong's change in attitude was too abrupt. This matter was far from simple. Yet, despite sensing something amiss, old Master Lin chose not to confront it in front of Li Huichun. With respectful deference, Li Huichun gazed at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, if you have the time, perhaps we could retire to my humble clinic for a conversation. Yi Xian, touched by Li Huichun's sense of justice and fully aware of his intentions, was about to agree. At that moment, a sharp ringing telephone sound pierced the air. Yi Xian picked up the call. Hearing the panicked voice of Yi Chenglong on the phone, a violent aura radiated from Yi Xian. What? Mom's been kidnapped. Chapter 19. Yi Chenglong's voice grew even more urgent. Xiao Xian, don't act rashly. I've already called the police. We should get news soon. But I was worried you might be in danger, so I called specifically to warn you. Yi Xian forcibly suppressed his murderous impulse. Dad, I'll be careful. Seeing Yi Xian hang up, Li Huichun's eyes flashed with severity. Brother Yi, I still have some connections in my network. These scoundrels dare to kidnap your mother. I'll make sure they rot in prison forever. Old Master Lin's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Yi Xian, stay calm for now. I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate this matter. Yi Xian struggled to compose himself. Thank you both. Find out exactly who did this, and tell me. I'll handle it personally. His parents had worked tirelessly to raise him, yet never enjoyed a single day of good fortune. For 3 years of feigned idiocy, his parents endured countless disdainful looks and swallowed innumerable humiliations on his behalf. His mother had even cried herself blind from worry over him. Now that he had regained his faculties and was ready to repay his parents, fate confronted him with this cruel twist. Dare to touch a dragon's reverse scale, and death becomes your instant companion. Parents are my reverse scale. Although Yi Xian's voice wasn't loud, Li Huichun and old Master Lin shuddered uncontrollably. Only then did Yi Xian realize that Dragon King's chi had already awakened within him. He'd reached the first level of the Dragon King's art. The unintentional pressure he emanated was something ordinary people simply couldn't withstand. Feeling the pressure lift, Li Huichun and old Master Lin breathed a sigh of relief, yet a trace of shock flickered in their eyes. Both knew that even if the city's top leader were furious, they wouldn't feel suffocated like this. How did Yi Xian do it? Though such thoughts raced through their minds, they both understood that saving lives was as urgent as quenching a fire. Without hesitation, they stepped aside to make their calls. Looking at Yi Xian standing there all alone, Lin Qingying let out a quiet sigh. He saved my grandfather twice, incapacitated Iron Tiger with a single punch, and didn't flinch when facing the vulture. Even when Zhao Tianlong appeared, this bastard didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Li Huichun treated this bastard with utmost respect, and grandfather even intentionally sought his friendship. Is this really the same beggarly fool? At times, this bastard seems as awe-inspiring and inviolable as a celestial god. Yet other times he appears foolish and dull-witted. Which one is his true nature? Now this bastard remains silent, clearly worried about his mother's safety. A strange sense of pity welled up in her heart as Lin Qingying approached Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't worry. Annie will be all right. Yi Xian nodded, but just as he was about to speak, a shrill phone ringtone pierced the air. The call connected, and Tiger's arrogant voice boomed from the other end. Idiot, now you know what I'm capable of, don't you? Yi Xian's pupils constricted sharply. It's you. Indeed, it's me. You injured me and still dare to bite my finger. Damn, you're really something. Tiger's voice grew more and more arrogant. Right now, your mother is in my hands. If you don't want your mother to suffer, get to the abandoned factory in the south of the city now. Remember, you must come alone. If I see a second person, I'll kill your mother immediately. Yi Xian's fists clenched audibly. I'm coming right now. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian prepared to leave. Li Huichun stopped Yi Xian. Brother Yi, let me find some people to go with you. Old Master Lin also warned Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this is a trap. If you must go, at least wait until the elite fighters of my Lin family arrive. Yi Xian shook his head. I appreciate your kindness. They said if I bring anyone, they'll kill my mother immediately. So I'll go alone. No one follow me. While Elder Lin and Li Huichun were still trying to speak, Yi Xian had already left the banquet hall. Though he'd been suppressing it all along, Yi Xian's fists were clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms without him realizing. Detecting a sudden fragrant breeze behind him, Yi Xian frowned. Turning sharply around, Yi Xian demanded, I said I'd handle this myself. Why are you following me? Lin Qingying's pupils contracted. What kind of gaze was this? Crimson, carrying both anxiety and a trace of brutality. Like a starving wolf that hasn't eaten for days. But Lin Qingying cried out, that abandoned factory in the southern suburbs is completely deserted. They're luring you there because they want to kill you. Yi Xian lifted his head to stare at the ceiling. So what? Lin Qingying panted heavily. Even if you're not afraid, how do you plan to get there? By taxi or by walking there on foot? Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Lin Qingying's anger gradually subsided. I'll drive you there. Old Master Lin feared Yi Xian might not return, yet he couldn't bring himself to oppose him. That's why Lin Qingying used it as an excuse to follow Yi Xian while keeping in touch with the Lin family's experts at all times. An abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. Seeing brother who arrogantly hang up the phone, Lu Hongyu, bound tightly, had already cried her eyes out. Brother who? My Xiao Xian was too young and offended you. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Take your anger out on me instead. Just don't hurt Xiao Xian. I'll do anything you ask. At this point, Lu Hongyu seemed to remember something suddenly. Ah, that's right. We'll hand over the convenience store to you immediately, right now. Just spare Xiao Xian, please. Tiger sneered. You damned old hag. Kill that idiot, and the shop will still be mine. Just as Lu Hongyu was about to speak again, the blonde thug slapped her across the face. Shut up, blind old woman. One more word, and I'll end you. Though her face was swollen and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, Lu Hongyu continued to plead pitifully. A burly middle-aged man who'd been sitting there the whole time frowned. Too noisy. Though it was just 2 words, Tiger and the blonde delinquent visibly shuddered. The blonde hastily removed his stinking sock and stuffed it into Lu Hongyu's mouth. Though unable to speak, Lu Hongyu whimpered through the gag, his face pleading. The burly middle-aged man glared fiercely at brother Hu. Wang Hu, why didn't you mention my name just now? Though directly called by name, Wang Hu sported an ingratiating smile. I was afraid that idiot would be too scared to show up if he knew Boss Han was here. Han Tianba, one of the 4 Vajras of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, had a reputation equal to that of the Vulture. Yet he was even more ruthless, vicious, and savage than the Vulture. One of my favorite things to do is severing the tendons in someone's limbs and watching them wail helplessly as they become crippled. Upon discovering Wang Hu's fingers had been snapped, Han Tianba led his men to demand answers with fury. At that time, Yi Qinglong was busy pulling strings everywhere, trying to broker peace and beg brother Hu for forgiveness, unaware of events at the grocery store. Han Tianba had Lu Hongyu dragged here without hesitation. According to Han Tianba, that idiot Yi Xian must have fled out of fear of retaliation. We must capture that idiot's mother to force him out of hiding. When the time comes, this abandoned factory will become that bastard's burial ground. Only then can we remind the world that Han Tianba remains a wolf that devours people without spitting out the bones. From now on, everyone in Tianzhou will have to steer clear when they see me. Han Tianba's expression softened slightly after Wang Hu delivered that carefully calculated flattery. Do you think that kid will show up? Chapter 20. Wang Hu hesitated for a moment. If he knew you were here, Boss Han, he'd never dare come. But if it's just my word, I think he'll definitely come. Han Tianba laughed heartily. Wang Hu, you're getting better at talking. When there's a chance, I'll recommend you to Master Zhao. Wang Hu knelt down excitedly. Thank you for your guidance, Master Han. Zhao Tianlong was the king of the underground world in Tianzhou, the boss of Han Tianba. If I could catch Zhao Tianlong's eye. I might even become the fifth diamond enforcer. The next second, Wang Hu suddenly seemed to remember something and cautiously reminded Han Tianba, "Boss Han, that kid has some real skills, and there are only 3 of us." Han Tianba's eyes flashed with mockery. "No matter how good a fighter you are, can you defeat a second-grade Hotian expert? Naturally not." Wang Hu instinctively responded, then seemed to realize something. Master Han's strength is actually this formidable? Han Tianba threw back his head and laughed heartily. Listening to Han Tianba and Wang Hu's conversation, Lu Hongyu's eyes showed determination. "Xiao Xian, don't come. You absolutely mustn't come. Mom didn't take good care of you, letting you live like a fool for 3 years. Half of my body's already in the grave. I'm not afraid to die. If you die, how am I supposed to keep living?" 1 kilometer from the factory, seeing Lin Qingying ignore his warnings and continue forward, Yi Xian yanked the steering wheel. "I told you to stop." Lin Qingying had no choice but to stop the car, her expression turning serious. "Yi Xian, listen to me. The Lin family's experts are on their way. Don't let your anger get the better of you. Only when the Lin family's experts arrive can we rescue Annie. Otherwise, you'd just be throwing your life away." Yi Xian was in such a frantic state that he wouldn't listen to Lin Qingying's dissuasion. Knowing Lin Qingying's intentions were good, Yi Xian didn't argue, but simply tapped her with a finger. Lin Qingying collapsed weakly into the seat as Yi Xian stepped out of the car. Only after Yi Xian's figure disappeared from sight did strength gradually return to Lin Qingying's body. Taking out her phone to call the Lin family's elite guards, she realized they wouldn't arrive for at least 20 more minutes. Her hand went limp, and the phone slipped from her grasp. In the factory, Han Tianba's impatience grew visibly. Wang Hu also showed a flicker of doubt. What if that idiot doesn't dare show up? Han Tianba exhaled sharply. Let go of that blind old woman. Let her tell that dumbass herself. Wang Hu called that idiot, but he wouldn't come. A mother's heart is forever tied to her child. That idiot will definitely show up. Wang Hu burst into laughter and gave Han Tianba a thumbs up. Brilliant move, Boss Han. With those words, Wang Hu approached Lu Hongyu and pulled the foul sock from her mouth. Blind old hag, call your son. Lu Hongyu struggled to kneel on the ground. Master Han, brother Hu, I beg you. I'm Xiao Xian's mother. If you've got any grievances, vent them on me. Please, I'm begging you to spare Xiao Xian. Wang Hu frowned and grabbed Lu Hongyu's hair, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Shut up, you blind old hag, he snarled. Call that idiot right now. Lu Hongyu shut her mouth, but her face was full of pleading. Wang Hu flushed with anger and slapped Lu Hongyu across the face. Damn it, I told you to make the call. Did you hear me or not? Lu Hongyu, struck by the slap, tumbled to the ground but clenched her teeth tightly. The yellow-haired thug approached with a sinister grin. Tiger brother, make the call. That idiot will panic when he hears the blind old woman screams. Wang Hu roared with laughter as he pulled out his phone and dialed Yi Xian's number. The call hadn't even connected yet when a voice utterly seething with rage exploded. You bastard! Wang Hu and Huang Mao felt a chill run down their spines. As if synchronized, they turned their heads to see Yi Xian approaching with a face as dark as storm clouds. Han Tianba also spotted Yi Xian, but only responded with a sinister, mocking chuckle. Rage. Uncontrollable rage. 3 grown men actually dared to bully my visually impaired mother. Mother's face is swollen, and there's blood at the corner of her mouth. Before I arrived, Mother must have suffered inhuman abuse. Never before had Yi Xian felt such an overwhelming desire to kill as he did at this very moment. Though Lu Hongyu couldn't see, she recognized Yi Xian's voice. She immediately began screaming hysterically, Xiao Xian, don't go, run away now. Her voice was as wretched and piercing as a child's nighttime wailing. Tears of blood seeped from Lu Hongyu's eyes out of worry for Yi Xian. All her pent-up negative emotions erupted at this moment, causing Lu Hongyu's eyes to roll back as she fainted. Wang Hu let out a sinister laugh. Dumbass, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Weren't you arrogant enough to snap off one of my fingers in front of so many people? Now I'll snap one of this blind old hag's fingers too. Let's see what you can do to me." As he spoke, Wang Hu roughly lifted Lu Hongyu up and seized one of her fingers. Boom! Yi Xian's mind exploded at that moment, his hair standing on end. A savage aura erupted from his body as he roared hoarsely. "How dare you!" The two words struck like peals of thunder. Wang Hu felt an overwhelming aura of pressure engulf him, freezing his movements. In that brief moment of hesitation, Yi Xian had already closed the distance. Before Wang Hu could react, he was sent flying like a cannonball. Wang Hu, suspended midair, felt every bone in his body crack violently as each snapped into multiple fragments. Han Tianba's expression finally changed sharply. He rose abruptly with a fierce glint in his eyes. "You're courting death, kid?" Clearly, Han Tianba hadn't anticipated Yi Xian striking so swiftly, with thunderous speed that left no room for reaction. He had already reduced Wang Hu to a critically injured state. Feeling utterly humiliated, a frenzied surge of murderous intent flooded Han Tianba's heart. Yi Xian ignored Han Tianba's ferocious expression, anxiously examining Lu Hongyu's body instead. Fortunately, these were just minor flesh wounds. The unconsciousness was merely due to extreme exhaustion. She'd recover after a few days of rest. Seeing Yi Xian disregard him completely, Han Tianba's mouth twitched. "Kid, aren't you afraid of death?" Yi Xian adjusted Lu Hongyu's position, making her lie more comfortably before slowly turning around. However, a strange crimson flickered in Yi Xian's eyes at that moment. "You're the one seeking death." Not only was Lu Hongyu over 50 years old, but she also suffered from my disease. There's an unspoken rule in the underworld: never involve family members in disputes. But Han Tianba allowed Wang Hu and Blondie to torture Lu Hongyu. His actions were utterly despicable. If we don't shatter his bones, how can we justify his atrocities? Blondie suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. "You damned idiot with Master Han here. How dare you act so insolent? Do you believe Master Han won't bury you alive?" Yi Xian's martial prowess was decent, so knocking Wang Hu flying wasn't particularly strange. But Han Tianba was a second-grade Hodian realm expert who once drunkenly tore a white-browed tiger in half barehanded. No matter how skilled Yi Xian might be, could he possibly defeat Han Tianba? Yi Xian flashed a wicked smile. "Buried alive. Now that sounds like an excellent idea. But before that, whatever you did to my mom, I'll pay you back twofold." Chapter 21. Han Tianba roared with laughter. "Good, very good. I can't even remember how long it's been since anyone dared to threaten me with death. It seems if I don't show my might, the people of Tianzhou will forget that Han Tianba isn't someone to be trifled with." Yi Xian walked slowly toward Han Tianba. Since he intended to teach Han Tianba a lesson, there was no point wasting words here. Time to take action. Han Tianba looked at Yi Xian sideways, the aura around him continuously rising. Just as Yi Xian approached, Han Tianba let out a thunderous roar and fiercely threw a punch. At full strength, the punch actually produced a sonic boom. This was the ultimate manifestation of speed and power. The punch hadn't even landed yet, but the whooshing fist wind caused Yi Xian's cheeks to ripple violently. Seeing Yi Xian standing motionless, as if petrified with fear, Han Tianba let out a sinister chuckle. At that precise moment, a massive hand suddenly materialized out of nowhere, clamping down on Han Tianba's fist. Han Tianba's grin froze on his face, replaced by an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. He was a second-rate martial artist of the Hotian realm. Not only did this punk grab my fist, but he also made me feel like a dragonfly trying to shake a pillar. A true expert shows their skills with a single move. There's no hiding it. A hint of pleading flickered in Han Tianba's eyes. At this moment, a tremendous force struck. Crack! A bone-snapping sound accompanied Han Tianba's muffled grunt. Han Tianba screamed hysterically. "My elder brother is Zhao Tianlong. How dare you touch me?" Yi Xian's eyes narrowed sharply. "Why Zhao Tianlong again?" Han Tianba misread Yi Xian's expression and glared at him viciously. "The Heavenly Dragon Hall has over 1,000 members, with at least 10 as powerful as me. Boy, Let me go, and perhaps I'll show mercy like heaven. Ah! The final scream came as Han Tianba felt another surge of immense force, snapping his already broken bones into several more fragments. Yi Xian's eyes remained filled with a faint, chilling indifference. As a martial artist, you bully a defenseless woman. Where's your martial virtue? Relying on the backing of the Dragon Hall to commit atrocities. Where is your humanity? Can't win a fight, and yet you threaten me. Where is divine justice if I spare you? With every accusation, Yi Xian would claw at Han Tianba's body. Each clawing motion would break one or several of Han Tianba's bones. By the time Yi Xian released Han Tianba, countless bones had been shattered, leaving him writhing on the ground like a maggot. The physical pain couldn't mask the venomous hatred swelling in Han Tianba's heart. He screamed hysterically, "Blondie, call Master Zhao." His bones were shattered into multiple fragments, condemned to a lifetime of bedridden torment, worse than death itself. But without vengeance, he'd never close his eyes in peace. Inform Master Zhao that the elites of the Heavenly Dragon Hall are mobilized. Tear this brat to pieces. Yi Xian's icy gaze fell upon the blonde-haired thug. The already pale-faced blonde, terrified by Yi Xian's glare, dropped to his knees with a thud, shuddering in dread. I wouldn't dare. I won't call Master Zhao. Han Tianba had already had his bones crushed one by one under Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a god or demon. If he called Zhao Yi himself, he'd surely meet the same fate as Han Tianba. Yi Xian's voice sounded like a demon from hell. Call Zhao Tianlong. Huang Mao froze. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't seem to be joking, the trembling man took out Han Tianba's phone and, following Han's instructions, dialed Zhao Tianlong's number. Elder Zhao. Boss Han has been crippled. We're at the abandoned factory in the southern district. There was already a hint of panic in the blonde-haired man's voice. A roar came through the phone. I happen to be nearby. I'm coming immediately. Even through the phone, the blonde man could sense the violent fury radiating from Zhao Tianlong. Han Tianba grinned with a venomous expression. Brat, I gotta admire your guts. But if Master Zhao shows up, you're as good as dead. No, you won't die. I'll beg Master Zhao to crush your bones one by one. Later, we'll be lying in the same hospital room together. I'll have someone give you a daily massage until you're floating in ecstasy. Meanwhile, Lin Qingying stood by the car, her face etched with agitation. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, yet the Lin family's elite guards still hadn't arrived. Lin Qingying now fidgeted like an ant on a hot griddle. Just then, a luxury car came speeding like the wind. Seeing the three top experts of the Lin family step out of their cars, Lin Qingying wasted no time on reproaches as she waved her hand. Follow me to the factory. Just as the three experts and Lin Qingying were about to board their vehicles, another deafening roar of engines erupted. Three Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicles charged forward like steel beasts. One of the experts with sharp eyes pointed at the leading car, his face drastically changing. That's Master Zhao's car. Lin Qingying's face turned pale. Why is it Zhao Tianlong again? Zhao Tianlong just gave Li Huichun face earlier. What should we do this time? Stamping her foot in anger, Lin Qingying said through gritted teeth, what exactly did that bastard do now? But thinking Yi Xian still needed to treat her grandfather, Lin Qingying gritted her teeth and said, get in the car. Zhao Tianlong definitely wouldn't give her any face. The only way was to show herself and stall Zhao Tianlong, then ask her grandfather and Li Huichun to rush over. After getting in the car, Lin Qingying called her grandfather and explained the situation to him. During this process, Lin Qingying watched as several more off-road vehicles sped past, heading straight for the factory. Lin Qingying's heart grew colder, but she had no choice but to try every possible solution, even when hope seemed lost. The car had barely traveled 500 meters when two imposing men with restrained auras blocked its path. Heavenly Dragon Hall is handling business here. All bystanders clear out. At the factory gate, Zhao Tianlong stepped out of the SUV before it even came to a complete stop, his face dark as storm clouds. Breaking through to the third stage of Hotian was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Yet it seemed to prove the saying that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The reckless vulture had dared to offend Yi Xian, and like a fool, Zhao himself had tried to play the hero for that damned vulture. This scene must have left a terrible impression on Yi Xian's mind, considering that if he fails to explain properly, his efforts to curry favor with Yi Xian would go up in smoke. Zhao Tianlong is naturally extremely displeased. Yet now he hears again that Han Tianba has been crippled. How could Zhao Tianlong not be furious? Damn it, have people in Tianzhou forgotten I'm a carnivore just because I've been eating vegetarian and praying for some master to heal my injuries during this time? In that case, today I'll use this oblivious bastard to remind everyone. When I want vegetarian food, I'll eat vegetarian. When I want meat, I'll eat meat. Exhaling a foul breath, Zhao Tianlong headed toward the abandoned factory. The Tianlong Hall members arrived in a rush upon seeing this scene, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty cruelty. Master Zhao's executioner's blade was already held high. That fool who dared to provoke the mighty should have his neck cleaned and ready. Inside the factory, listening to the chaotic footsteps outside, Han Tianba laughed heartily once more. Kid, Master Zhao is here. You'll just wait to be reincarnated through the 18 levels of hell under Master Zhao's wrath. Chapter 22. Yi Xian responded with a mocking smile. The Tianlong Tang subordinates who had rushed over upon hearing Han Tianba's voice immediately surrounded Yi Xian in a flash. Seeing Han Tianba's miserable state, the crowd roared in anger. You've got some fucking nerve. How dare you injure Lord Han like this? Bastard, unless we mince you to pieces today, we'll never quell this hatred in our hearts. Why waste words with him? Chop him down. Everyone calm down. Master Zhao has spoken. He'll handle this matter personally. At the last speaker's words, the agitated tough guys ceased their clamor. Han Tianba, writhing on the ground like a maggot, smirked with cruelty flashing in his eyes. Zhao Tianlong arrived, trailed by a group of underlings. With a sweeping glance at Han Tianba, lying on the ground, Zhao Tianlong let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Who the hell has the audacity to do this? Given Zhao Tianlong's sharp eyes, he could instantly tell Han Tianba was gravely injured. The thought of losing a key subordinate made Zhao Tianlong burn with homicidal rage like never before. The guy perked up and pointed at Yi Xian, who was surrounded by the crowd. It's that retard. The burly men surrounding Yi Xian instinctively stepped aside, making way for him. Zhao Tianlong stood frozen as if struck by lightning, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong felt so desperate he wished he could die. Why the hell is it Yi Xian again? And judging by the old lady lying on the side, Han Tianba must have bullied her, which provoked Yi Xian's wrathful retaliation. Damn it, I've been trying to cozy up to Yi Xian this whole time. So why do my subordinates keep pissing him off? For fuck's sake, are you playing games with me? Lao Tingye heavens. Han Tianba's venomous voice rang out. Uncle Zhao, I want this bastard to end up just like me. Otherwise, I'll die with everlasting regret. Zhao Tianlong completely exploded at this moment, kicking Han Tianba, flying with one foot. You fucking should die with everlasting regret. Everyone on the scene stood frozen in shock. Zhao Tianlong rushed to Yi Xian's side in a single bound, dropping to his knees with a thud. Young Master Yi, it was my failure in discipline. Please punish me. Thud. A tremendous wave of dizziness surged through Huang Mao's mind, and he promptly passed out. Just as Han Tianba crashed heavily onto the ground, he happened to hear those words. Unable to restrain the surging blood qi in his chest any longer, he vomited a mouthful of blood with a retching sound, his eyes filled with despair. Even Master Zhao would kneel before Yi Xian. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Yi Xian gazed at the sky and remarked, just now, your underling wanted to bury me alive. Zhao Tianlong shuddered violently, gritted his teeth, and began slapping himself across the face. Young Master Yi, I. Han Tianba was a second-grade master of the acquired realm. If he hadn't made a breakthrough today, his strength would have been only slightly inferior to his own. And his breakthrough was all thanks to the elixir refined by Yi Xian. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong revered Yi Xian as if he were a god. He desperately wanted to explain and beg for mercy, but under overwhelming terror, Zhao Tianlong could only stammer incoherently. Slap, slap, slap. Each crisp sound of the slap seemed to strike directly at the hearts of everyone present in the Dragon Hall. Only after witnessing Zhao Tianlong delivering 10 resounding slaps to his own face did Yi Xian speak indifferently. Enough, you may rise. Like a prisoner granted amnesty, Zhao Tianlong slowly stood up. Young Master Yi, how should we deal with Han Tianba? Yi Xian gazed at the sky with both eyes. He said he wanted to bury me alive. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled. Yi Xian fell silent, quietly waiting for Zhao Tianlong's decision. Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth and rushed to Han Tianba in one swift step. What the hell did you do? By now, Han Tianba dared not conceal anything and truthfully recounted the entire incident. Waves of dizziness surged within him as Zhao Tianlong clutched his head in agony. Initially, he had hoped to understand the whole story and plead for Han Tianba's life. But Han Tianba had committed such an atrocity that outraged both gods and men. How to beg for mercy? The next second, Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth. Bury Han Tianba alive. Han Tianba screamed hysterically. Master Zhao, spare me. Have mercy. As he spoke, Han Tianba pissed and shit himself in terror. Though a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhao Tianlong's eyes, he waved his hand dismissively. 4 burly men rushed forward and dragged Han Tianba out of the scene. 5 minutes later, the 4 returned covered in dirt and stood with hands respectfully clasped. Zhao Tianlong bowed his head low. Yi Xian gave Zhao Tianlong a profound look before scooping up the unconscious Lu Hongyu in his arms and turning to leave. Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth and fell to his knees with a thud. Young Master Yi, I beg you to cure my father's illness. Not only was he the leader of the Tianlong Hall, but he was also famously filial. Zhao Tianlong's father was advanced in years and recently plagued by illness. They had sought out renowned doctors to no avail. But with just one pill, Yi Xian had cured Zhao Tianlong's old injury, giving him renewed hope. Yi Xian frowned. If you can't even discipline your own subordinates, how dare you ask me for help? Zhao Tianlong rolled his eyes furiously, but didn't dare say a word. On the road to the factory, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Qingying's eyes. She was considering sending her 3 top fighters to break through. Zhao Tianlong had already been inside for a long time, and he'd brought numerous subordinates with him. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the possibility of Yi Xian's death. If Yi Xian died, her grandfather's old illness would relapse, and she would be powerless, forced to watch him die with her own eyes. Just as Lin Qingying was about to throw caution to the wind, she saw Yi Xian walking out of the factory and froze in shock. It wasn't until Yi Xian crossed the barricade that Lin Qingying snapped out of her daze. Yi Xian, are you all right? Yi Xian smiled faintly. I'm fine. Could you please take me back? Lin Qingying's gaze fell on the woman in Yi Xian's arms, and she instinctively asked, Your mother? The woman's face was deeply lined, her hair streaked with gray. She looked even more aged than my own grandmother. But Yi Xian had said his mother was kidnapped. If this old woman was Yi Xian's mother, how much suffering must she have endured to age like this? Yi Xian remained silent, strolling casually toward the BMW. Lin Qingying quickly followed, starting the car while asking Yi Xian for the address. Upon hearing the precise reply, Lin Qingying started the car and slowly drove off. The 3 top experts from the Lin family who remained at the scene called Old Master Lin to inform him that Yi Xian was unharmed. On the road, Lin Qingying kept glancing at Yi Xian from time to time. Yet Yi Xian held Lu Hongyu tightly in his arms, his eyes filled with remorse. Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you've suffered, making you live in constant fear. But rest assured, since I've awakened, anyone who dares to bully you will pay a bloody price. When I was young, you sheltered me from storms. Now it's my turn to ensure your peaceful old age. Lin Qingying finally couldn't hold back. How did you do that? Zhao Tianlong was the king of Qianzhou's underworld, his influence so vast it had reached terrifying proportions. Yet Yi Xian managed to walk away unscathed. Why? Without even lifting his head, Yi Xian said, Zhao Tianlong may be formidable, but in my eyes he's nothing more than an ant. He should be burning incense in gratitude that I'm not going after him. Chapter 23. Lin Qingying glared at Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian isn't stupid, there's no way he could be more impressive than Zhao Tianlong. This bastard is boasting wildly just to grab my attention. Yi Xian wore a helpless expression. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Qingying slapped her thigh heavily as if struck by an idea. I've got it. Yi Xian rolled his eyes hard. Can you stop being so jumpy? Lin Qingying continued. Zhao Tianlong must have let it pass, because he wanted to spare Li Huichuan's face, right? Yi Xian remained silent. He was telling the truth, but since this woman insisted on analyzing things her way, there was no need to explain further. As they approached the slums, Lu Hongyu's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Upon waking, Lu Hongyu immediately cried out, Xiao Xian, run! Yi Xian felt a warmth in his heart and grasped Lu Hongyu's hand. Mom, it's all right now. Lu Hongyu was stunned for a moment. Yi Xian continued explaining. The police arrived just in time. Han Tianba and his gang were arrested. We're saved. Lu Hongyu was an ordinary person. Whether it was his own cultivation into immortality or crushing Han Tianba's bones with his bare hands, either would undoubtedly make her worry. So Yi Xian came up with this excuse. Lin Qingying looked at Yi Xian with mild surprise. But seeing the pleading look in Yi Xian's eyes, her heart inexplicably softened. Auntie, what Yi Xian said is true. It was the police who saved you. Lu Hongyu asked, Who are you? Yi Xian explained, Mom, her name is Lin Qingying. She's my... At this point, Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. He had somehow ended up in a real marital relationship with Lin Qingying, yet she clearly disliked him, always believing he was trying to climb the social ladder through her. Moreover, Lin Qingying is arrogant, short-tempered, and full of herself. Seeing Yi Xian struggling to continue, Lin Qingying had no choice but to take over. We're friends. Lu Hongyu smiled with relief. Yi Xian knew what Lu Hongyu was thinking, and his heart skipped a beat. Mom, it's not what you think. Lu Hongyu nodded. Right, of course it's not what I thought. You're just ordinary friends. Yi Xian's face darkened with anger. Lu Hongyu said, Xiaoying, if you're free tonight, stay for dinner. A flicker of hesitation passed through Lin Qingying's eyes. Noticing the anticipation on Lu Hongyu's face, he inexplicably nodded again. Yi Xian flashed Lin Qingying a grateful smile. Lin Qingying, however, rolled her eyes. Her expression clearly conveyed, I'm staying for dinner out of respect for your mother. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. The car arrived in the slum area and stopped on the road not far from the small grocery store. After getting out of the car, Lin Qingying looked around at the surroundings, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. Filthy, chaotic, and poor. It even carried a faint stench. How can anyone live here? Yi Xian's gaze turned cold. If you're unwilling, you can leave. Lu Hongyu chided Yi Xian sharply. Xiao Xian, is that any way to speak? She made such an effort to come here, and this is how you treat her? Apologize to Xiao immediately. Yi Xian's face darkened, but he could only mumble a reluctant, sorry. Lin Qingying turned her head away, clearly rejecting Yi Xian's apology. The neighbors gathered around, marveling at Lin Qingying's noble demeanor and stunning beauty. Little Xian actually landed such a beautiful girlfriend. What great fortune. This car costs over $1 million. I doubt little Xian can handle keeping such a girlfriend. What nonsense are you talking about? If Xiao Xian couldn't handle his girlfriend, why would she come to meet his parents? I always thought Xiao Xian was an idiot, but it turns out he's not only not stupid, he's actually capable. Listening to the neighbors' gossip, Lin Qingying felt inexplicably irritable. Meanwhile, Lu Hongyu scolded them with a reproachful tone. What are you all saying? Scatter, scatter, everyone go about your business. As the neighbors dispersed in a flurry, Yi Chenglong stepped out of the small shop. Knowing that Lu Hongyu was already safe and sound, Yi Chenglong wasn't particularly surprised. However, When he saw Lin Qingying, he awkwardly stretched out his hand, shouting, "Come in and sit down." Lin Qingying nodded lightly and strolled into the small shop. The small shop was only about 30 square meters in total, divided right down the middle. The front was used for placing shelves, while the back served as the living quarters for the three of them. After placing 2 beds, there was no room left for anything else. At the back, there was a small door left ajar through which Lin Qingying could see a stove and a table, probably the kitchen. Although the room was tidy, there was still a faint, lingering odor. Lin Qingying couldn't help but frown slightly. Yi Chenglong smiled humbly. "Little Ling, the conditions here are poor. Please don't mind." Lin Qingying returned to normal composure. "It's fine." Lu Hongyu slapped her forehead heavily. "Look at my terrible memory. Old Yi, come on, let's go buy groceries." Lin Qingying quickly interjected. "No need. We can just eat whatever's on hand." But Lu Hongyu gave her a reproachful look. "We're not buying much, but we must at least have some meat." While Lin Qingying was still stunned, Yi Chenglong was dragged away by Lu Hongyu. After the 2 figures disappeared, Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingying with a serious expression. "Are you surprised?" Lin Qingying nodded. "Indeed, a little surprised. How about you join the Lin group? We happen to be hiring right now." As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Qingying felt a hint of regret. "After what happened yesterday, I truly don't want to see Yi Xian at all. If Yi Xian joins the company, how should I face him?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not used to being constrained by others." Lin Qingying, who had just been regretting wanting to recruit Yi Xian into the company to improve the Yi family's circumstances, now felt a surge of irritation. The Lin Group, despite its current problems, remains the company with the best employee benefits in Tianzhou. What gives you the right to look down on the Lin Group? After sulking for a while, Lin Qingying took the initiative to say, "The only reason I stayed for dinner was that I thought your mother was quite nice. Don't get the wrong idea. I must draw a clear line with this bastard, or else it'll be trouble if he latches onto me." Yi Xian rolled his eyes furiously. "You're not a queen, and my family certainly doesn't need another ancestor to worship. This jerk actually said I'm as difficult to serve as an ancestor." Lin Qingying understood the hidden meaning in Yi Xian's words, her chest heaving with emotion. The sound of footsteps echoed as Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu returned with groceries. Yi Xian quickly took the bags. "Dad, Mom, you rest, I'll handle this." Yi Chenglong chuckled. "You spend time with Xiaoying, your mother, and I will take care of it." Yi Xian insisted on not letting them. Lin Qingying was left speechless with anger. That jerk actually used cooking as an excuse to avoid me. Am I really that repulsive? For the first time, Lin Qingying began doubting her own charm. While Yi Xian was cooking, Yi Chenglong and his wife sat facing Lin Qingying. However, with no common topics to discuss, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lin Qingying broke the heavy silence. "Uncle, Auntie, tell me about Yi Xian." With miraculous medical skills, yet living in such a humble house. Possessing extraordinary martial prowess, yet his home was utterly destitute. For the first time, Lin Qingying felt genuinely curious about Yi Xian's past. Chapter 24. Lu Hongyu perked up. "Xiao Xian is such an obedient child. Actually, he isn't foolish. Not foolish at all. 3 years ago, something inexplicable happened. He suddenly couldn't tell east from west anymore." Though Yi Xian had now recovered, as she spoke, tears fell from Lu Hongyu's hollow eyes. Yi Chenglong sighed and took Lu Hongyu's hand. Lu Hongyu smiled at Yi Chenglong. Lin Qingying caught this detail and suddenly felt a pang of envy for this couple. After talking nonstop for a long while, Lu Hongyu finally said with a serious expression, "Little Xian is obedient, but sometimes has a bit of temper. If he bullies you, just tell your auntie here, and I'll make sure he pays for it." Lin Qingying instinctively responded with a sound of acknowledgement. The very next second, she wanted to explain that she had no relationship whatsoever with this bastard, let alone talk about being bullied or not. But seeing Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu both staring at her with intense gazes, the words simply lingered on the tip of her tongue. Yi Xian ushered the 3 of them out through the small door into the backyard. To call it a backyard was generous. It was just a small space enclosed by wooden stakes, offering a view of the myriad glowing lights from the surrounding homes. On the table lay 4 dishes: vinegar-glazed shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, twice-cooked pork, and braised fish. They were all simple home-style dishes, yet they exuded an enticing aroma. Yi Chenglong said with a smile, "Didn't prepare much today, but make do for now. I'll treat you to a proper feast another day." Lin Qingying nodded and accepted a piece of braised fish that Lu Hongyu had picked for her. The next second, Lin Qingying's eyes widened in disbelief. An ordinary braised fish dish had miraculously reached the culinary standard of a chef from a Michelin-starred restaurant. This Yi Xian is a born chef. Lu Hongyu kept urging Lin Qingying to eat more. Yi Chenglong saw Lin Qingying silently eating with her head down and glared. "How can you be so ill-mannered? Keep serving Xiaoing more dishes." Yi Xian responded in a muffled voice, perfunctorily adding a piece of twice-cooked pork to Lin Qingying's bowl. A phone ringtone abruptly interrupted them at that moment. Seeing it was her grandfather calling, Lin Qingying stepped aside to answer the phone. Hearing that Lin Qingying was having dinner at Yi Xian's house, Old Master Lin chuckled heartily. Lin Qingying felt both exasperated and bitter. "Grandfather, Yi Xian and I belong to 2 different worlds. Being together is absolutely impossible. I just felt sorry for Uncle and Auntie and didn't want to make them sad. You're overthinking it." Before he could explain further, Old Master Lin declared, "Invite Yi Xian to our house for dinner tomorrow." Lin Qingying pouted with resentment. "We're really inviting that good-for-nothing to eat at our home?" Old Man Lin's voice rose an octave on the phone. "He saved me twice. Isn't this the least we should do?" Lin Qingying had no more arguments left. While Lin Qingying was on the phone, Yi Chenglong shot Yi Xian a fierce glare. "Xiaoying is a good girl, at least far better than that Zhao Haiyan or whatever her name was." Lu Hongyu nodded. "That girl is too materialistic. When our family was doing well, she couldn't have been more gracious. But after misfortune struck and we spent all our savings on your treatment, she avoided us on the streets like we were strangers. Being with a woman like that would only lead to trouble sooner or later." Seeing that Lin Qingying had finished her phone call, the couple tactfully kept silent. Lin Qingying returned to the table. "Yi Xian, grandfather wants you to come over for dinner tomorrow." Yi Xian frowned. Grandfather Lin had not only publicly announced him as the grandson-in-law, but there was always an unspoken meaning lurking in the way he looked at him. This meal was clearly a setup. Noticing Yi Xian's hesitation, Yi Chenglong gave him a knock on the head. "Stinky brat, rare for them to be this enthusiastic. Go." Yi Xian could only nod with a sullen expression. Lin Qingying's chest heaved slightly, but with Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu present, she couldn't vent her anger, so she channeled it into eating instead. After the meal, just as Yi Xian was about to wash the dishes, Lu Hongyu pushed him aside and said, "Go see Xiaoing off." Yi Xian had no choice but to accompany Lin Qingying out of the small grocery store. Lin Qingying started the car, and as she drove away, reminded Yi Xian one last time, "Don't forget about treating grandfather in 3 days." The BMW sped off, leaving Yi Xian behind as he turned to head inside. Another beam of headlights swept across as a Ferrari pulled over by the roadside. Hua Linglong stepped out of the car, a trace of inner conflict flashing through her eyes. Hua Yanhai and his 2 sons harbored sinister intentions. Today's behavior was even more suspicious. Add to that the predicament she currently faced. If Hua Yanfeng were to pass away, she would be left without support and would eventually vanish without a trace. Especially after remembering Li Huichun's words, Hua Linglong decided to seek out Yi Xian. Hua Linglong believed that Yi Xian, who could refine the small returning pill, must have other methods to save her father. Standing before Yi Xian, Hua Linglong mustered her courage and pleaded, Yi Xian, could you please save my father?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. "The minor rejuvenation pill could at least extend your father's life by 5 more years. Hua Linglong's eyes dimmed. But the minor rejuvenation pill is gone. A faint trace of amusement appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. "Sorry, I don't have the time." The Hua family is one of the 5 great clans of Tianzhou. Their wealth runs as deep as the ocean. Where there's interest, there's struggle. The small returning elixir is gone. Clearly someone doesn't want Huo Linglong's father to recover. Why did I have to get dragged into this whirlpool? Though rejected, Huo Linglong's eyes suddenly shone with interest. Yi Xian said he didn't have time, not that he couldn't cure it. Does this mean that as long as we can get Yi Xian, father will be fine? Gritting her teeth, Huo Linglong's eyes shone with determination. Yi Xian, as long as you take action, I'm willing to do anything. When saying willing to do anything, Huo Linglong deliberately emphasized her tone. Yi Xian understood Huo Linglong's words and scrutinized her from head to toe. It had to be said, Huo Linglong was a rare beauty. Her skin rivaled snow and outshone frost. Her figure was enchanting, and the white dress made her appear ethereal, as if floating like an immortal. Undoubtedly, she was an irresistibly captivating woman. Huo Linglong not only stretched her body freely, but also raised her chest high. Yet, a faint sorrow stirred within Huo Linglong's heart. Before her father fell ill, she had been a radiant swan whom men could only admire from below. But after her father's illness, her lack of capability and experience became painfully apparent, with Huo Yanhai, Huo Sigua, and others deliberately pushing for it. His status within the family had already plummeted to the lowest. If his father were gone, he would be kicked out of the family. The power struggles among wealthy families were battles without smoke, and being cast out meant certain death. Compared to life, dignity and pride are worth nothing. Displaying the most delicate aspect of femininity before Yi Xian, Huo Linglong's voice carried an indescribable determination. Yi Xian, if you can cure my father today, I'll fulfill my promise and go to a hotel with you. The moment she uttered those words about going to a hotel, Huo Linglong seemed to have drained all her strength. Yi Xian sighed softly. Sorry, I really don't have the time. The more Huo Linglong behaves like this, the more dangerous the situation must be. He wasn't some beast that thought with its crotch either. This required decisive refusal. Seeing Yi Xian turn and walk toward the convenience store, Huo Linglong grew anxious and grabbed his sleeve. I can pay some interest in advance. Gritting her teeth, Huo Linglong grasped Yi Xian's hand and guided it toward her own body. Chapter 25. Fair as jade, her body exuded a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Huo Linglong believed no man could resist such temptation. The next second, Huo Linglong's eyes widened in bewilderment. Because not only did Yi Xian withdraw his hand, he even uttered the words, Miss Hua, please behave with dignity. Huo Linglong's eyes reddened. To think the dignified eldest daughter of the Huo family would be misunderstood as a woman selling her smiles. This was sheer humiliation. But she tilted her head up, struggling to hold back her tears as Huo Linglong turned and walked away. The dim streetlights stretched Huo Linglong's shadow long and thin, making her appear especially desolate and lonely. Yi Xian suddenly thought of himself. Back when he was foolish and idiotic, he couldn't even count how many scornful looks he'd endured or how many times he'd been laughed at. Though foolish, even he would feel lonely and helpless, secretly nursing his sorrow. How similar to Huo Linglong at this very moment. His heart inexplicably softened, and Yi Xian spoke up, If you're willing to do something for me, I'll cure your father. Huo Linglong rushed to Yi Xian's side in an instant. What thing? Yi Xian said, Jinqiana, a Jinqiana over 1,000 years old. The Tianji would have been found, but there's still no trace of the Jinqiana. Without the Jinqiana, he wouldn't be able to refine the elixir described in the celestial physician's scripture, leaving no hope for his mother to regain her sight. The Huo family was vast and influential. They might have information about the Jinqiana. Huo Linglong's eyes shimmered with excitement. I know where to find the medicinal herb you need. Noticing the anticipation in Yi Xian's gaze, Huo Linglong's heart stirred. But you must heal my father first. The expectancy in Yi Xian's eyes chilled into frost. Are you threatening me? Unable to meet Yi Xian's piercing stare, Huo Linglong fidgeted nervously. Tomorrow, there's an auction in Tianzhou. Among the items being sold is the dragon gall grass you seek. A gleam flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Specific time and location. Hua Linglong replied, "I'll take you there when the time comes." Yi Xian nodded and casually walked toward Hua Linglong's Ferrari. "Let's go check on your father." It was only a little past 8 in the evening, the perfect time to examine Hui Yunfeng's condition. Hua Linglong perked up, and after Yi Xian got into the car, she started the engine. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the Hua family estate, leading Yi Xian into Hui Yunfeng's bedroom. Before she could even have Yi Xian examine him, the sound of footsteps approached. Hui Yanhai entered the bedroom with a respectful demeanor, ushering in an elderly man whose face was lined with wrinkles. "Divine Physician Wu, we thought you wouldn't arrive until 3 days later. Yet here you are today." With an air of pride, Divine Physician Wu replied, "Plans changed unexpectedly. I'll be staying in Tianzhou for tonight. And considering your sincerity, I decided to come directly." Wu Xiong, chief physician at the Imperial Capital Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, a professor-level figure revered as the divine healer of the Imperial Capital. Because of his miraculous medical skills, he was a frequent guest of many influential figures in the Imperial Capital. Yanhai noticed Yi Xian and frowned. "Linglong, who is this?" Hua Linglong quickly explained. "Yi Xian is the one who refined the minor restoration pill. I specially invited him here to treat my father." A glint of ruthlessness flashed deep in Hui Yunhai's eyes. "You actually believe some quacks selling snake oil?" Hua Linglong stood her ground, but even Divine Physician Li praised the peerless efficacy of the minor restoration pill. Wu Xiong let out a cold snort. The minor restoration pill is a miraculous elixir recorded in ancient texts. I've only ever heard my master speak of it. That brat can actually refine a minor restoration pill. Hui Yunhai's voice rose an octave. "Linglong, you'd rather trust some roadside pill peddler than believe Physician Wu, the divine healer from the Imperial Capital?" Hua Linglong's eyes flashed with conviction. "I believe in Yi Xian." Hui Yanhai rolled his eyes so hard at Hua Linglong's retort they nearly got stuck. Wu Xiong snorted coldly. "I never expected the Hua family would hire another doctor while engaging my services. This clearly shows they don't trust me. In that case, I'll take my leave." With those words, Wu Xiong flicked his sleeve and turned to leave without another word. Hua Yanhai panicked and grabbed Wu Xiong. "Divine Dr. Wu, please don't be angry. I'll make this quack get lost immediately." Noticing Wu Xiong had stopped despite his cold snort, Hui Yunhai glared viciously at Hua Linglong. "Linglong, are you trying to kill your father?" Hua Linglong stubbornly retorted, "I'm not." Hui Yunhai was panting heavily. Yi Xian cleared his throat lightly. "Miss Hua, since we have the Imperial City's divine doctor here, let him treat you first. That way, I can also broaden my horizons." Wu Xiong looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. "Trying to steal techniques, are you?" Yi Xian retorted, "Traditional Chinese medicine is as vast as the ocean. If mastery could be stolen with a single glance, this world would be swarming with renowned physicians." Wu Xiong's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. "Are you mocking me as some worthless fraud?" Yi Xian curled his lips with amusement. "Whether the reputation is undeserved or not, you'll know when you try." With that, Yi Xian turned slightly and gestured with an outstretched hand in invitation. Wu Xiong gasped heavily, his breath coming in ragged heaves. Just noticing the glance Hui Yunhai cast his way, Wu Xiong felt a sudden flicker of understanding. Hui Yunhai paid 100 million to have someone killed under my care. Originally scheduled for 3 days later, but today Hui Yunhai called and said circumstances had changed, insisting I come immediately. For the sake of that 100 million, I flew here without delay. If I stormed off in anger, that 100 million would evaporate into thin air. As for whether this kid would notice my underhanded tricks, what a joke. If this milk-fed brat could spot it, how could I possibly deserve the title of Imperial Capital's divine physician? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Xiong put on an act as he walked toward the hospital bed, muttering under his breath, "This fraudulent punk. You'll learn what real medical skill looks like." Yi Xian sneered coldly. "You old fossil clinging to seniority. If you can't cure her, then everyone will see who's the real charlatan." Wu Xiong halted his steps. "Brat, are you trying to disrupt my focus?" Yi Xian's eyes brimmed with mockery. A true master of traditional medicine remains unshaken even if Mount Tai crumbles before them, while treating patients. A few words have unsettled you. How dare you call yourself a master of medicine? Seeing Wu Xiong being mocked by Yi Xian until his eyes rolled back, Hu Linglong instinctively wanted to stop Wu Xiong from treating the illness. But Yi Xian pulled Hu Linglong back and whispered, "Don't worry, I've got this." A flicker of hesitation flashed through Hu Linglong's eyes. But recalling the principle, don't hire those you doubt, don't doubt those you hire, Hu Linglong resisted the urge to stop Wu Xiong. A cunning glint flashed deep in Zhang Yunhai's eyes. The appearance of the Xiao Huandan had disrupted Zhang Yunhai's carefully laid plans. Zhang Yunhai knew that if Zhang Yunfeng were to regain consciousness, all his efforts would go down the drain. So Zhang Yunhai altered his plan, intending to have Wu Xiong use treatment as a pretext to kill Hui Yunfeng without anyone noticing. Seeing Yi Xian and Hu Linglong present, Zhang Yunhai worried the two might interfere with Wu Xiong's execution of the plan. As it appeared now, Yi Xian and Hu Linglong hadn't raised any suspicions. Tonight, Hui Yunfeng will surely die. Chapter 26. Wu Xiong approached the bedside, pried open Hui Yunfeng's eyelids to examine them, and then checked his pulse. As time ticked by, Wu Xiong's expression gradually grew more grave. Though Hu Linglong chose to trust Yi Xian, her heart clenched when she saw Wu Xiong's expression. Finally, Wu Xiong released Hui Yunfeng and let out a heavy sigh. Director whose illness stems from his overly comfortable lifestyle, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar. Despite already suffering from the three highs, he still indulged unrestrainedly, overeating and excessive drinking. Pent-up internal heat with no outlet caused those pus-filled boils to erupt on his back. If he had just adjusted his diet and taken proper medication at the time, Director Hu would have recovered quickly. But what's truly regrettable? Hu Yunhai couldn't help asking, regrettable about what? Wu Xiong shook his head. Regrettable that those mediocre doctors misdiagnosed him and kept applying heat-clearing treatments. While heat-clearing methods show some effect, they merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. President Hu's condition keeps fluctuating and worsening, despite no changes in his diet. If we don't treat the root cause immediately, Mr. Hu won't survive past 3 months. Hearing Wu Xiong's grandiose claims, Hu Linglong regarded Yi Xian with uncertainty. Is what he said true? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, you've got some skill. Wu Xiong said with a proud expression. President Hu's illness is beyond cure. Adjusting his diet now is already too late. I can only use acupuncture to enhance his bodily functions, then gradually regulate his condition. Hui Yunhai's eyes blazed with intensity. Please, Divine Dr. Wu, take action. Wu Xiong took out a silver needle and, with a flick of his wrist, swiftly and precisely aimed for Hui Yunfeng's vital acupoints. I will needle 23 acupoints along President Hu's Xiaoyang meridian, boosting Chairman Hu's yang energy and improving his bodily functions. In 3 months' time, Chairman Hu will be vigorous and full of life once more. At that very moment, Yi Xian leapt forward like an arrow, reaching Wu Xiong's side in a flash and grasping his wrist. The silver needle came to an abrupt stop less than 1 centimeter away from Hu Yunfeng's Yangshi acupuncture point. Hu Yunhai roared in fury. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Wu Xiong's eyes burned with even fiercer malice. Brat, can you bear the responsibility if you delay my treatment? As he spoke, Wu Xiong kept applying force, attempting to pierce the acupuncture points with his silver needle. But Yi Xian's hand stood firm as a boulder, rendering Wu Xiong utterly incapable of advancing even an inch. Furious with humiliation, Wu Xiong kicked at Yi Xian. Let go of me. Yi Xian tightened his grip, and Wu Xiong felt an excruciating pain shoot through his wrist like a fracture. With a sharp cry of agony, the silver needle slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Hu Yunhai was so furious he saw red. Someone, drag this brat out. For bodyguards stormed into the bedroom. Hu Linglong blocked Yi Xian's path. Who dares lay a hand on him? The bodyguards exchanged hesitant glances, frozen in uncertainty. Hu Yunhai pointed at Hu Linglong. Hu Linglong, what is the meaning of this? With a cold snort, Yi Xian retorted, "You should be asking this so-called miracle Dr. Wu." Wu Xiong's eyes flickered. Inserting needles into the Shaoyang meridian to boost President Hua's yang energy. Is there really a problem with that? A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. Your diagnosis isn't wrong. President Hua indeed suffers from a fiery stagnation that has caused abscesses. The Shaoyang meridian can indeed enhance yang energy. Stimulating these 23 acupoints along the Shaoyang meridian can indeed temporarily revive Chairman Hua. But with intensified internal fire, even with dietary adjustments, Chairman Hua would perish even faster. At this point, Yi Xian stepped forward, his gaze piercing straight into Wu Xiong's conscience. Since you've identified Chairman Hua's critical condition, you must understand the principle of mutual generation and restraint, knowing full well it's unadvisable, yet proceeding regardless. Are you truly trying to save him or murder him? Wu Xiong burst into laughter. Kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. How dare you question my treatment? Yi Xian's eyes flashed like lightning. You still haven't answered my question. Wu Xiong ignored Yi Xian and fixed his gaze directly on Hua Yunhai. President Hua, do you trust me or this punk? Hua Yunhai exhaled a turbid breath. I believe in Dr. Wu. Wu Xiong pointed at Yi Xian, raising his voice an octave. In that case, throw this brat out. Though Yi Xian's words rang true, only time could verify his conclusions. Once Hua Yunfeng dies, we can fabricate any reason we want for his death. Hua Yunhai was the mastermind behind this affair all along. Who would seriously challenge themselves over it? This was precisely Wu Xiong's confidence speaking. Hua Yunhai's gaze turned razor sharp. Are you all dead inside? Get moving. The four bodyguards pounced on Yi Xian like wolves and tigers. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as four bodyguards lunged swiftly but were sent flying even faster. A series of chaotic footsteps sounded as Zhao Tianlong appeared in the bedroom with the vulture. Hua Yunhai's expression changed abruptly. Why is he here? Zhao Tianlong nodded slightly at Hua Yunhai, then approached Yi Xian with visible reverence. Young Master Yi? Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with approval. You came quite quickly. Zhao Tianlong scratched his head sheepishly. As soon as I got young Master Ye's call, I rushed over without delay. From Hua Linglong's words and demeanor, Yi Xian sensed that this trip would bring no small amount of trouble. Though he felt confident he could handle it himself, Yi Xian still gave Zhao Tianlong a call. Hua Yunhai's pupils constricted at the sight before him. Zhao Tianlong was the hall master of Tianlong Hall. Why would he show such reverence to this youngster? The minor healing pill. These three words flashing through his mind. Hua Yunhai felt events had already slipped beyond his control. Wu Xiong let out a cold snort. Since you don't believe me, farewell. With a flick of his sleeve, Wu Xiong prepared to leave. But Zhao Tianlong blocked Wu Xiong's path, his eyes gleaming coldly. Did I permit you to leave? Wu Xiong stiffened his neck and shouted, President Hua, I only intervened to treat you out of compassion for all living beings. What do you mean by this? Hua Yunhai took a step forward. Master Zhao, how could you trust this kid over the imperial capital's divine physician? A hint of amusement curled at the corner of Zhao Tianlong's mouth. At that moment, another set of footsteps sounded as Li Huichun entered the bedroom. Wu Xiong clearly recognized Li Huichun, his legs trembling visibly while beads of sweat densely dotted his forehead. Yi Xian smiled. Divine Doctor Li has arrived, and the truth shall soon be revealed. Miss Hua, explain the whole story to Divine Doctor Li. Hua Linglong's spirits lifted instantly. Wu Xiong let out a roar at this moment and shoved Zhao Tianlong forcefully. Zhao Tianlong clearly hadn't expected Wu Xiong to be a first-rank Hotian expert. As an overwhelming force surged toward him, he was forced to take a step back involuntarily. Feeling humiliated, Zhao Tianlong bellowed, You bastard! With a furious shout, Zhao Tianlong clawed at Wu Xiong's back. Thud! A soft sound rang out as a dagger pierced Wu Xiong's heart. Wu Xiong stared at Hua Yunhai with terror in his eyes. Before he could finish, blood-flecked foam bubbled from Wu Xiong's mouth. As he toppled backwards onto the ground, his last breath escaped him. Clearly, Wu Xiong didn't anticipate Hui Yunhai's sudden strike. Combined with his single-minded focus on fleeing, he was actually impaled through the heart by Hui Yunhai's blade. Yet Hui Yunhai still seemed unsatisfied, giving Wu Xiong's corpse a fierce kick. "I spent 100 million to hire you. You try to harm my sworn brother. Only your death can quell the hatred in my heart." Chapter 27. With all eyes suddenly fixed upon him, Hui Yunhai's pupils contracted sharply. "What are you all staring at me like that for? Don't tell me you suspect me of colluding with Wu Xiong? I tell you, an elder brother is like a father. How could I possibly do anything but respect and love my eldest brother? How could I ever harm my eldest brother?" Everyone remained silent. With Wu Xiong dead and Hui Yunhai being the second-ranking figure in the Hua family, who moreover controlled the vast majority of the family's resources. Without concrete evidence, there's no way to convict Hui Yunhai. Zhao Tianlong's face turned grim as he waved his hand, and several subordinates rushed into the bedroom to drag away Wu Xiong's corpse. The scene was quickly cleared, leaving no trace except for the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. No one could tell a life had just been lost here. Huo Linglong looked at Yi Xian with hopeful expectancy. "Yi Xian, please intervene." Yi Xian nodded and approached the hospital bed. A flicker of excitement flashed in Li Huichuan's eyes. Anyone capable of refining the lesser restoration pill must possess divine medical skills. Witnessing Yi Xian in action firsthand would undoubtedly bring him profound benefits. The silver needles were ready at hand. Yi Xian picked up a silver needle, channeling his energy into it until the needle emitted a phoenix's cry. Li Huichuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "The phoenix cries to the 9 heavens. It's actually the phoenix cries to the 9 heavens. To witness the phoenix cries to the 9 heavens, I could die without regrets." Zhao Tianlong and Huo Linglong had never seen Li Huichun so flustered before, and their confidence grew a bit more. Hui Yunhai clenched his fists tightly, a flash of killing intent deep in his eyes. About 10 minutes later, the previously unconscious Hui Yunfeng opened his eyes and uttered his first words, "I'm hungry. Give me something to eat." Before Huo Linglong could react, an elated Hui Yunhai rushed to the bedside and grabbed his brother's hand. "Big brother, you're awake. That's wonderful." Hui Yunfeng nodded. "Give me something to eat." Hui Yunhai nodded and rushed out of the bedroom. "I have good news to share with everyone. Big brother is awake. Big brother is fine." A trace of icy coldness flickered deep in Hui Yunfeng's eyes. Yet when facing Yi Xian, his expression was filled with gratitude. Li Huichun suddenly slapped his thigh hard at this moment. That's it. That's it. Pricking the Shaoyin meridian points with needles can dissolve fiery stagnation, achieving the harmony of yin and yang through their mutual integration. That's why President Huo woke up so quickly. Of course, Li Huichun understood even more clearly that Hui Yunfeng's condition had already reached a terminal stage. If not for Yi Xian's miraculous phoenix cries at 9th heaven needle technique, a peerless skill rarely seen in centuries, even knowing the treatment method wouldn't have been able to save Hui Yunfeng. Having witnessed Yi Xian's miraculous skills, Li Huichun knelt on the ground with a thud. "Young Master Yi, please take me as your disciple." Yi Xian's eyelid twitched. Li Huichun was older than his grandfather, yet wanted to become his apprentice? But seeing Li Huichuan's genuine sincerity and remembering how he'd staunchly supported him at the Seaview Hotel, Yi Xian said, "From now on, let's learn from each other. Feel free to come to me with any difficult questions." Li Huichun was overjoyed. Hui Yunfeng had already awakened. With further dietary adjustments, the abscess on his back would gradually disappear. With matters settled, Yi Xian saw no reason to stay longer and rose to take his leave. Li Huichun volunteered to escort Yi Xian. Huo Linglong had much to say to Hui Yunfeng. After seeing Yi Xian off to the car, she returned to the bedroom. The first words Hui Yunfeng spoke upon seeing Huo Linglong were, "Linglong, to break free from our current predicament, you must maintain good relations with Yi Xian." Huo Linglong froze momentarily. "Father, you knew all along?" A sharp glint flashed in Hui Yunfeng's eyes. "Though I remained unconscious, I could still perceive external affairs. Yunhai has been secretly scheming nonstop to seize the position of family head. After I fell into a coma, he became even more unscrupulous. Hua Linglong declared, "Now that you've awakened, the initiative is in our hands." Watching the visibly excited Hua Linglong, Hui Yunhai let out a heavy sigh. Hua Linglong looked curiously at her father. "Dad, why are you sighing when everything seems to be going so well?" Hua Yunfeng explained, "I was unconscious for too long. Hui Yunhai has already taken the initiative. Now his people are everywhere in the Hua family, and he controls nearly all the resources. Even though I've woken up, if I don't plan carefully, I still won't be able to escape this predicament." Hua Linglong's gaze darkened. Although she was the department manager of the Hua Corporation, her performance ranked at the bottom of the company. Whether it was Hua Sigua or Hua Li, each of them secured contracts worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions. My performance record is still a blank slate. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll undoubtedly face humiliation at the upcoming company review meeting in a few days. Hui Yunhai is very likely to use this as an excuse to completely marginalize me. To a large extent, this situation is related to Hua Yunhai's manipulation, but my own incompetence is also a major reason. Father clearly noticed this, which is why he said so. Realizing all this, a trace of unwillingness flashed through Hua Linglong's eyes. If that big contract she painstakingly negotiated hadn't been taken over by Hua Li just 2 days ago, perhaps things wouldn't be so passive now. But Hua Linglong still looked at Hua Yunfeng with some confusion. "Dad, do you really think Yi Xian can help our Hua family out of this predicament?" Hua Yunfeng nodded firmly. "Yes." Hua Linglong remained skeptical. "He's just good at medicine." Being skilled in medicine doesn't mean he's capable in everything, especially when Hui Yunhai already controls so many of the Hua family's resources. What could Yi Xian possibly use to help the Hua family turn things around? Hua Yunfeng explained, "Zhao Tianlong has never bowed to anyone, so why is he showing such reverence to Yi Xian? Li Huichun looks down on everyone, so why would he willingly become Yi Xian's disciple? When Yi Xian was treating me, he specifically notified Li Huichun and Zhao Tianlong in advance. Why would he do that?" Seeing Hua Linglong's utterly confused expression, Hui Yunfeng secretly sighed once more. Knowing that too much information would be overwhelming for Hua Linglong, and considering she had just recovered from illness, Hui Yunfeng waved his hand. "It's getting late. Go rest now." Exiting the bedroom, Hua Linglong gazed at the star-filled sky, lost in thought. Memories flashed through her mind one after another, bringing a bitter smile to Hua Linglong's lips. "I have no talent for martial arts, nor any aptitude for business. I can only manage as a mid-level executive in the family corporation. The Hua family operates on a system of rewarding the excellent and punishing the underperformers. Since I lack talent, I always receive less than others. Since childhood, I've watched my siblings have beautiful dolls and imported snacks, feeling intensely envious. Sadly, my talents were lacking. Only my looks were somewhat decent. Perhaps marrying Yi Xian, or even becoming his lover, would be far better than being wed to an unknown playboy." Arriving at his doorstep and seeing no lights on inside, Yi Xian knew his parents had already gone to bed. Thinking that entering the house at this hour would wake his parents, Yi Xian opted to head to a nearby small park instead. Arriving at a secluded spot, Yi Xian sat cross-legged, adopted a meditative lotus position, and began cultivating. Before long, wisps of steam began rising from the top of Yi Xian's head. In Hua Yunhai's study, Hua Sigua's face twisted with malice as he said, "Father, given that most of the resources are in our hands, why don't we go all the way and kill Uncle once and for all?" Chapter 28. Hua Yunhai glared at Hua Sigua. "If Big Brother doesn't die, Zhao Tianlong will repay his debt of gratitude. If we kill Big Brother and incur Zhao Tianlong's wrath, can we withstand the consequences?" Hua Sigua wore an expression of unwillingness. "Uncle is so shrewd. He must know we're secretly plotting against him. If he doesn't die, perhaps we will." Hui Yunhai let out a cold laugh. "That was then, this is now. Make thorough preparations for this year's annual summary conference. Also notify Xiaoli and have her hurry to get that contract signed. Hua Xigua's eyes lit up. You mean, by using Hua Linglong's lack of performance, we can drive her out of the Hua group? Hua Yunhai nodded. The Hua group is almost fully within our grasp now. Once we kick Hua Linglong out, the eldest brother will just be a toothless tiger. Even if he's not dead, I'll still be the true master of the Hua family. Hua Xigua gave a thumbs up. Ginger is always spicier when aged. As dawn broke, Yi Xian opened his eyes with a pleased expression. The 32nd generation heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain possessed divine powers, but his newly awakened self was pathetically weak. Without extraordinary strength, one could hardly take a single step in this world. So Yi Xian practiced diligently without pause. Although the spiritual energy in this world was extremely scarce, after a night of cultivation, he could faintly sense signs of breaking through to the second level of the Dragon King's Code. The Dragon King's Code was a cultivation technique of immortality, utterly incomparable to the methods of martial artists. Once he reached this second level, even martial artists at the innate realm would stand no chance against him. In the morning, Yi Xian didn't go anywhere and stayed home accompanying Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu. Having lived like a fool for 3 years, Yi Xian came to value the preciousness of family even more. Now that he had regained his capabilities, he naturally wanted to spend more time with his parents. At 11 o'clock, Lin Qingying came to pick up Yi Xian. Yi Chenglong knew Yi Xian was going to the Lin family, so he handed him 2 bottles of prepared liquor. For the Lin family, a small token of our appreciation. Lu Hongyu straightened Yi Xian's clothes. Mind your manners, and don't be stubborn. Yi Xian nodded, took the wine, and got into Lin Qingying's car. 20-some minutes later, the car slowly pulled into the Lin family villa. Seeing all the core members of the Lin family present on the scene, Lin Qingying felt bitter and distressed. It was just about inviting this scoundrel for a meal at home. Why did grandfather have to make such a grand spectacle? The Lin family members, who had been chatting, now gathered around Lin Qingying's car. Each of these individuals was a formidable figure in their own right. Today I received a notice saying I had to accompany an esteemed guest to dinner, which made some people quite excited. Because they believe the esteemed guest referred to by Old Master Lin must be someone at the level of the city mayor. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, they learned Lin Qingying had gone to pick up the guest, so everyone waited in the courtyard. When Lin Qingying's car arrived, the esteemed guest was surely inside. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Xian getting out of the car. How could it be some rustic-looking young man? Where's the distinguished guest we were promised? Lin Tianfu tentatively asked. Xiaoying, did you fail to pick up the esteemed guest? Lin Qingying pointed at Yi Xian. He's the one Grandpa invited. Everyone was dumbfounded. I'm earning thousands every minute, and the old man made me wait this long just for this piece of trash? Lin Tianfu furrowed his brows even deeper. You can't be serious? He was an outstanding figure among the 3rd generation of the Lin family, highly favored by Old Master Lin, so naturally he would look down on a country bumpkin like Yi Xian. Lin Qingying frowned. Do you think Grandpa could be mistaken? Lin Tianfu's expression darkened. Isn't it beneath our dignity to dine with this country bumpkin? Qingying, this bumpkin clearly comes from the slums. How is he worthy of entering our Lin family's doors? Qingying, have you lost your mind? How could you mistake this country bumpkin for a distinguished guest? Lin Qingying's voice carried a chilling undertone. Yesterday, he saved grandfather twice. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting in mocking laughter. Qingying, I absolutely refuse to believe this riffraff saved grandfather. Yes, look at how young this kid is. How could he possibly have saved grandpa? Kid, did you use some underhanded trick to deceive Grandpa and Qingying? Lin Tianfu's expression grew even more exaggerated. Kid, the Lin family isn't a place for you to stay. Get out. Lin Qingying shouted in frustration. You're all going too far. A timid voice spoke up. He's a guest invited by Grandpa. There's no need for this. All eyes turned to Lin Tianxi, who had spoken. Lin Tianfu rolled his eyes dramatically. Tianxi, are you really standing up for this country bumpkin? Everyone chimed in. Tianxi, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly believe he could save Grandpa? Tianxi, I suddenly understand why Grandpa favored you the most. You've taken all his words as golden rules. Tianxi, Grandfather trusts you the most among the third generation. In half a month, he might even recommend you to the Lin family in the provincial capital. Lin Tianxi's face darkened. Is this really the quality of our Lin family members? The crowd burst into mocking laughter. Tianxi, you're so refined. Make sure to toast this country bumpkin a few more drinks later. Tianxi, I think you and Nisik look somewhat alike. Maybe you two should become sworn brothers. Lin Tianxi, we're all cultured people, but being cultured doesn't mean we want to smell this peasant stench. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Lin Qingying knew Yi Xian's temperament, a faint trace of pleading flashing in her eyes. Only then did Yi Xian realize this was a dinner organized by Patriarch Lin. Making too much of a scene would embarrass the old man. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "Who would have thought 3 generations of the Lin family could be so arrogant and conceited?" Lin Tian looked at him like he was a complete idiot. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "Fine. Qingying, didn't you say you were the one who saved Grandpa? Then tell me, what kind of illness did Lin Tianxi have?" Everyone froze in shock. Lin Tianxi was either working or working out, built like an ox. How could he possibly be sick? But seeing the sinister look on Lin Tianfu's face, the crowd suddenly understood. Lin Tianfu was deliberately baiting Yi Xian, try to plant preconceptions in his mind. If Yi Xian dared claim Lin Tianxi was sick, Lin Tianfu would mock him until he had no face left. Lin Qingying also saw through Lin Tianfu's scheme and tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. "Yi Xian." Lin Tianfu stepped forward, cutting off Lin Qingying's words. "Yi Xian, do you dare gamble with me? If you can diagnose what illness Lin Tianxi has, I'll drink 3 bottles of Matai at the dinner table later. If you can't tell, then don't embarrass yourself here." The crowd egged them on. "Young man, don't tell me you're backing out of the bet." He definitely won't dare to bet, because only physician Li can diagnose Lin Tianxi's condition. That guy is nothing but a swindler. If he dares to gamble, he'll surely be exposed for what he really is. Amid the crowd's instigation, Lin Tianfu sneered coldly, looking utterly confident that he had Yi Xian in his grasp. A strange smile curled at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. "In that case, prepare to drink 3 bottles of Maodai." Chapter 29. Lin Qingying grew impatient. "Yi Xian, Lin Tianxi isn't sick." Lin Tianfu couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and burst out. "Get lost, kid." The others also wore mocking expressions, some even looking at him with disdain in their eyes. Should have known this guy was a scammer all along. Now, do you believe me? Brother Tianfu is truly impressive, using this method to expose this charlatan for what he really is. Qingying, be so kind as to send this brat back the same way you brought him here. Amid the clamor of the crowd, Yi Xian's gaze settled on Lin Tianxi. During the quiet of late nights, you experience palpitations and shortness of breath, sometimes heart pains as if being pricked by needles. This pain lasts anywhere from 1 to several minutes, but after it subsides, you feel completely normal again. Am I right? Even as Yi Xian was diagnosing Lin Tianxi, his voice easily drowned out the clamoring crowd. Lin Tianxi grabbed Yi Xian's hand eagerly. "Brother Xian, since you can identify it, can you cure it?" Everyone froze in astonishment. Judging from Lin Tianxi's reaction, does he actually have an illness, and was it spotted by Yi Xian? Lin Tianfu's expression darkened. "Tianxi, it's just some country bumpkin. Was there a need to humor him with this act?" Lin Tianxi grew frantic. "I really am sick. I just never told any of you. Don't believe me? Then look, what's this?" As he spoke, Lin Tianxi pulled out a medical examination report bearing the glaring red seal of Tianzhou First People's Hospital. Lin Tianfu snatched the examination report and burst into laughter after reading it. "It says the results are normal." Lin Tianxi raised his voice several octaves. "If I weren't tormented by illness, why would I waste my time going to the hospital?" Lin Tianfu was left speechless. Yi Xian's gaze fell upon Lin Tianfu instead. "Lately, haven't you been feeling like you're past your prime? No matter how beautiful the woman, you just can't perform, and you've secretly sought medical help, haven't you? Pity the doctors misdiagnosed. Keep taking those pills, and not only will you stay impotent, you won't even be able to piss." Lin Tianfu's face twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. Excessive indulgence in wine and women led to impotence. Yet too embarrassed to speak openly, he could only seek out those back-alley doctors. The quack prescribed medicine, which he took dutifully, yet his urinary difficulties only worsened. In desperation, Lin Tianfu went specially this morning to seek out Lu Tian of Huichun Pharmacy, whose diagnosis matched Yi Xian's exactly. Yi Xian's gaze shifted to a third-generation Lin family member with dark eye circles. And you, staying up nightly has already caused metabolic disorder. Without proper regulation, you'll develop gout and diabetes within 3 months. The third generation's gaze flickered for a moment. That's exactly what the hospital said too. Lin Qingying gaped at Yi Xian in astonishment. There was no denying Yi Xian's superb medical skills, but even Li Huichun couldn't make a diagnosis just by glancing at a patient the way Yi Xian did. Lin Tianxi, however, abruptly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. "Brother Xian, can this be cured?" Yi Xian smiled faintly, then noticed old Master Lin emerging, stretching comfortably. "Let's eat first, we'll talk later." Old Master Lin grasped Yi Xian's hand. "Yi Xian, I'm truly glad you could come." After what had just transpired, no one present found old Master Lin's enthusiastic demeanor the slightest bit inappropriate anymore. Upon reaching the drawing room, the gathering took their seats, with old Master Lin deliberately positioning Yi Xian at his left-hand side. After the opening remarks, Lin Tianfu had his attendants bring 3 bottles of Matai and open them one by one. Picking up one of the bottles directly, Lin Tianfu's face flushed red. "Brother Xian, I concede defeat honestly." Lin Tianfu had been spoiled and indulged since childhood, and was not someone who easily backed down. It was only because he believed Yi Xian might actually cure his unspeakable ailment that he voluntarily lowered his head. After downing a bottle of liquor, Lin Tianfu felt dizzy and overwhelmed, the alcohol churning in his chest and stomach nearly making him vomit. Grabbing the second bottle, Lin Tianfu looked pleadingly at Yi Xian. "Brother Xian, I was blind to Mount Tai's greatness." With those words, he started pouring the liquor straight down his throat, but before finishing half, he collapsed onto the chair. As Lin Tianfu reached for the third bottle, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Come see me once you're sober. I'll tell you how to get cured." Lin Tianfu relaxed, covering his mouth as he rushed to the bathroom to vomit heavily. Lin Tianxi also raised his glass. "Brother Xian, this one's for you." Yi Xian clinked glasses with Lin Tianxi. "Your illness isn't exactly simple to treat, but it's not overly difficult either. Don't just rely on protein powder. Nutrition needs to be balanced. Eat more seafood and meat, and your chest pain will be cured without medicine within a week." Li Yangxi thanked him profusely before sitting back down. Another third-generation member raised his glass and stood up, looking at Yi Xian with an ingratiating expression. Lin Qingying was left speechless with frustration. What was supposed to be a fine banquet somehow turned into Yi Xian's exclusive clinic session. Old Master Lin, however, remained unfazed by all this, staying silent. Finally, after Yi Xian had finished diagnosing everyone, old Master Lin raised his cup and asked fervently, "Yi Xian, would you be willing to marry Xiao Ying as your wife?" A flicker of surprise passed through Yi Xian's eyes. Though he knew it was a banquet set with hidden traps, Yi Xian never expected old Master Lin to come straight to the point. The rest of the Lin family looked utterly stunned. Lin Qingying was the absolute pinnacle among the goddesses of Tianzhou's business world. Her suitors could form a line stretching clear across the city from south to north. The old man actually wanted Lin Qingying to marry Yi Xian. And judging by the old man's demeanor, it seemed he was even afraid Yi Xian might refuse. Lin Qingying suddenly stood up. In her agitation, she didn't even notice her sleeve knocking over the wine glass. With a face full of grievance, she looked at Grandpa Lin and said, "Grandpa, I absolutely refuse to marry this scoundrel." Although Yi Xian was no longer an idiot and possessed remarkable medical skills and combat abilities. So what? Her man had to be a white knight in shining armor, riding atop a rainbow. Of course, I'm not expecting a Prince Charming with overwhelming power and influence, but at the very least he should have tens of millions in assets and be able to summon followers with just a call. To lower the standards even further, Yixin only graduated from high school, while I hold dual doctoral degrees. There's a world of difference between our educational backgrounds, experiences, and worldview. We're completely from two different worlds. If I were to marry this scoundrel, where would my happiness lie? Furious, Lin Qingying once again called Yixin a bastard. Old Master Lin frowned and said, "This was my idea. As long as Yixin is willing to marry you, you have no right to oppose." The crowd at the scene wore strange expressions. As long as Yixin is willing, you have no right to object. Once again, it proves that Old Man Lin fears Yixin might refuse to marry Lin Qingying. Old man, do you realize that if any of Tianzhou's playboys, even those from the other four great families, could marry Lin Qingying, they'd laugh in their dreams. Even if Yixin's medical skills are miraculous, he's still just an ordinary commoner. How could he possibly refuse such an incredible stroke of luck? Lin Qingying panted heavily, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet Old Master Lin stood his ground, staring unflinchingly at Lin Qingying. Finally, one of the third-generation descendants couldn't hold back anymore and cautiously reminded, "Elder, have you forgotten about that person?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present subtly changed. In the next second, all eyes in the room uniformly turned toward Old Master Lin, quietly awaiting his stance. Chapter 30. Lin Qingying's face also darkened with shifting emotions. "I absolutely don't like that man. Not at all. Even though he controls resources that determine the fate of the Lin Group, even though he's been pursuing me relentlessly, I would never marry him. But I dislike the bastard standing before me even more." Yet Yixin wore an expression of harmless curiosity. "Who is that person? Sounds like someone really impressive." Old Master Lin scanned each face in the room. "As for that person, I'll speak to them personally." Everyone remained silent. Lin Qingying sat down angrily, her eyes reddening from the bitterness in her heart. Old Master Lin's gaze fell upon Yixin. "Yixin, are you willing to marry Xiaoing?" Yixin smiled and shook his head. "Though President Lin reigns as the goddess of Tianzhou's business world, she is no queen, and I certainly don't need an ancestor to worship." The entire room froze in stunned silence. Yixin actually refused? Turned down a once-in-a-lifetime chance to climb the social ladder by joining the Lin family? Rejected an opportunity that could have saved you 30 years of struggle? Said no to marrying the most coveted beauty in Tianzhou that would make any playboy wake up smiling from his dreams? Yet, Lin Qingying's gaze burned with predatory intensity. This was the second time she'd heard Yixin say something like this. That bastard actually thinks I'm some sort of shrew who's hard to please? Old Master Lin, however, winked at Yixin and said, "Yixin, actually Qingying has quite a good temperament, and she's very filial too." He directly brought his mouth to Yixin's ear and whispered, "Plus she's got wide hips, guaranteed to bear sons." Yixin choked on his own saliva and burst into violent coughing. The entire crowd was floored. What's gotten into the old man? Is he afraid Lin Qingying can't find herself a husband? Then, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Yixin insisted on not marrying Lin Qingying. What if that person gets angry? Otherwise, if that person stops investing in the Lin Group and the company fails to perform, the provincial capital's Lin family would surely unleash their fury. And their own good days would also come to an end. Yixin stopped coughing. "President Lin is indeed very nice. It's only that I worry about holding her back." Lin Qingying rolled her eyes in fury. Every word and gesture from this scoundrel showed not the slightest hint of concern about holding me back. He clearly found me beneath his notice. "Bastard. Stinking bastard. You're just a country bumpkin. How dare you think I'm not good enough for you?" Old Master Lin, however, chuckled heartily and said, "Yixin, you're being far too modest. You are a dragon among men. Marrying Qingying off to you would make her wake up laughing from her dreams. So how could it possibly be a waste?" Lin Qingying's vision darkened before her. Any playboy from Tianzhou would be better than this scoundrel. How could I possibly wake up laughing from my dreams? Yi Xian stared blankly at Elder Lin. That old fox really has a thick skin. He clearly understood my meaning, but deliberately did the opposite. Old Master Lin grabbed Yi Xian's hand. This matter is settled then. Starting today, you'll live here. But after all, this is the Lin family's grandest event of the year. I must carefully plan your marriage with Qingying. Once everything is prepared, I'll announce your engagement to everyone in Tianzhou. Yi Xian looked troubled. But before he could voice his refusal, old Master Lin's expression darkened. Yi Xian, you wouldn't turn down a dying old man's request, would you? Damn, that old fox is trying to force this through. At this moment, Lin Qingying suddenly stood up abruptly. Grandpa, I won't marry him. I'd rather die than marry him. Shameful, utterly shameful. That bastard actually considers himself a demon, openly declaring in front of so many people that he refuses to marry me. Grandpa, am I really your own granddaughter? Otherwise, why would you act as if you're afraid no one would want to marry me? No, I must make my stance clear. Otherwise, if this spreads, how will the Lin family's dignity remain intact? Old Master Lin ignored Lin Qingying and instead heaved a heavy sigh. Yi Xian, if you insist on not marrying Xiaoying, could it be you're afraid of that man? Yi Xian's face darkened. That old fox would stop at nothing to make himself marry Lin Qingying. Why else would he even resort to such blatant provocation? But seeing the faint plea in old man Lin's eyes, Yi Xian stretched lazily with satisfaction. I'll leave everything to your arrangements. As for who that man was, or what his name might be, Yi Xian knew absolutely nothing. But from old man Lin and the Lin family's expressions, Yi Xian could tell that person held tremendous influence. Moreover, that man also had his sights set on Lin Qingying. However, Lin Qingying had already consummated her marriage with Yi Xian. No matter how much Yi Xian disliked her, he absolutely didn't want to see her with another man. In that case, he might as well reluctantly agree. Old Master Lin burst into thunderous laughter. Lin Qingying ground her teeth until they creaked. In the next instant, Lin Qingying laughed without making a sound. Though this scoundrel had remarkable acting skills, he'd ultimately shown the fox's tail. Fine, I'm no match for grandfather with my scrawny arms and legs, but dealing with you is a piece of cake. Next, this bastard will find out exactly how many tricks I've got up my sleeve. When the time comes, this fool will learn that wanting to marry me is nothing but a toad lusting after swan flesh. With this matter settled, everyone should theoretically be raising their glasses in celebration. Yet strangely, none of the 3 generations of the Lin family did so. Their expressions remained strangely varied instead. Only old Master Lin drank happily with Yi Xian, utterly carefree. But after all, he was elderly and plagued by illness, soon becoming overwhelmed by the alcohol before retiring to his room. With old Master Lin gone, the 3 generations of the Lin family promptly dispersed. Not a single one exchanged words with Yi Xian. Instead, they all wore expressions of keeping respectfully distant. Yi Xian knew it must be because of that person, and a faint hint of anticipation surfaced in his eyes. Just who was this formidable figure? Who could actually make the Lin family feel such tremendous pressure? But since the Lin family wasn't talking, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to ask. The spacious living room was now left with only Lin Qingying and Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, a faint trace of disgust surfaced in Lin Qingying's eyes. She strode directly before Yi Xian, her face brimming with arrogance as she declared, Yi Xian, I never imagined someone like you existed. Yi Xian gazed back at Lin Qingying with evident confusion. And what kind of person would that be? Lin Qingying sneered coldly. Keep pretending. Go on with your act. Before Yi Xian could retort, Lin Qingying continued. I can't stop Grandpa from letting you stay in the villa. But I'm warning you. Stay off the 2nd floor, or else you'll face the consequences. Looking at the fuming Lin Qingying, Yi Xian chuckled. Is that any way to treat your fiancé? Panting heavily, Lin Qingying raised her voice an octave. I am not your fiancé. You're just a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I hate you. If it weren't for this bastard, I'd still be the untouchable goddess I was. If it weren't for this bastard, my grandfather wouldn't be forcing me into marriage. I swear eternal enmity with this bastard. Want to marry me? Keep dreaming in your wildest fantasies. Giving Yi Xian a fierce glare, Lin Qingying stomped upstairs. With an ear-splitting bang of the slamming door, the entire villa trembled slightly. Lin Qingying was clearly using this to vent her dissatisfaction with this arranged marriage. Chapter 31. Closing the door, Lin Qingying collapsed weakly onto the bed, lying flat on her back. It seemed as though the heavens were playing some colossal joke on her. To think that bastard had somehow become her fiancé out of nowhere. Lin Qingying, you've never been one to meekly accept the hand fate deals you. Stay strong. You must find a way to make that bastard understand you're simply from different worlds. Only then will that coward retreat from the challenge. Your happiness won't be destroyed by that scoundrel. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingying pulled out her phone and opened a WeChat video call. Soon, a woman appeared on the screen. She looked about the same age as Lin Qingying, around 24-25 years old. With features as delicate as a painting and a stunning figure, there was also an unmistakable, all-seeing confidence flashing in her eyes. At this moment, the woman was changing clothes. As she unhooked and flicked her hand behind her back, her undergarments loosened, a rather eye-catching sight. Though irritated, Lin Qingying couldn't help rolling her eyes. Could you at least mind your image a little? Lu Ryu giggled teasingly. What's wrong? Jealous that I'm bigger than you. As she spoke, Lu Ryu even proudly arched her chest forward. Lu Ryu, Lin Qingying's closest confidant, shared everything with each other. When faced with difficulties, the two would always discuss how to handle them together. Moreover, Lu Ryu claimed to be worldly wise and had an impeccable understanding of men's psychology. Today, being pressured by elder Lin into marriage, Lin Qingying naturally sought Lu Ryu's advice. Lin Qingying was torn between laughter and tears. All right, put your clothes on properly and get back to me. A minute later, Lu Ryu sent a reply. Now clad in professional attire, she looked impossibly radiant. True to her role as Lin Qingying's bosom friend, Lu Ryu probed. I noticed you looked upset earlier. Did something go wrong? Lin Qingying responded with evident frustration. Worse than something going wrong. This is a major mess. Lu Ryu exaggeratedly exclaimed. Has he come to bother you again? Lin Qingying wore a bitter expression. No. Grandfather arranged a fiancé for me. Ugly, old, and boring, with a terrible background too. What rotten luck I've had. Lu Ryu narrowed her eyes. The old man has gone senile. Doesn't he know Han Yuanheng is chasing after you? If young Master Han finds out about this, wouldn't he tear your fiancé's bones apart one by one? Lin Qingying rolled her eyes. Stop making sarcastic remarks over there. I came to discuss something with you. I don't like that jerk one bit. You'd better come up with a solution for me. Lu Ryu's eyes gleamed mischievously. Only by making that bastard know his place will he back off. Lin Qingying glared at Lu Ryu. I know we need to make that bastard back off. The question is, how do we make him back off? Lu Ryu snapped her fingers. I'm throwing a party tonight. Bring that old and ugly fiancé of yours. Then I'll teach him a proper lesson. Once he feels utterly humiliated, he'll surely give up. Lin Qingying let out a long sigh. I'm counting on you. Lu Ryu rolled her eyes dramatically. We're best friends. If I don't help you, who will? As she finished speaking, Lu Ryu seemed to remember something. By the way, how are you planning to deal with Master Han? Lin Qingying's eyes dimmed. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Seeing Lu Ryu about to speak again, Lin Qingying felt inexplicably irritated. I'm tired and need to rest. After ending the WeChat video call with Lu Ryu, Lin Qingying rubbed her aching head, wanting to rest for a while. At that very moment, a gentle breeze swept by and a black-clad, masked man appeared at the head of Lin Qingying's bed. Lin Qingying felt a creeping sensation, instinctively opening her mouth to scream. The man pressed the dagger against Lin Qingying's jade-white neck. Make a sound, and I'll kill you. The chilling aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down Lin Qingying's entire body, raising goosebumps. Yi Xian sat on the living room sofa, sipping water. The sound of the door slamming just now left Yi Xian somewhat unsettled. I've told you I didn't want to marry. It was your grandfather who forced me into this. What kind of attitude is this? Also, your resolute attitude. Could it be because of that person they keep mentioning among the Lin family? The mere thought of this possibility sent an inexplicable restlessness surging through Yi Xian. Acting on instinct, he ascended the stairs, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. After all, he'd already slept with her once. Doing it again today wouldn't hurt. Let's see if Lin Qingying dares to bite me. At this moment, Yi Xian's stubborn temper flared up and he stopped caring about anything. Just as he reached the stairs, someone blocked Yi Xian's path. Mr. Lin has ordered, you're not allowed to go to the second floor. Though aware old Master Lin had already promised Lin Qingying to Yi Xian, the bodyguard secretly looked down on him. Because the bodyguard also believed that if Lin Qingying married Yi Xian, it would be like a fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Hearing the words Lin Qingying had let out, this bodyguard seized upon a trivial pretext, as if it were a royal decree. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You dare stop me? The bodyguard sneered. My duty is to protect the safety of the Lin family. I take orders from President Lin alone. President Lin is the one who forbids you from going upstairs. As he spoke, the bodyguard's aura kept rising, emitting a faint but oppressive pressure directed at Yi Xian. The Lin family stood at the head of Tianzhou's 5 great clans, and some worthless scum had been eyeing the Lin family's assets. To ensure the safety of the Lin family members, Elder Lin spared no expense hiring top-tier experts. The man before them was a martial artist, and a peak-level Houtian first-grade expert at that. The bodyguard had every reason to believe this country bumpkin would sweat bullets under his terrifying pressure. A trace of hesitation flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. The bodyguard was merely a subordinate. Though somewhat provocative, the words had actually come from Lin Qingying. Would forcing his way through unfairly put this bodyguard in a difficult position? Especially when he thought about how he, the 32nd generation heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, actually considered forcing himself upon an ordinary woman. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh at himself. The bodyguard, however, mistook Yi Xian's reaction as being intimidated by his imposing manner, a hint of mockery flashing deep in his eyes. What a coward! Did he back down just from this little display of dominance? How can a man like this ever be worthy of the lofty President Lin? Just as Yi Xian turned to descend the stairs, his expression abruptly twisted with alarm. After all, as a cultivator, his sensitivity to shifts in the surrounding air far surpassed that of martial artists. Why was there killing intent emanating from Lin Qingying's bedroom? Could someone actually be threatening Lin Qingying, daring to break into her room in broad daylight? If Lin Qingying were to be killed right under his watch, what would become of the dignity of the 32nd Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain? With this realization, Yi Xian didn't bother explaining. He immediately rushed upstairs. The bodyguard's face darkened. Didn't you hear me? No one's allowed upstairs. As he spoke, the bodyguard threw a punch. This punch only used 80% of his strength. The bodyguard knew that since Yi Xian was valued by old Master Lin, he wouldn't be spared if he killed him. But the bodyguard was confident that a punch with 80% strength would be enough to send Yi Xian tumbling to the ground like a gourd. By then, this country bumpkin of a young man will learn the consequences of ignoring my warnings. Chapter 32. Seeing Yi Xian standing frozen as if terrified, the bodyguard's eyes flashed with mockery. This punk dared to shout and make demands in front of Boss Lin. Today we'll break one of his bones to teach him how to properly respect beautiful women. It must be said that Lin Qingying, being a stunning beauty, was lethally captivating. Even the bodyguards, who knew they were unworthy to carry Lin Qingying's shoes, felt compelled to act as her protectors. In the blink of an eye, the fist landed heavily on Yi Xian's body. With a dull thud, a figure was sent flying. The bodyguard, who had crashed heavily to the ground, flashed a look of terror in his eyes, because he sensed that the moment his fist struck Yi Xian, a rebounding force surged forth, not only knocking him flying backward, but also shattering his wrist bones. Yet Yi Xian didn't even spare him a glance, leaping straight into action. Nothing but a posturing clown who bullies others by flaunting borrowed power. If it weren't for the fact that he was a servant of the Lin family, the bodyguard would have done far worse than just shattering his wrist bone. Inside the room, Lin Qingying's eyes filled with despair. With a blade pressed against her throat, Lin Qingying had no choice but to follow the assassin to the window. Lin Qingying knew that once she was taken beyond the Lin family grounds, she would fall into an even more dangerous situation. She wanted to scream, but sensing the icy chill radiating from the dagger, Lin Qingying realized that before she could even cry out, her throat might already be slit. Amidst the fear and tension, a surge of indignation welled up in Lin Qingying's heart. Those pricey bodyguards she hired, had they all died? The assassin smiled. President Lin, as long as you cooperate, I won't hurt you. Of course, if you don't cooperate, my dagger might forget who you are. Hearing the killer's threat, Lin Qingying's entire body tensed up. Yet she glared at the assassin with unwilling defiance. How much is he paying you? I'll double it. The killer's eyes flashed with mockery. Sorry, but every trade has its rules. My mission is to tie you up and deliver you to my employer. If you resist, I'll kill you on the spot. Lin Qingying gritted her teeth. Who wants to see me? The assassin suddenly seemed to realize something and leaned close to Lin Qingying's ear. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Lin Qingying's eyes flickered briefly as she turned her head away in undisguised disgust. The assassin smirked darkly. I'd advise you not to indulge in wishful thinking. Who would have thought I'd sneak in right under their noses in broad daylight? Even if we're discovered, those mere first-grade warriors of the Lin family would be no match for me. Seeing the killer so confident, Lin Qingying felt her heart sink to the depths. The next second, Lin Qingying's mind inexplicably flashed with the shadow of a certain person, her eyes glimmering with hope. Yi Xian once smashed through Iron Tiger's arm with a single punch. If he were to enter the room at this moment, would I have a slim chance of survival? No. Yi Xian isn't some omnipotent deity. How could he possibly know I'm in danger? And besides, that bastard only knows how to piss me off. Even if he knew I was in danger, he'd just stand by and watch. The assassin's breathing grew heavier, his eyes filled with wicked gleams of evil. Lin Qingying was a rare beauty, the kind that would make any man's heart race. The assassin was as normal a man as they come, and with Lin Qingying already helpless as a lamb to the slaughter. It's impossible that there's no reaction at all. Let's take her away first, find a secluded place to enjoy her properly, then hand her over to the employer. With such thoughts flashing through his mind, the killer sneered coldly. Move. Under the threat of the dagger, Lin Qingying had no choice but to move closer to the window. At that very moment, the bedroom door was kicked open with a violent crash. Seeing Yi Xian appear in the doorway, the killer's gaze turned sharp, tightening his grip on the dagger. Another set of footsteps approached as the bodyguard, clutching his broken wrist, appeared at the entrance. Clearly, despite his fractured wrist bone, the bodyguard had endured the pain to come, fearing Yi Xian might pose a threat to Lin Qingying. The moment the bodyguard saw the scene in the bedroom, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Yi Xian's face darkened like still water. Let go of President Lin, and I'll leave your body intact. Lin Qingying felt warmth blossom in her heart. Is this bastard actually concerned about me? The killer looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. I've got Lin Qingying in my grasp, and you dare to threaten me? Yi Xian remained utterly calm. I'm not threatening you. I'm simply stating a fact. The killer burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Despite his laughter, the killer maintained his vigilance, keeping the dagger pressed firmly against Lin Qingying's throat. After finishing his laughter, the killer flashed a vicious glare at Yi Xian. I don't know how you discovered me, but since you've exposed me, there's no need for me to hide any longer. At this point, the killer's voice turned stern. Everyone move aside. Following the killer's loud shout, another flurry of footsteps erupted. Several bodyguards appeared on the second floor, their eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. As bodyguards of the Lin family, protecting this place was their duty, yet the Lin family's young mistress had been kidnapped right under their noses. Disgraceful. After all, they were well-trained bodyguards. After a brief moment of shame, the leader exchanged glances with his companions. They were discussing how to divert the assassin's attention to rescue Lin Qingying. Old Master Lin also rushed over and nearly fainted upon seeing the scene. The assassin gave a cold snort and suddenly threw a brutal punch. Bang! With a dull thud, the sandalwood nightstand shattered into several pieces. The bodyguard's pupils constricted at the sight. Sandalwood is incredibly hard. A single slash with a knife would leave only a shallow mark. For an assassin to smash a sandalwood nightstand with one punch, their strength must be at least postnatal realm tier 2. The killer's hand tightened around Lin Qingying's throat again. If you don't want her dead, everyone back off. Old Master Lin, having witnessed great storms after all, quickly regained his composure. Let Xiaoying go, and I'll let you leave. The killer's eyes flickered with thick mockery. Let me leave, or I'll kill her. With those words, the killer tightened his grip, and a streak of blood appeared on Lin Qingying's jade-like neck. Seizing the moment when the killer's attention wavered during his taunts, Yi Xian pounced like lightning. The lead bodyguard couldn't help but curse. You idiot! The fact that the other party could stealthily infiltrate the bedroom and kidnap Lin Qingying clearly indicated they were an expert. The reality also proved the opponent's strength was at least postnatal level 2. Even if all the bodyguards present combined their efforts, they might not be a match for this assassin. What's this punk trying to prove? And the dagger was already pressed against Lin Qingying's throat. One slip of intent could slit Lin Qingying's neck in an instant. That idiot Yi Xian actually thought this was the perfect moment to strike. Was his head crushed by a door when he was born? Old Man Lin also had a look of despair in his eyes. Clearly, Old Man Lin's thoughts were similar to those of the bodyguards. Lin Qingying felt an even deeper chill in her heart. This bastard chose to strike at this moment. Does he think I won't die fast enough? A terrifying scene flashed through Lin Qingying's mind. The dagger slicing across her neck, blood spraying, and she promptly fainted. The assassin clearly hadn't expected Yi Xian to dare make a move at this critical juncture. A bloodthirsty cruelty flickered in his eyes. Though his own strength was formidable, his opponent had 5 postnatal level bodyguards. Taking Lin Qingying to meet the employer was now impossible. If that's the case, then kill Lin Qingying and fight his way out. With his acquired second-grade strength and no more restraints, no one present could possibly stop him. With a cold snort, the assassin channeled his strength into the dagger and slashed viciously at Lin Qingying's jade-white neck. Chapter 33. At that very moment, the assassin felt a sharp pain shoot through the back of his hand. It was an indescribable agony, akin to nothing words could capture. Though he'd endured 2 stab wounds without flinching in the past, the killer let out a strangled cry, his dagger clattering to the ground. The corner of his eye caught sight of a silver needle protruding from the back of his hand. The killer's pupils contracted sharply. How could a seemingly fragile silver needle have penetrated his body from over 2 meters away? How did this kid manage that? Though thoughts raced through his mind, the assassin's movements showed not the slightest hesitation. His other hand darted like lightning toward Lin Qingying's throat. By this moment, Yi Xian had already closed the distance, grabbing the assassin's shoulder. Just as the assassin's fingers brushed Lin Qingying's neck, the cracking sound of snapping bone echoed through the air. The killer screamed in agony once more, his arm hanging limp as a rag. Yi Xian caught Lin Qingying as she fell toward the ground with one arm, while his other hand clenched around the assassin's throat. Old Master Lin and the others watched this scene in stunned disbelief. Yi Xian had actually done it. Against an opponent who was at least a second-class Hotian expert, and with a dagger pressed against Lin Qingying's throat, he'd still managed to save her. Is this guy human or some kind of god? Especially that bodyguard with the shattered wrist bone, whose forehead was already drenched in sweat. If Yi Xian hadn't shown mercy, he'd already be a corpse. He'd laughed at Yi Xian as an ant, never imagining that he himself was the true insect. Though sweating profusely from the pain, the assassin's eyes glinted with mockery. "I'm from Bloodkill. Dare you kill me?" Old Master Lin and his bodyguards, who had barely caught their breath, suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of dizziness. The next second, Old Master Lin called out loudly, "Yi Xian, don't do anything reckless." Bloodkill was an organization, a guild of assassins. Over the years, they've committed numerous atrocious acts, and the police have vowed to wipe out this assassin organization once and for all. Once, a patrolman captured a member of the Bloodkill organization. The final result was the massacre of the entire six-member patrolman's family, while the imprisoned organization members were successfully rescued by the Bloodslayers. Although Yi Xian had considerable strength, behind the assassin stood the entire Bloodfiend organization. If a member of the Bloodkill organization dies at Yi Xian's hands, he will face endless pursuit and retaliation. Yi Xian turned his head with a strange expression. Is Bloodkill really all that impressive? Noticing Yi Xian's momentary distraction, the assassin's eyes gleamed with malice as he viciously aimed a kick straight between Yi Xian's legs. But before his foot could land on Yi Xian, the assassin felt all his strength drain away, the light swiftly fading from his eyes. It was Yi Xian who snapped the assassin's neck. Yi Xian released his grip, and the assassin toppled backward onto the ground. The sound of something heavy hitting the floor struck straight at Old Master Lin and the others' hearts, plunging the atmosphere into unbearable tension. Old Master Lin let out a weary sigh. "Not impressive at all. Get rid of the body. I'll take care of the rest." The killer is dead, and dwelling on the bloodshed would only weigh heavier on Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, Old Master Lin made his decision. Since Yi Xian killed the Bloodslayer members to protect Lin Qingying, the Lin family had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility. Issue the bounty immediately and recruit more experts. If all else fails, if nothing else works, the only option left is to seek help from the Lin family in the provincial capital. The security captain snapped out of his daze and moved toward the assassin's corpse, while the others remained frozen in place. Old Master Lin frowned just as a bodyguard bent at the waist respectfully toward him. "Master, I resign." Being a bodyguard for the Lin family came with exceptionally generous benefits. But this time, Yi Xian had provoked none other than the Bloodkill organization. The bodyguard feared he might earn money, but not live to spend it. Where one leads, others follow. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 5 bodyguards handed in their resignations, including the one with the broken wrist. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them vanished without a trace. The bodyguard leader's face darkened. Old Man Lin's scorching gaze fell upon the chief bodyguard. "Xiao Dao, are you planning to leave as well?" Xiao Dao let out a heavy breath. "The old man saved my life. I'm not some ungrateful bastard." With that, Xiao Dao silently dragged the killer's body out. Yi Xian looked puzzled. Is Bloodkill really that amazing? Old Master Lin felt dizzy again. "Can't you see it?" Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. "Never trouble till trouble troubles you. Today was just a lesson for them. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never leave alive." Old Master Lin's eye twitched. With a resigned expression, he gave Yi Xian a thumbs up before turning to leave. Right now, the most crucial thing was to discuss with Xiao Dao how to find a true master. As for Lin Qingying, with Yi Xian here, nothing could go wrong. Lin Qingying opened her eyes at this moment. Recalling the scene before she lost consciousness, Lin Qingying's face turned pale. Have I already descended into hell? No, if this were hell, how could the sunlight be so bright? And her gaze instinctively fell upon her chest, and Lin Qingying's eyes turned icy. That bastard actually took advantage of me while I was unconscious. Under Lin Qingying's murderous gaze, Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. At the time, I was worried you might get hurt from the fall, and ended up holding you in an inappropriate place. But after all, I did save you. Is this attitude really necessary? Lin Qingying enunciated each word sharply. Kindly remove your hand. Yi Xian let out a vague acknowledgement and loosened his grip. Lin Qingying, who had been leaning against Yi Xian's embrace, lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Qingying glared at Yi Xian with gnashed teeth. Yi Xian put on an innocent face. You told me to let go. Bastard. Bastard. Or rude man. If she didn't know she was no match for Yi Xian, Lin Qingying would have beaten him so badly that even Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu wouldn't recognize him. Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingying with a peculiar expression. If your neck gets scarred from that cut, it'll be quite unsightly. Lin Qingying glared fiercely at Yi Xian before striding into the bathroom. A wound was left on her neck, white as Jusselane. Though not deep enough to damage tendons or bones, it would surely leave an ugly scar. Yi Xian leaned against the bathroom doorframe and said, "Beg me, and I promise there won't be a single scar left." A flicker of hesitation flashed in Lin Qingying's eyes. The next second, Lin Qingying ruthlessly pushed Yi Xian away. In your dreams, the young lady of the Lin family has the pride befitting a daughter of a Lin's. And that bastard has gone too far. If I beg him, he'll hold this over my head and laugh at me for the rest of my life. But thinking of the consequences, Lin Qingying grew frustrated and sat down on the bed in a petty huff. Yi Xian put on an exaggerated expression. Aren't you afraid of turning ugly? Lin Qingying shot Yi Xian a fierce glare. I wouldn't want her help even if I died. Yi Xian shook his head and walked straight out of the bedroom. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure without even a glance back, Lin Qingying clenched her fists tightly. This bastard. No pity at all for something so delicate. If you won't save him, then don't. Li Huichun is known as the miracle doctor. I refuse to believe he can't cure him. I refuse to believe the world would stop turning without you. Grabbing the pillow, Lin Qingying vented her fury on it, pounding it ruthlessly. Chapter 34. Footsteps sounded once more as Yi Xian appeared in the bedroom. Lin Qingying shot Yi Xian a glare and snapped. What are you doing here? Yi Xian chuckled. If you're not afraid of turning ugly, I'm afraid of being embarrassed to be seen with you. So I adjusted the medicine. Once applied, everything will be fine by tomorrow. Lin Qingying didn't bother dwelling on Yi Xian's words and abruptly stood up. Could it really be that miraculous? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Don't believe me then. Seeing Yi Xian turn to leave, Lin Qingying grew anxious. Who said I don't believe you? I'd rather die than let Yi Xian treat me, was just a resentful outburst. Now that there was hope, Lin Qingying could only lower her head for the time being. Yi Xian handed the ointment to Lin Qingying. Old Master Lin was ill, and the family had nearly 100 types of medicinal herbs, including those for removing decay and promoting tissue regeneration. But if these herbs are given to Li Huichun for treatment, even he can't guarantee there won't be any scars left. With the Dragon King's true qi, Yi Xian was unstoppable. Watching Lin Qingying apply the herbal medicine, Yi Xian left the Lin family villa and returned to the slums. Bloodthirsty killers have set their sights on Lin Qingying. Even if she'd rather not, she has no choice but to move into the Lin family villa now. Yi Xian naturally needed to go home to fetch a few changes of clothes and, at the same time, explain matters to Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu. Hearing Yi Xian was going to move into Lin Qingying's home, Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu were overjoyed. They eagerly urged Yi Xian to seize the opportunity and aimed to have a grandson for them to dote on as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't bother explaining too much, just responding with nondescript murmurs of agreement. The phone rang, and Huo Linglong informed Yi Xian that her car had arrived. Yi Xian knew Huo Linglong had come to pick him up for the auction, and his spirits lifted at once. As Yi Xian got into the car, a faint, peculiar glint flickered deep within Huo Linglong's eyes. Yesterday witnessed Yi Xian's miraculous deeds, and father said that befriending him was the only way to thwart Huo Yunhai's schemes. She had even considered marrying Yi Xian herself. However, in the eyes of others, she was a goddess-level existence. Yet Yi Xian appeared completely indifferent toward her. An inexplicable restlessness stirred in her heart as Huo Linglong drove her car at breakneck speed. Arriving before an antique-style building, Huo Linglong and Yi Xian stepped out of the car together. Huo Linglong whispered in explanation, Yi Xian, this is a small-scale yet top-tier auction in Tianzhou. Only the wealthy and influential can attend this auction. If I hadn't brought you, they wouldn't have received us. Yi Xian nodded slightly. At the door, Yi Xian sensed two auras locking onto him, but they vanished in an instant. Yi Xian knew that these were the bodyguards of the auction house. If it weren't for Hua Linglong's presence, the guards would have stepped in to stop him. Entering the building, he followed a small path into the grand hall. The dozen or so people chatting in the hall greeted Hua Linglong with warm smiles upon seeing her. But when their gazes landed on Yi Xian, a peculiar glint flickered deep within their eyes. Although Hua Linglong's status within the Hua family had been declining steadily due to Hui Yunfeng's critical illness, but there's no denying Hua Linglong is a goddess-level beauty. How could you be with a country bumpkin like this man? A haughty voice rang out. Miss Hua, not only has your situation grown worse, but your taste has deteriorated too. Otherwise, why would you be with such a country bumpkin trash? Following the voice, a lavishly dressed young man entered the hall, trailed by an elderly man with graying hair. Wu Jiannan, the young master of the Wu family in Tianzhou. The Wu family stands as the pinnacle existence among second-tier families in Tianzhou. Rumors suggest that if the Hua family were to be squeezed out of the 5 great aristocratic families, the Wu family would undoubtedly be the replacement. Wu Jiannan had been pursuing Hua Linglong, but she showed no interest in him. Wu Jiannan harbored resentment in his heart. Today, upon seeing Yi Xian by Hua Linglong's side, he couldn't resist taunting him. Hua Linglong frowned and snapped. Wu Jiannan, how childish are you? Yi Xian burst into laughter. Jiannan, who in their right mind would call themselves a pathetic man? Ah, Jiannan and cheapskate sound the same. That's Wu Jiannan's sore spot. He had once considered changing his name, but the patriarch of the Wu family insisted it was given by a feng shui master at Wu Jiannan's birth, meant to ensure his health and safety, and absolutely forbade any alteration. Hearing Yi Xian mock him now, Wu Jiannan's eyes darkened with a hint of malice. Looking to die? Hua Linglong pulled Yi Xian behind her. What do you think you're doing? Wu Jiannan's face darkened further. Hua Linglong, are you protecting this kid? Hua Linglong raised her chin defiantly. Is there a problem with that? Wu Jiannan chuckled. Is this retard who only knows how to hide behind women really worth it? Yi Xian stretched comfortably and remarked, taking such pride in naming yourself Jiannan. Who's the real idiot here, I wonder? Wu Jiannan panted heavily, his breath coming in ragged gasps. You little bastard, believe it or not, I'll fucking kill you. Yi Xian's body stirred. Hua Linglong grew anxious and grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian, don't be reckless. An aged voice rang out. Young Master Wu, Miss Hua, grant me this small favor. Let's talk about whatever it is after the auction concludes. A ruddy-cheeked old man entered the hall. Hua Linglong and Wu Jiannan bowed slightly, their imposing aura completely deflated. Although Master Good didn't belong to the 5 great families, his extensive social connections commanded respect, so the two naturally had to show him deference. With just a cursory glance at Yi Xian, Master Good stepped to the center and announced, the auction officially begins now. Everyone present took their seats. Hua Linglong whispered an introduction. Elder Gu is the convener and personally chairs every meeting. Everything he lays eyes on turns to gold. Yi Xian nodded. Wu Jiannan sneered. You don't even know these things? What a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Hua Linglong frowned. Just then, Elder Ji's voice rang out. The first auction item today is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. The same rules as always. Each bid increases by 100,000. Highest offer takes it. A servant brought out a blue and white porcelain piece, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A crowd gathered to admire it. After the appraisers had taken their seats, the auction officially began. Soon, the blue and white porcelain was sold for 3.5 million yuan. The auction continued. After 5 consecutive items, Elder Gu announced, next up for auction is Gentiana scabra. This Gentiana scabra was dug up by an herb gatherer in an area imbued with spiritual energy. Finding Gentiana scabra thriving in such spiritually rich conditions is extraordinarily rare, truly a matter of chance rather than pursuit. This dragon's gentian starts at 3 million, with minimum increments of 500,000 per bid. Those willing to inspect it may come forward now. After verification is complete, the official auction for the dragon's gentian will commence. A glint of eagerness flickered in the eyes of everyone present. The vibrant and spirit-rich gentian herb is comparable to 1,000-year-old ginseng. Consuming it can enhance one's constitution and even prolong life. These individuals were all wealthy enough to not lack money, naturally eager to acquire the gentian root. Wu Jiannan cast an inquiring glance at the elderly man beside him. "Master Qian, your assistance is requested." Old Qian nodded slightly, placed his hands behind his back, and approached the auction table for a meticulous examination. After a full minute, Old Qian returned to Wu Jiannan's side. "Regular gentian isn't potent enough for medicine. Not worth bidding on." Chapter 35. Elder Qian's voice was so soft that only Wu Jiannan could hear it. Wu Jiannan nodded in understanding, yet chose not to expose the underlying truth. After all, Mr. G's status and position speak for themselves. If this gentian plant has any issues, it's practically slapping Elder Ge across the face. At the same time, a faint trace of disappointment flickered in Wu Jiannan's eyes. Father's health has been declining year after year. Dr. Li said that if we could find Gentiana scabra, it might give father at least 5 more years to live. This time, upon hearing that gentian grass would be auctioned, I enthusiastically rushed over. Yet it turned out to be a futile effort. As the auction officially began, Hua Linglong was the first to raise her paddle. 5 million. A chubby middle-aged man raised his hand. 5.5 million. The bid quickly rose again, pushing the price to 8 million. Hua Linglong raised her hand once more. 10 million. Everyone instantly turned to look at Hua Linglong with strange expressions in their eyes. With a sudden increase of 2 million, Hua Linglong clearly had her heart set on acquiring the gentian grass. If I raised the bid again, could I offend the Hua family? Finally, it was the fat man who could no longer resist the allure of the gentian and gritted his teeth to raise his hand. 12 million, he called out. Hua Linglong raised her hand calmly once more. 15 million. Seeing Hua Linglong's unyielding persistence, Wu Jiannan looked at her as if she were a complete idiot. "Since you can't recognize the value of this gentian, I'll play you dirty. Let me show you the consequences of crossing Wu Jiannan." With this thought running through his mind, Wu Jiannan raised his hand. 2 million. All eyes instantly focused on Wu Jiannan, even old Qian revealing a trace of peculiar expression. But upon seeing Wu Jiannan wink at him, old Qian tacitly understood and remained silent. Wu Jiannan laughed heartily. "My father's health isn't good, and I'm particularly filial. I must have this gentian herb at all costs. This time I prepared 80 million. Hua Linglong, care to try your hand against me?" Hua Linglong's pupils constricted. Moved by Yi Xian's healing of Hui Yunfeng and bound by her promise to obtain dragon gall grass for him, Hua Linglong had secured a special allocation of funds from Hui Yunfeng. It was merely 80 million, a trifling sum. Moreover, Hui Yunhai now controls the majority of the Hua Group's resources, making 80 million Hui Yunfeng's absolute limit. Anymore, and it would require a decision from the Hua Group's board directors. If the gentian herb fell into Wu Jiannan's hands, how could she possibly explain herself to Yi Xian? Gritting her teeth, Hua Linglong raised her hand decisively. 50 million. The crowd at the scene collectively gasped. A single bid increase of 30 million. Hua Linglong was trying to scare Wu Jiannan away. But Wu Jiannan only grew calmer. Because he knew that the more Hua Linglong acted this way, the more it proved how desperately she wanted this gentian herb. This way, he could keep Hua Linglong firmly under his thumb. Glancing sideways at Hua Linglong, Wu Jiannan raised his hand once again. 80 million. Hua Linglong's face turned alternately pale and greenish. The auction rules stipulated that each bid must increase by no less than 500,000. Wu Jiannan had already bid 80 million. How could he possibly counter that? Wu Jiannan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I was so focused on luring Hua Linglong into the trap that I forgot her standing in the Hua family has been plummeting. If Hua Linglong can't up the bid, I'll be digging my own grave. But at this moment, Hua Linglong gritted her teeth. 81 million. 80 million was from the allocated funds, but she still had some personal savings left. Wu Jiannan gave Hua Linglong a thumbs up and fell silent. After asking 3 times consecutively and seeing no further bids, Elder Ge brought down his gavel with a decisive thud, transferring the 81 million directly into Elder Ji's account. Hua Linglong received the gentian herb and handed it to Yixian. Yixian, mission accomplished. Everyone present was stunned into complete silence. You spent a fortune bidding for that gentian, only to turn around and give it to this country bumpkin. Since when does the esteemed Miss Hua stoop to throwing herself at someone like this? Yixian took the gentian herb, a fleeting disappointment hidden deep in his eyes. Noticing Yixian's gaze, Wu Jianan finally couldn't help but laugh scornfully. Dumbass. This insult of dumbass was particularly grating to the ears. All eyes immediately turned to Wu Jianan. Wu Jianan gestured toward Elder Qian with his lips. Elder Wu, it's time to reveal the truth to everyone. The gentiana had already been bid on by Hua Linglong. Declaring it worthless now wouldn't offend Elder Ge, but would utterly humiliate Hua Linglong. Elder Qian nodded slowly. Everyone, this gentiana may appear ancient at first glance, but observe carefully. Pointing at the gentiana in Yixian's hand, Elder Qian continued. Legend has it that true gentiana develops growth rings, like tree rings, every 50 years. This gentian has only one growth ring. This conclusively proves that even if this gentian grew in an extremely spiritual location, it couldn't possibly be more than 50 years old. Gentian under 50 years old has absolutely no medicinal value. This is completely worthless grass. Everyone's expressions changed. Upon closer inspection, they indeed found only one growth ring on the gentian, immediately erupting in mocking noises. 1,000-year-old gentian could prolong life. Don't even mention 80 million. Someone would buy it for 100 million. It was just that this was a dispute between the Wu and Hua families, so others found it inconvenient to intervene. Little did they expect that their own reservations would save them from falling for a scam. Hua Linglong snatched the gentian from Yixian's hands. Seeing it exactly as Elder Qian had described, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, and her face turned pale. Wu Jianan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hua Linglong, you actually spent 81 million on a worthless gentian flower. If your father or your second uncle found out, would they throw you out on the street? Ah! A drowsy voice rang out. The real idiot is you, because this is 1,000-year-old gentian. Seeing Yixian step forward with such a judgment, everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Old Qian was the Wu family's exclusive expert, whose sharp eyes had earned the family immense profits. Even Galao, the top authority in Tianzhou's antique world, couldn't help but sincerely admire old Qian, giving him a heartfelt thumbs up. The Iringo that old Qian misjudged was nothing but a worthless weed. Hua Linglong was doomed to swallow this bitter pill in silence. This punk actually jumped out and called Wu Jiangwo a dumbass. He even claimed this was a genuine millennium-old Iringo. Had he flown into such a rage that he'd gone completely mad? Hua Linglong couldn't help but tug at Yixian's sleeve. Yixian, don't be rash. We didn't get the gentiana herb this time, but I promise you we'll surely obtain it in the future. Clearly, Hua Linglong also had little faith in Yixian. Old Qian rolled his eyes disdainfully. A greenhorn who doesn't know his own limitations. How dare you question my judgment? Yet Yixian's voice thundered with conviction. Your extra years don't mean your discernment is any sharper. Flashing half-baked skills to show off. Who gave you this audacity? Where does this courage come from? Old Qian rolled his eyes wildly under Yixian's verbal assault. Furious and humiliated, Old Qian pointed at Yixian with trembling fingers. Listen here, boy, unless you can give me a proper explanation today. At this point, Old Qian stomped his foot in exasperation. Forget it. I'm already over 60 years old. No point losing my temper over some wet behind the ears brat. As he spoke, Old Qian's face became a mask of undisguised disdain, mockery, and contempt. Chapter 36. Hua Linglong grew even more anxious, grabbing Yixian's arm as if to drag him away. Spending over 80 million on a gentian herb with no medicinal value was already humiliating enough. If Yi Xian kept making a scene here, the embarrassment would be unbearable. But Wu Jianan blocked Yi Xian's path, his eyes glinting dangerously. Kid, if you can't give a proper explanation today, old Qian may let you off, but I will personally knock out every single one of your teeth. A faintly sardonic smile played at the corners of Yi Xian's lips. Since that's the case, I'll use ironclad proof to show just how blind you all truly are. His lightning-sharp gaze settled on old Qian. You're absolutely right. Gentiana scabra, due to its unique growth pattern, indeed develops one growth ring every 50 years. That refers to gentian grass under 1,000 years old. Gentian grass over 1,000 years old will merge 200 growth rings into one, forming only a single ring. This single ring is thicker and deeper than those formed in 50 years. You only know half the truth, treating a millennium-old gentian as worthless weed. If that doesn't make you blind, what does? Old Qian chuckled ominously. Is there such a record? I wasn't aware of it. Old Gu, who had remained silent all this time, sighed and said, with my name, Garufeng, how could I possibly fail to distinguish between 1,000-year-old gentian and 50-year-old gentian? If this gentian were merely 50 years old, how would I dare bring it here for auction? Everyone shuddered in astonishment. However, old Qian and Wu Jianan's expressions stiffened somewhat. Indeed, Eldagu is the top dog in Tianzhou's antique world. If this were truly a 50-year-old gentian, how could he possibly come out to tarnish his own golden reputation? Ignoring Wu Jianan and Elder Qian's somewhat unpleasant expressions, Elder Gu turned to Yi Xian with curiosity and said, young friend Yi, this knowledge was passed down to me from my master's master. Where did you hear that from? Yet, Yi Xian struck a deliberately profound tone. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Old Gu smiled self-deprecatingly. I lost sight of that. Yi Xian turned his head to glare at Wu Jianan. Now that I call you blind, what else have you got to say? Wu Jianan's face turned alternately green and pale. The next second, Wu Jianan cried out unwillingly, if it's truly millennium gentian grass, how could you have lost it? Yi Xian remained silent. The ancient medical arts recorded that millennium gentian grass, having absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy, was the primary ingredient for curing his mother's eye disease. But the celestial healing arts were left behind by the immortals of Dragon Tiger Mountain, though no one knows how many millennia have passed since then. In those days, spiritual energy was abundant between heaven and earth, but now it's become extremely scarce. The moment he touched it, Yi Xian could sense that although the gentian herb contained spiritual energy, it fell far short of meeting the medicinal standard. But why would Yi Xian reveal this truth to Wu Jianan? Seeing Yi Xian ignore him, a murderous glint flashed deep in Wu Jianan's eyes. Originally intending to humiliate Yi Xian and Huoling Long, Wu Jianan ended up realizing he himself had been the clown. Once tonight's event spread, not only would his and the Wu family's reputations be ruined, but his father would also fly into a thunderous rage, perhaps even disowning him. Because my father is counting on this gentian to keep him alive for many more years. If this guy doesn't die, I'll never quench the hatred in my heart. Remembering that his father needed this gentian herb to survive, Wu Jianan suppressed his murderous intent. 81 million. Sell this gentian to me? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Not selling. Wu Jianan said through gritted teeth, do you want to die? Yi Xian turned to Huoling Long and said, let's go. Watching Huoling Long and Yi Xian walk away, Wu Jianan clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked loudly. Because of this bastard, he'd already been nailed to the pillar of shame. Then I'll have Bloodblade take care of you. Not only will you die, but we'll take the Dragon's Gall herb back by force. Flicking his sleeve as he got into the car, Wu Jianan pulled out his phone and made a call. Help me kill someone tonight. After killing that guy, make sure to retrieve the gentian grass for me. I'll pay 20 million. Hearing the affirmative response come through the phone, Wu Jianan revealed a smile so sinister it chilled to the bone. Huoling Long stole glances at Yi Xian while driving. What kind of man is this, really? Not only does he possess divine medical skills and cunning intelligence, but he's also extensively worldly wise. In that instant, Hua Linglong grew increasingly convinced of her father's words. For a moment, Hua Linglong's cheeks burned with warmth. Yet seeing Yi Xian actually doze off, a trace of resentment flickered through Hua Linglong's eyes. Like blossoms falling on indifferent waters, my affection meets his apathy. The car turned into a narrow alley. Passing through it would lead to Yi Xian's home. At that very moment, a sedan suddenly pulled over from the opposite direction, blocking the Ferrari's path. Hua Linglong frowned and was about to honk to alert the other driver that this was a one-way street when another car arrived behind them. The car doors opened, and 3 men emerged from each vehicle. Each was dressed in black with their faces covered, wielding gleaming daggers in their hands. Hua Linglong's pupils shrank to pinpoints as she was about to warn Yi Xian, but he opened his eyes. With a grave expression, Hua Linglong said, "Stay in the car and don't get out. I'll notify Uncle Zhao right away." Not only were the newcomers ill-intentioned, but there were also 6 of them. Waiting in the car for Zhao Tianlong to come to the rescue might still offer a slim chance of survival. Yet Yi Xian shook his head, opened the car door, and stepped out. These people were dressed exactly like that assassin. Even if they weren't directly from the Bloodkill organization, they were undoubtedly connected to it. Though Zhao Tianlong was the undisputed king of Tianzhou's underworld, facing these assassins would only make him easy prey for them. In that case, I'd better meet these assassins in person. By the time Hua Linglong tried to stop him, it was already too late. She could only anxiously pull out her phone and dial Zhao Tianlong's number. Listening as the ringtone sounded again and again, beads of sweat covered Hua Linglong's forehead. "Uncle Zhao, pick up the phone. Please pick up the phone quickly." Outside the car, 6 black-clad figures swiftly surrounded Yi Xian. Yi Xian's gaze swept over each of these individuals. Bloodkill. The lead assassin clearly didn't expect Yi Xian to mention Bloodkill with such composure and momentarily froze. The next second, the assassin leader let out a grating laugh. "Since you know it's Bloodkill, why don't you just stretch out your neck for us?" Yi Xian sighed softly. So the infamous Blood Killer is nothing special after all. Otherwise, why would they send out such insignificant ants? A look of sheer disdain flashed in the eyes of all 6 assassins, as if they were staring at some complete idiot. A $20 million deal was of utmost importance to the Bloodkill organization, so they dispatched experts who had reached the 2nd rank of the Hotian realm. With strength like this, dealing with the Heavenly Dragon Hall would reduce them to ashes. The kid must be scared out of his wits to spout such ignorant, reckless words. The assassin leader lost all interest in speaking to Yi Xian, the gleaming dagger in his hand flashing coldly as it aimed for Yi Xian's throat. The other assassins remained unmoved, their eyes flickering with subtle malice. Dealing with a terrified young fool, one man was more than enough. The woman in the car, head bowed as she made a phone call. Now she was quite something. Kill this kid, then take turns with this beauty, and we could go home to sleep. Chapter 37. Bang! A soft sound drew the killer's attention away from Hua Linglong in the car, just in time to see their leader sent flying. Crashing against the wall before slowly sliding to the ground, his body became completely lifeless. No one could tell how many bones had snapped in the process. The killers gazed with vacant eyes. The next second, the 5 assassins shouted in unison, brandishing their daggers as they charged towards Yi Xian. Not only were these 5 highly trained, but their coordination was seamless as well. 5 daggers weaved a net of blades in the air, descending toward Yi Xian. Every killer's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty cruelty. 5 second-class postnatal realm experts joining forces could overwhelm even a 3rd-class postnatal powerhouse. This guy is definitely going to get minced to pieces. As the blade net closed in on Yi Xian, he simply twisted and sidestepped, leaving the net to slash through empty air. Bang! Yi Xian's iron fist smashed squarely into an assassin's temple. A burst of blood mist erupted from the other temple as the assassin collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4 assassins wore expressions of terror, yet they gritted their teeth and charged at Yi Xian. Bloodkill had its own rules. Desertion in battle meant facing a fate worse than death. Though no match for him, They had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Yi Xian dodged the dagger each time by a hair's breadth, while simultaneously throwing a punch. With every punch he threw, an assassin would drop to the ground. Half a minute later, the assassins lay scattered across the floor, not a single one still breathing. Huo Linglong finally managed to get through to Zhao Tianlong on the phone. After informing him to rush to their aid, she let out a long sigh of relief. At the sight of this, Huo Linglong's mouth was agape as if she could fit an entire egg inside, oblivious to when her phone had dropped in the car. This was blood kill we're talking about, not some cabbages from the garden. How did Yi Xian manage to crush all these assassins just from a single phone call she made? At this moment, Huo Linglong felt Yi Xian's figure appear incomparably tall and imposing. But after all, she was the eldest daughter of the Huo family and had witnessed Tianlong Hall handling matters before. Though the scene was bloody, Huo Linglong wasn't frightened. Instead, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only such an outstanding man belonged to me. When Zhao Tianlong arrived with his men and saw the scene before him, his awe for Yi Xian deepened even further. With Zhao Tianlong's people handling the scene cleanup, Yi Xian directly returned to the slums. Seeing Yi Xian return, Yi Chenglong reminded him, "Yi Xian, you can't keep idling around all day. Go find a job." Lu Hongyu nodded in agreement. Xiao Ying's family seems quite well off. Having a job would keep people from gossiping, too. Yi Xian nodded. "Got it, Dad, Mom." Yi Chenglong widened his eyes. "Knowing isn't enough. You must put it into action." Lu Hongyu protested. "Talk all you want, but why do you have to shout so loudly? Besides, Xiao Xian isn't someone who doesn't understand things." Seeing Yi Chenglong shrink his neck, Yi Xian secretly chuckled in his heart. A phone ringtone sounded. It was Lin Qingying calling. Yi Xian had just stepped out of the convenience store when he spotted Lin Qingying's BMW. Lin Qingying rolled down the window and motioned at Yi Xian with her lips. "Get in the car." Yi Xian shot Lin Qingying a glance. Why? Lin Qingying's gaze turned cold, but remembering the plan with Lu Ruyu, she could only say, "I'll take you to a special place." Yi Xian shook his head. "I still have things to do." "Bastard. How dare you refuse me?" Fuming, Lin Qingying stepped out of the car and blocked Yi Xian's path. "If you don't go, I'll never speak to you again." Yi Xian stared blankly at Lin Qingying. It turns out this fierce tigress of a woman could also pout and act coy like a little girl. But she looks quite cute like this. Lin Qingying didn't realize her own rudeness. With a cold snort, she got into the car. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then decided to get into Lin Qingying's car after all. As Lin Qingying drove, the thought of the exciting program Lu Ruyu had prepared brought a faint curve to her lips. They arrived at a club called Dragon Bar, where both Lin Qingying and Yi Xian stepped out of the car together. Lu Ruyu, who had been waiting there all along, stepped forward. Looking Yi Xian up and down, Lu Ruyu's eyes flickered with a strange expression. After the introductions, Lu Ruyu pulled Lin Qingying aside. "This guy's pretty handsome. You sure you're not tempted?" Lin Qingying knew Lu Ruyu was always joking around, but still shot her a glare. "Get to the point. How do you plan to deal with that bastard?" Lu Ruyu's eyes flickered with hidden malice. "This is the most exclusive members-only club in Tianzhou. The cheapest private room costs 88,000. Once we get him the private room, we'll get him drunk and then find him a hostess. As they say, liquor emboldens the timid heart. Once he makes a move, we'll snap photos of him. When it's time to pay the bill, he definitely won't have that kind of money. He'll have no choice but to beg your grandfather for help. And when the old man arrives, we'll show him the photos. Faced with ironclad evidence, even if your father doesn't fly into a rage, he certainly won't insist on you marrying him anymore. Without the old man's backing, we can trample him however we please." Lin Qingying hesitated slightly. "Is this really appropriate?" Lu Ruyu rolled her eyes hard. "What, feeling heartbroken? If that's the case, we might as well go home and sleep our heads off." Seeing Lu Ruyu genuinely about to leave, Lin Qingying grabbed her arm. "What if the princess can't win him over?" Lu Ruyu thumped her chest with a resonant thud. "Then I'll reluctantly step up to the plate. Though it'd be giving this guy too much credit, but who asked me to be your best girlfriend?" Lin Qingying pinched Lu Ruyu. "Who knows if you're trying to help me or just feeling springtime desires. Lu Ryu exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. This man has nothing going for him except his good looks. He's downright provincial. I may long for love again, but I'd never be so desperate as to settle for just anyone. Lin Qingying no longer hesitated and led Yi Xian into the club. Since Lu Ruyu was a regular here, the security didn't even check her membership card before letting them through. Yi Xian was entering such a place for the first time, looking around curiously. Lu Ryu leaned close to Lin Qingying's ear and whispered, "Not just rustic, but downright tacky." Upon entering the private room, Lu Ryu grandly waved her hand and ordered the most expensive liquor from the attendant. After opening the wine, Lu Ryu began a drinking contest with Yi Xian. After several consecutive glasses, seeing that Yi Xian remained unfazed and noticing Lu Ryu winking at her repeatedly, Lin Qingying gritted her teeth and joined the effort to get him drunk. Before they could drink Yi Xian under the table, Lin Qingying's bladder gave out, forcing her to leave the private room. No sooner had Lin Qingying left than a heavily intoxicated man barged into the room, leering at Lu Ryu. "Hey, gorgeous, come to my room and drink with me." As he spoke, the man reached out to touch Lu Yuru's delicate cheek, skin so fair it seemed it might break at a touch. As for the country bumpkin looking Yi Xian by Lu Yuru's side, the man outright ignored him. Just a little nobody. If he dares make a peep, toss him into the river to feed the turtles. Lu Yuru was never one to take bullying lying down. Whoosh! She slapped the man's face in a flash. A crisp slap rang out, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on the man's face. The man clutched his cheek, eyes gleaming with malice. "You bitch! How dare you hit me?" Chapter 38. Lu Yuru stood her ground. "You harassed me. Was I not supposed to hit you?" The man sneered coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Lu Ryu raised her voice sharply. "No matter how powerful you are you greater than justice itself?" The man's lips curled with amusement. "Before me, Zhou Li, tell me, how much is a pound of justice worth?" Lu Ryu's pupils contracted violently. "You're Zhou Li?" "Zhou Li, Zhou Hao's younger brother." Zhou Hao, the CEO of a publicly traded company, has extensive connections and influence in both legitimate and underground circles. Rumor has it Zhou Hao is also very close with the city's top officials. Though Zhou Hao may not possess the wealth of the 5 great families, he's undoubtedly the most sought-after figure in Tianzhou. What's more, this Zhou Hao is particularly protective of his own. To quote Zhou Hao's own words, "Our parents died early, so my brother and I have only had each other to rely on. Whoever lays a hand on my brother will regret being born into this world." If this man turns out to be Zhou Hao's younger brother, then that slap of mine would mean serious trouble. Noticing Lu Ruyu's uneasy expression, Jolie burst out laughing. "I'll let your slap slide this time, but you must come with me to my private room and toast me as an apology." A trace of conflict flashed in Lu Ruyu's eyes. Jolie didn't bother concealing the wickedness in his eyes as he spoke. Going to the private room with Jolie, the consequences were all too easy to imagine. But if I don't go, even with Lin Qingying present, I might not be saved. Thinking instinctively of Yi Xian, Lu Ryu secretly scoffed at herself. Hearing Zhou Li was Zhou Hao's younger brother, surely this country bumpkin must be scared out of his wits. Utterly unreliable. After just a moment's hesitation, a vicious glint flashed in Zhou Li's eyes. "What's the matter?" "Not willing." Lu Ryu forced a faint smile onto her face. This is just a misunderstanding." Zhou Li laughed heartily and reached out to grab Lu Ryu's arm. "If it's just a misunderstanding, then come to my private room. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself." A massive hand materialized out of thin air, firmly gripping Zhou Li's wrist. Seeing Yi Xian take action, Lu Ryu instinctively hid behind him. Though the country bumpkin was no match for Zhou Hao, he was after all the only man around she could rely on. Zhou Li's eyes gleamed with malice. "You little bastard, let go. Otherwise, I'll fucking kill you." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Did your mother never teach you how to respect women?" A sharp pain shot through him, causing Zhou Li to let out a scream as beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Yi Xian's gaze peered straight into Zhou Li's eyes. Apologize to this lady. Zhou Li's eyes bulged with rage, but before he could utter another threat, searing pain shot through his wrist again like a breaking bone. He could only lower his gaze obsequiously toward Lu Ruyu. Beauty, I'm sorry. Yi Xian finally released Zhou Li. Get lost. Zhou Li fled like a rat from a sinking ship, but at the very moment he exited the private room, he pointed at Yi Xian with venomous spite. You fucking bastard boy, just you wait. Yi Xian smiled mockingly and sat down with an air of nonchalance. Lu Ruyu, however, grew anxious. We need to leave right now. Zhou Li had already issued his threats if he came looking for them. No matter how exceptional Yi Xian's combat skills were, he stood no chance against him. The only chance is to leave first, and then ask Old Man Lin to intervene to see if we can turn a big problem into a small one and then resolve it. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. There's still so much wine left untouched. Wouldn't it be a waste? Lu Ruyu was infuriated. This idiot, even with disaster looming, he's still worrying about wasting money on wine? But remembering Yi Xian had stood up for her, Lu Ruyu ultimately refrained from scolding him and instead explained, You can leave the liquor at the counter and come back another day to drink it. A fragrant breeze swept through as Lin Qingying stepped into the private room, frowning slightly. Leaving already? Before entering, they had agreed to scheme against Yi Xian together. Yet now Lu Ruyu was leaving before their goal was achieved. What exactly did she mean by this? Lu Ruyu could only utter the simplest explanation. Zhou Li bullied me, and Yi Xian stood up for me. As she spoke, Lu Ruyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Xian. Lin Qingying felt an inexplicable discomfort. That bastard just got engaged to me, and now he's bothering Ruyu. But her inner worry soon overshadowed the discomfort. Let's go. Behind Zhou Li stood Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had become extremely arrogant recently after befriending the city's top official, looking down on everyone now. Even though she was the CEO of the Lin Group, Zhou Hao might not necessarily give her this face. Seeing the two women had made their decision, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't insist any longer, rising to leave. At that moment, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out. Zhou Li took the lead, with Zhou Hao following closely behind, trailed by two bodyguards whose energy was restrained within. Lin Qingying's heart tightened, and she instinctively pulled Yi Xian behind her. As Zhou Li entered, he froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Qingying. Lin Qingying noticed Zhou Li's hesitation but remained on guard. I apologize, my friend offended you. Manager Zhou. Zhou Hao's face darkened. Do you think a simple sorry is enough? A murderous aura instantly filled the private room, plunging the temperature by several degrees. Lu Ruyu inwardly groaned with distress. Meanwhile, Lin Qingying asked softly, May I ask what Mr. Zhou intends to do? Zhou Hao snorted coldly. However you struck my brother, you'll repay it twice over. Make this woman drink with my brother as punishment. Lu Ruyu's expression changed abruptly. If Zhou Li slaps me twice and then makes me drink with him, I'd be utterly humiliated. Instinctively, he grabbed Lin Qingying's arm, signaling her to come up with a solution. Lin Qingying replied stubbornly, It was clearly your friend who provoked first. Are you saying Mr. Zhou is being unreasonable? Zhou Hao laughed loudly. If my friend was wrong, you could have told me directly. I would have disciplined him by taking matters into your own hands. You've completely disrespected me. Since you showed me no respect, why should I show you any? Lin Qingying swallowed hard. My grandfather. Zhou Hao waved his hand dismissively. I have no quarrel with the Lin family. But if the Lin family insists on protecting this woman, Zhou Hao won't go down without a fight. Mayor Zhao Fei, Chief Lu Jun, and Boss Wang Tianzhao are all my good friends in this city. They know my younger brother was beaten. They would never stand by and do nothing. Zhao Fei, Lu Jun, and Wang Tianzhao are all top officials in the city, holding immense power. With just a word from them, departments like commerce, taxation, and quality supervision would spring into action. Though the Lin Group hasn't broken any laws or violated regulations, they would still be tangled in endless troubles. This is the elder brother's trump card, the very reason he dares to challenge the 5 great families despite not being ranked among them. Even as Lu Ruyu was Lin Qingying's closest friend, Lin Qingying would never dare to joke about the Lin Corporation. Realizing this, Jolie smirked maliciously. "Beauty, are you going to slap yourself, or should I do it for you? And that bastard, weren't you so tough when you were hitting me earlier? Why are you hiding behind a woman like a coward now?" Seeing Zhou Hao mobilize all his resources to defend Jolie, Lu Ruyu and Lin Qingying turned pale. Jolie seized the moment and lunged forward, reaching out to grab Lu Ruyu. "Come with me to the private room quietly." As for Yi Xian, Jolie completely disregarded him. A man who nearly wet himself from fear at the sight of his elder brother. Now he probably just wants to kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 39. A palm swelled larger and larger in Zhou Li's vision, freezing his mind completely in that instant. "My big brother's here. How dare this bastard slap me?" A crisp slapping sound rang out as another 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Zhou Li's other cheek. Lin Qingying and Lu Ruyu looked at Yi Xian with peculiar expressions. This bastard sure doesn't mind stirring up trouble. Slapping Jolie right in front of Zhou Hao was like slapping Zhou Hao himself across the face. Zhou Hao is bound to fly into a furious rage. But remembering Yi Xian was standing up for her, Lu Ruyu looked pleadingly at Jolie. "President Zhou, I'll drink with you." Lin Qingying's voice rang out almost simultaneously. "Yi Xian, don't be reckless." In the next second, both women froze in stunned unison. Because both women saw Zhou Hao wearing an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Why would Zhou Hao look like that? Jolie, however, pointed at Yi Xian with a venomous glare and said, "Brother, this bastard dared to hit me. I'm going to kill him." Before Zhou Li could finish speaking, he felt a palm growing larger before his eyes as his mind blanked out again. Is big brother out of his mind? Otherwise, why would he slap me? Another crisp slap echoed through the air, leaving Zhou Li's cheeks swollen to alarming proportions. Zhou Hao kicked Zhou Li's, but again, apologized to young Master Yi. Lu Ruyu and Lin Qingying's jaws dropped, so wide you could fit an egg inside. This was Zhou Hao, not only well-connected with the city head, but also close friends with all the top brass in the municipal government. He didn't even give face to Elder Lin himself. "Why are you scared of Yi Xian like a tiger?" Seeing Zhou Li standing motionless, Zhou Hao raised his voice by an octave. "Didn't you hear me?" It was the first time Zhou Li had seen Zhou Hao treat him with such an attitude. Shivering, he immediately bowed his head. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry." Zhou Hao gave an embarrassed smile. "Young Master Yi, my discipline has been lacking. Please forgive us." This afternoon, Zhou Hao also attended Elder Ji's auction and witnessed Yi Xian teaching Wu Jiannan a lesson firsthand. Afterwards, even Elder Gu admitted that despite Yi Xian's youth, his piercing discernment was something he himself couldn't match. Zhou Hao, with his passionate pursuit of feng shui and antiques, was contemplating how to befriend Yi Xian and seek his guidance. Little did he expect Zhou Li would offend Yi Xian. Realizing that offending Yi Xian could ruin his chances of seeking advice, he felt his plans slipping away. Without Yi Xian's help, his company would have gone downhill, forcing Zhou Hao to sacrifice minor interests to save major ones. Lin Qingying and Lu Ruyu remained together. Not only did Zhou Li apologize, but even Zhou Hao bowed his head. How the hell did this bastard manage that? Though she didn't know the reason, Lu Ruyu's eyes flashed with a peculiar glow as she looked at Yi Xian. Seeing him acting like a child who'd done something wrong, Yi Xian shook his head. "Let bygones be bygones. Keep your younger brother in check. Otherwise, not everyone will be as patient as me." Lin Qingying's eyelid twitched slightly. With one punch, he shattered Taihu's bones and then slapped Zhou Li across the face. "And you call that good temper?" Zhou Hao nodded eagerly, his face burning with enthusiasm. "Young Master Yi, today's expenses are on me. Don't stand on ceremony." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Then I won't thank you." Seeing Yi Xian accept, Zhou Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Young Master Yi, there's an antique exhibition in 2 days. Would you accompany me to help evaluate some pieces?" Yi Xian looked hesitant. "I don't have time." He had too much on his plate, and he still hadn't found the main medicinal ingredient to cure his parents' eye ailments. How could he spare any leisure for an antique exhibition? Zhou Hao grew anxious. "This matter is extremely important to me." If young Master Yi is willing to help me, I'm prepared to pay any price. Lin Qingying rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. This bastard had decent medical skills and formidable combat abilities. But where the hell did Zhou Hao hear that this scoundrel also had expertise in appraising antiques? He refused Zhou Hao, probably afraid of making a fool of himself at the antique conference. Lu Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Xian. Even Zhou Hao had matters needing Yi Xian's help. This man's a potential gold mine. If Lin Qingying truly doesn't want to marry Yi Xian, this could be my opportunity. Yi Xian suddenly remembered about the gentian herb and asked, "Will there be any gentian herbs at the Antiquities Conference?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "No." Then, Zhou Hao thumped his chest emphatically. "If young Master Yi is willing to help me, I'll move heaven and earth to help you find that gentian herb." Zhou Hao couldn't understand why Yi Xian wanted another gentian flower when he already had one, but saw this as an opportunity. Yi Xian nodded. "Come pick me up when it's time." Zhou Hao nodded in agreement and exchanged phone numbers with Yi Xian. He then clasped his hands apologetically towards Lin Qingying and Lu Ruyu. "My apologies, ladies." Zhou Hao left with Zhou Li. Lu Ruyu grabbed Yi Xian's arm, her face full of excitement. "Yi Xian, how did you do that?" Yi Xian smiled. "Didn't you see he owed me a favor?" Lin Qingying shot Yi Xian a glare. "We kill you to stop bragging." Lu Ruyu unexpectedly defended Yi Xian. If Yi Xian didn't have some real ability, would Zhou Hao have saved him? Yi Xian gave Lu Ruyu a thumbs up. Lu Ruyu smiled as she poured Yi Xian a glass of wine. "Yi Xian, thank you for getting me out of that predicament." Yi Xian wore a humble expression. "It was nothing, don't mention it." After downing her drink, Lu Ryu patted her ample bosom and said, "Yi Xian, you know what? That slap you gave Zhou Li just now was so cool." Watching the two of them chatting and laughing merrily, Lin Qingying inexplicably felt a surge of irritation in her heart. "This bastard, are you ignoring me?" But remembering the importance of their mission, Lin Qingying kept giving Lu Ryu meaningful glances. Lu Ryu could no longer bear Lin Qingying's pressure and dragged her out of the private room. Lin Qingying glared fiercely at Lu Ryu. "Hey, we agreed to deal with Yi Xian." Lu Ryu rolled her eyes, scoffing. "Zhou Hao already paid the bill for Yi Xian. How are we supposed to humiliate him now?" Lin Qingying wore an expression of unwillingness. "Didn't we promise to find him a princess as well?" Lu Ryu tapped Lin Qingying's shoulder with a look of vexed exasperation. "Darling, he didn't even bat an eye at me. Would you fall for princess?" Lin Qingying was taken aback. Though they'd consummated their marriage, Yi Xian either resisted her presence or treated her with nothing but disdain whenever he saw her. It seemed truly pointless. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged in her heart. Lin Qingying said bluntly, "You two drink. I have matters to attend to and must leave." Lin Qingying left, and Lu Ruyu returned to the private room. After learning that Lin Qingying had left for prior engagements, Yi Xian also expressed his intention to return home. Originally, Lu Ruyu was going to drive Yi Xian home, but she received a phone call, apologized hastily to him, and then strode away. Yi Xian stepped out of the club and headed towards the bus stop to catch a bus. An Audi came speeding toward Yi Xian, heading straight for him. Yi Xian was startled and swiftly sidestepped, barely dodging the Audi by a hair's breadth. The Audi screeched to a halt with a piercing sound of tires. Yi Xian was left rather vexed by the close call. Ever since meeting Lin Qingying, nothing good has happened to me. Otherwise, how could I have been hit by Lin Qingying just yesterday and nearly gotten into a car accident today? Chapter 40. The car door opened and a leg extended out. In an instant, the gaze of every man present was drawn to that leg. Encased in black stockings, the leg appeared exceptionally slender and perfectly proportioned, enough to captivate anyone. A stunning mature woman stepped out of the car. The well-tailored business suit perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure. Most men had a flash of admiration in their eyes. Xue Wushuang hurried to Yi Xian, sizing him up apologetically. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. Just be more careful when driving next time." Ignoring his remark, Xue Wushuang pulled out a stack of cash. "Go get checked at the hospital. Call me if anything's wrong." My number is 135. Yi Xian didn't take the money. I told you I'm fine. Shui Wushuang gave Yi Xian a somewhat surprised glance, pocketed the money, and walked toward the Audi. A lazy, drawling voice rang out. Hey there, beauty. You hit someone and just plan to run off? Not very cool, is it? At the sound, 3 young men swaggered forward and surrounded Shui Wushuang from all sides. Shui Wushuang frowned. He said he was fine. The rooster-faced man exaggeratedly said, he says he's fine. So that's it? What if something happens? Rooster, a small-time hoodlum on this street, had several dozen underlings under his command. He made a living by extorting protection money, and everyone on the street dared not utter a word of protest. Today he witnessed a near-car accident, and, seeing the stunningly beautiful Dion Wu all alone, thought he could take advantage of the situation. A cold glint flickered deep within Shui Wushuang's eyes. This group didn't know Yi Xian. They targeted him merely intending to extort money. What a pity I was in such a hurry when I left home today that I didn't bring my bodyguard with me. Otherwise, my bodyguard would have taught these punks a lesson they'd never forget. Oh well, a wise man knows when to quit. Besides, anything that can be settled with money is no trouble at all. He directly handed the stack of cash to Rooster. Here's the medical compensation. May I leave now? The Rooster took the money and counted it. Over 5,000 in total. And its eyes immediately lit up. This young woman wasn't just breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinarily generous, but she also seemed remarkably timid. His lustful gaze fell on Shui Wushuang's chest, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. The next second, the Rooster laughed heartily. What if my brother has internal injuries? This little amount of money won't be enough. Take my brother to the hospital. Only if he's fine can you leave. With just the words Xiongji, that dumbass who almost got hit would stir up trouble out of nothing. He would then take Shui Wushuang to a hotel under the guise of discussing compensation. Shui Wushuang was timid, and with a few threatening words, she would surely comply meekly. At these thoughts, Xiongji felt uncontrollable heat surging through his lower abdomen. One of his underlings caught the hint and rushed towards Yi Xian, who was heading to the bus stop, pulling him back to the scene. Hey buddy, cooperate nicely, and I'll make sure you earn a quick buck. Yi Xian is the main character. Without him present, this drama can't go on. Shui Wushuang's eyes flashed with wariness. What exactly are you trying to do? Rooster put on an innocent face. What's the matter? I'm just asking you to take my brother to the hospital for a checkup. Is that so wrong? Before Shui Wushuang could respond, Rooster raised his voice defiantly. Think you're so great just because you drive a luxury car? Does hitting someone mean you don't have to take responsibility? Bystanders who knew nothing of the truth gathered around, whispering and pointing at Shui Wushuang. That woman has no conscience at all. She hit someone and actually tried to run away. Yeah, just because she's got a bit of money, she thinks she owns the damn road. Miss, take your people to the hospital now, or we'll call the police. Shui Wushuang's face turned pale with anger. But noticing Yi Xian had returned to the scene, she looked at him pleadingly. Handsome, didn't you say everything was fine? Rooster's eyes bulged threateningly. Shut your mouth, or I'll end you. Yi Xian frowned. I was never in trouble to begin with. The bystanders froze in astonishment. Rooster's eyes flashed with menace. You looking to die, or something? Shui Wushuang's voice sharpened an octave higher. How dare you resort to violence in broad daylight? As they spoke, Shui Wushuang pulled out her phone, intending to call her bodyguards. But Rooster slapped the phone out of her hand, sneering arrogantly. On my turf, I hit whoever I want. What's wrong? You got a problem with that? Seeing Shui Wushuang fuming with anger, Rooster became utterly enchanted by her fiery demeanor and reached out to caress her face. Shui Wushuang slapped away Xiongji's hand with undisguised disgust. The man surnamed Ji's face twisted in anger, and he slapped Shui Wushuang viciously. You think I'm being too polite, huh? Shui Wushuang's face turned pale. Without his bodyguard by his side and being powerless to defend himself, humiliation was inevitable. Yet, Yi Xian swiftly grabbed the rooster-handed man's wrist. Frowning, the rooster man kicked towards Yi Xian. Damn it, I'll kill you. Before his foot could connect, the sound of snapping bones echoed. Yi Xian had broken the rooster man's wrist. The rooster let out a pained screech, its legs going limp as cold sweat beaded across its forehead. His two henchmen drew their daggers and charged at Yi Xian. Shui Wuchuang cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" Without even turning his head, Yi Xian suddenly kicked out twice, sending the two thugs flying through the air like they were riding clouds. Seeing Yi Xian's formidable fighting skills, Xiongji's eyes flickered with calculation. Then the rooster screamed hysterically, "Blow the whistle! Blow the damn whistle for me!" The two underlings scrambled to their feet, whipped out their phones, and immediately called for backup. Among the onlookers, some who recognized the rooster warned Yi Xian and Shui Wuchuang. "That rooster worked for the vulture. You'd better get out of here fast." "Yes, once the vultures arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Shui Wuchuang's pupils contracted violently. Though he owned a legitimate business, the vultures operated in the underworld shadows, ruthless and merciless. If they arrived, the consequences would be unthinkable. Seeing fear in Shui Wuchuang's eyes, the rooster-like man, though dripping with sweat from pain, snarled, "Think you can leave? Too late now. I've already memorized your license plate." Shui Wuchuang's face turned pale. A languid voice chimed in, "Call Vulture. Tell him to get here now." Almost everyone on the scene wore expressions of utter astonishment. The next second, the rooster-like man snapped back to reality, pointing at Yi Xian. "Who the hell do you think you are to dare speak Vulture's name?" Vulture was one of the Heavenly Dragon Hall's 4 guardians, Boss Zhao's most capable enforcer. This country bumpkin idiot actually called him by name. He must have a death wish. Yi Xian grasped Rooster's finger and gave it a fierce twist. Another cracking sound of bone breaking echoed, and Rooster let out another pig slaughter-like screech. Yi Xian's icy voice cut through, "Call Vulture. Tell him to come here now." Rooster screamed hysterically, "Fine. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll oblige." With one hand and a fractured finger, Rooster turned his head and roared at his two subordinates. "Are you fucking corpses? Call Brother Vulture now." Understanding the command, the underling immediately dialed Vulture's number. Hearing that someone had injured members of the Sky Dragon gang, Vulture on the other end of the line bellowed in rage, "I'm fucking right nearby. Keep that bastard under tight watch for me. I'm gonna break this idiot's bones one by one." Chapter 41. Though not on speakerphone, Vulture's frenzied roar reached many ears. Some in the crowd looked at Yi Xian as if he were already a dead man. Shui Wuchuang's forehead was beaded with sweat, her eyes brimming with palpable worry. This young man had offended Vulture by standing up for her. Once Vulture arrived, both the young man and herself would be lucky to escape with mere scrapes. "What should we do?" Someone in the crowd spotted a large group rushing over from the street corner, led by a towering, fierce-looking man, and couldn't help shouting in alarm, "The Vulture is coming!" Whoosh! The onlookers instantly took several steps back. The Vulture was notoriously vicious. Standing too close to Yi Xian and Shui Wuchuang might lead him to mistake them for accomplices. That would be real trouble. The rooster-like man clung to hope like a drowning man grasping at straws. "Vulture, brother." Hearing the choking despair in the rooster's voice, the murderous aura around Vulture intensified. "Who the fuck dares lay hands on my men?" The crowd instinctively parted like the Red Sea, revealing Yi Xian and Shui Wuchuang standing directly before Vulture. The Vulture, barely making it to the scene, froze, then began trembling uncontrollably. The rooster said with venomous resentment, "Vulture bro, this punk cut off one of my hands and a finger. I'm going to break all 4 of his limbs." Beads of sweat broke out on Vulture's forehead, his eyes reflecting utter despair. When he first saw Yi Xian at the Seaview Grand Hotel, Vulture hadn't taken this country bumpkin of a youth seriously at all. After leaving the Ocean Sky Hotel, though Zhao Tianlong had warned Bald Vulture not to provoke Yi Xian, he still didn't take it too seriously. Yet the scene at the abandoned factory taught Bald Vulture a harsh lesson. Not only did Zhao Tianlong fear Yi Xian like a tiger, but even Han Tianba, who was equal in strength to himself, had all his bones crushed by Yi Xian. Especially when he remembered how Yi Xian's single command had made Zhao Tianlong bury Han Tianba alive. The Vulture kept reminding himself that if he couldn't befriend Yi Xian next time they met, he must flee 30 miles at the first sign of trouble. But as fate would have it, the very thing he feared came to pass. The rooster actually dared to provoke this god of plague. Heavens above, if you have a grudge against me, just say it outright. There's no need to play me like this. The rooster misinterpreted the vulture's expression and grew even more insolent. You little bastard, Brother Vulture is shaking with anger. You fucking just wait. Before he could utter the word die, the rooster was sent flying by the vulture's backhand. Crashing heavily to the ground, the rooster lay there with a dazed expression. The vulture charged at the rooster and stomped down with his foot. Didn't I fucking tell you? We have honor. We don't bully people, right? Why the hell won't you listen to me? And you're always ready to break people's limbs. Are you fucking tired of living? After several consecutive kicks, the rooster was left gasping for breath with none left to exhale. Only then did the rooster's two underlings realize the vulture wasn't trembling in anger. Overwhelmed by terror, the two men fell to their knees. The vulture rushed to Yi Xian's side, dropped to his knees with a thud, and buried his head against his chest. Young Master Yi, I beg your forgiveness. It was my failure in discipline. Please punish me. The stunned onlookers finally snapped out of their trance, their eyes flashing with newfound awe when looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. Scram, all of you. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Even raised hands must lower before grins. The vulture knelt before Yi Xian, making Yi Xian unable to bring himself to punish it. As if snapping out of a dream, the vulture ordered its subordinates to carry away the half-dead rooster and fled in panic. The onlookers, seeing no more excitement, quickly scattered in all directions. A hint of wariness flashed in Shui Wushuang's eyes as she looked at Yi Xian. The vulture was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Dragon Hall, yet he feared Yi Xian like a tiger. Yi Xian must also be from the underworld. It's better to keep a distance. With this judgment in mind, Shui Wushuang turned to get into the car. At that very moment, a child's voice tinged with pain came from inside the car. Mommy, I don't feel well. Shui Wushuang's heart clenched in panic, and she yanked the car door open like lightning. Xiaoya, don't scare mommy like this. Inside the car, a 5 or 6-year-old girl sat with a flushed face and sweat pouring down her forehead. But he curled his body into a tight ball. Seeing this, Shui Wushuang was at a loss. Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Xiaoya's voice came in broken sobs. Mom, it's hot. I'm so hot. As she spoke, not only did a layer of dark aura appear on Xiaoya's face, but her breath also grew faint as a thread. Bai Wushuang tightly hugged Xiaoya, tears streaming down her face. Waves of coldness emanated from Xiaoya's body, giving Bai Wushuang an involuntary shiver. The onlookers, who had just dispersed but gathered again, quickly urged, the child must have a sudden illness. Get her to the hospital immediately. Hurry up, maybe we can still make it. Shui Wushuang snapped out of her daze and fumbled to get into the car. Be good, sweetie. Mommy will get you to the hospital right away. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything will be fine once we reach the hospital. Xiaoya will definitely be fine. Yi Xian appeared behind Shui Wushuang. May I take a look? Shui Wushuang whirled around, staring at him with undisguised astonishment. Yi Xian explained, I know some emergency techniques. Perhaps I can save Xiaoya. From the crowd, someone couldn't resist mocking. If you're trying to flirt, that's fine, but don't you know a human life is at stake? Master Yi, stop joking around. Let her take the child to the hospital now. That's right, the child is in critical condition. If we don't act fast, it'll be too late. Shui Wushuang, convinced that Yi Xian was involved in shady dealings, naturally didn't believe he could treat the little girl. Hearing the bystanders' comments, she pushed Yi Xian aside impatiently. Move. Don't waste my time. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yet remembering the child was innocent, he sighed deeply. Little Ya's breath is as faint as a thread, and the nearest hospital is over 10 minutes away. I fear little Ya won't last until we reach the hospital. Yi Xian's words struck Shui Wushuang's heart like a sledgehammer. Shui Wushuang stared blankly as tears streamed down her face. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. Give a child to me. Let me try. Believe me, as long as there's even a sliver of hope, I'll give it my 100% effort. Xiaoya will definitely be fine. Looking at Yi Xian's confident expression, Shui Wuxuang gritted her teeth and handed over the unconscious Xiaoya in her arms. Yi Xian laid Xiaoya on the ground and gently opened her collar. After some investigation, Yi Xian's expression drastically changed. The little girl's old ailment, when it starts to act up, her entire body turns red and she keeps crying out about the heat. Eventually, despite continually complaining about the heat, his body had grown icy cold to the bone. After being hospitalized, those doctors kept treating it as a fever, didn't they? Shui Wuxuang nodded, a glimmer of hope lighting up in her eyes. When she first met Yi Xian today, he had accurately pinpointed Xiaoya's condition. Perhaps Yi Xian can indeed save Xiaoya. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. It seems young Master Yi has some tricks up his sleeve. The little girl should be fine. Master Yi, strike now. Young Master Yi, curing the little girl would be a tremendous act of virtue. Yet at this moment, Yi Xian roared furiously, "Quacks! You're treating human lives as worthless as grass." Chapter 42. Everyone was startled by Yi Xian's sudden outburst. Yi Xian suddenly realized he had lost his composure and quickly steadied his emotions. A glint of sharp focus flashed in his eyes as Yi Xian flipped his wrist, revealing 2 silver needles in his palm. With energy coursing through them, the silver needles moved without any breeze and emitted 2 phoenix-like cries. Witnessing such a miraculous sight, Shui Wuxuang and the onlookers felt a renewed flicker of hope. The 2 silver needles sprang into action at this moment, piercing precisely into Xiaoya's temples on both sides. Witnessing the needles sink until their handles disappeared, many in the crowd couldn't help but cry out in shock. The temples are among the most vulnerable spots on the human body, yet here were 2 5-inch-long silver needles buried to the hilt. Was Yi Xian trying to kill or save someone? Because little Yu was ill, although Shui Wuxuang wasn't a doctor, she understood some medical principles. At this moment, her thoughts were the same as the onlookers. Shocked and furious, Shui Wuxuang pushed Yi Xian forcefully. "What are you doing?" A powerful rebounding force came through, sending Shui Wuxuang stumbling back several steps. But Shui Wuxuang was furious to the point of madness. "This bastard must have killed Xiaoya. I'll fight him to the death. Even if he's a gangster, even if he's utterly ruthless, I'll still tear a chunk of flesh from him." At this very moment, cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "Look, the little girl's eyes have opened. We thought young Master Yi was trying to kill someone, but he actually saved Xiaoya's life." Those 2 needle stabs looked dangerous, but perhaps they targeted the root of the illness. Young Master Yi is truly miraculous. Shui Wuxuang froze in astonishment. Looking down, she discovered Xiaoya's facial redness fading rapidly while her breathing stabilized. Xiaoya scrambled to her feet, spreading her arms wide as she threw herself into Shui Wuxuang's embrace. "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine now. Mom, don't cry. I know you're worried about me. I didn't mean to scream, but it hurt so much I couldn't hold it in." Shui Wuxuang hugged Xiaoya tightly. "Good girl, Xiaoya, mommy won't cry." Turning her head to look at Yi Xian, Shui Wuxuang offered a deep bow. "Yi Xian, I'm so sorry." Thinking of how Yi Xian had stepped forward righteously, while she had mistaken him for the murderer. At this moment, Shui Wuxuang blushed deeply with shame. Yi Xian knew what Shui Wuxuang was thinking, but instead of calling her out on it, he calmly remarked, "The kid's life is out of danger now. Remember, the 2 silver needles at her temples must stay in place for at least 24 hours before being removed. By that time, Xiaoya's chronic illness will be completely cured. But if the silver needles are removed prematurely, the backlash of the illness could cost Xiaoya her life." Seeing Yi Xian's grave seriousness, Shui Wuxuang felt a chill and nodded unconsciously. Yi Xian pushed his way through the crowd. Shui Wuxuang carried Xiaoya into the car. Noticing the 2 silver needles on Xiaoya's temples and remembering how her life had hung by a thread moments ago, Shui Wuxuang still couldn't shake off her unease. After some thought, Shui Wuxuang made a phone call and then drove toward Tianzhou First People's Hospital. Inside a secret chamber, a grim-faced, middle-aged man sat imposingly, looking down at his subordinate standing respectfully before him. He exhaled a turbid breath, suppressing the urge to tear someone into pieces, and growled, "Since Bloodslayer was founded, we've never suffered such a humiliating defeat. 7 second-grade Hotion experts, all slaughtered by one man. Who dares provoke Bloodslayer with such reckless audacity? Who dared kill our men?" The man grew angrier with each word, slamming his palm down with fury. The rosewood coffee table before him shattered into splinters. Seeing the middle-aged man's rage, his subordinate instantly dropped to his knees with a thud. "We've investigated. All 7 were killed by the same person." The middle-aged man roared furiously. "Who's there?" An overwhelming pressure bore down on the subordinate, making his bones creak violently while beads of sweat densely gathered on his forehead. Watching his subordinate's pained expression, the middle-aged man finally reined in his intimidating aura. The subordinate sighed in relief. "Yi Xian." "Who is Yi Xian again?" "We've asked around." Yi Xian was an idiot, but somehow he suddenly stopped being one recently. The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "A fool who suddenly regained his senses actually killed so many of our men. If we don't avenge this, who would dare hire Bloodkill organization in the future?" His subordinate understood immediately. "I'll arrange it right away. We'll tear Yi Xian limb from limb." The middle-aged man exhaled a turbid breath. "No, I'll handle this matter personally." The subordinate's pupils contracted sharply as he silently mourned for Yi Xian's impending fate. The middle-aged man was the second in command of the Bloodkill organization, a martial arts expert at the 4th grade of the Hotion realm. Not only was he peerlessly cunning, but also utterly ruthless. If he made a move against Yi Xian would undoubtedly suffer a torturous death. The subordinate lowered his head. "Do you need us to do anything?" The second in command shook his head and looked up at the ceiling. "No need. When the time is right, I'll let him learn what happens to those who cross Bloodkill." A surge of imposing momentum swept through the air, causing the ceiling chandelier in the secret chamber to sway gently, casting an eerie glow upon the second-in-command's face. Yi Xian stood at the bus stop waiting when his phone suddenly rang. Recognizing Hua Linglong's caller ID, Yi Xian promptly answered. "Miss Hua, have you found gentian root of more mature vintage?" Before parting yesterday, Yi Xian had mentioned the insufficient age of the gentian root, to which Hua Linglong promised she'd find a solution. Hua Linglong, who had hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to call Yi Xian, was stunned. "After all, I'm publicly recognized as the goddess of Tianzhou. Anyone who receives my call would be utterly thrilled. Why does Yi Xian only have dragon's beard grass on his mind?" A faint sense of grievance welling up in her heart kept Hua Linglong silent. After a long while, Hua Linglong finally spoke up. "Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner." Fearing Yi Xian might refuse, she quickly added, "I'll cook for you." After parting ways with Yi Xian, the more she thought about it, the more she believed Yi Xian could help her crush Hua Yunhai's conspiracy. But how could she move Yi Xian? After much deliberation, Hua Linglong finally decided to use this as an excuse to get closer to Yi Xian. Having mustered the courage to say these words, Hua Linglong's heart leaped into her throat. At this moment, Hua Linglong was extremely nervous. More nerve-wracking than facing a deal that could determine the future and fate of the Hua Corporation, because Hua Linglong feared Yi Xian might refuse. A full 2 seconds passed before Yi Xian's voice came through the phone. "All right, I'll head straight to the Hua Manor then." After hanging up, Hua Linglong cheered like an excited little girl. Not only did he wave his arms wildly in the air, but he also smugly snapped his fingers. At the bus stop, Yi Xian, having just ended his call with Hua Linglong, glanced at the time and decided to head home early. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Xian stepped off the bus. Through a narrow alley lies the slums. This was also the battlefield where Yi Xian slaughtered the 6 elite assassins of the Bloodkill organization in fury. After Zhao Tianlong's cleanup, there was not a trace of the bloody scent left here. Walking leisurely forward, just as he was about to pass through the alley, Yi Xian's ears twitched slightly. "Help, MMM!" From the depths of the branching path to the left came a faint cry for help. The sound abruptly ceased, as if someone had clamped a hand over her mouth. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Why is it her? Chapter 43. Lu Ryu received a client's call and hurried off to deal with it, having no time to see Yi Xian off. After handling the matter, Lu Ryu immediately headed to Yi Xian's home. Although Lin Qingying had described Yi Xian as utterly worthless, after meeting him today, Lu Ryu instead felt that Yi Xian was a stock with great potential. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian possibly make someone as powerful as Zhou Hao bow his head? But when she drove near Yi Xian's home, Lu Ryu was dumbfounded. Lin Qingying had only given a general description. With the slum area being so vast, finding Yi Xian was like locating a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Lu Ryu realized she didn't even have Yi Xian's phone number. Unwilling to call Lin Qingying, Lu Ryu parked her car and began walking down the alley while asking around for directions. A middle-aged man, noticing Lu Ryu questioning Yi Xian, stepped forward proactively. "Miss, I can take you there." "Thank you," Lu Ryu said softly, following behind the middle-aged man. He only saw the middle-aged man leading him through twists and turns in the alley before finally stopping in front of a wall. Then his pupils constricted sharply. The middle-aged man stared at the stunning woman before him, his eyes brimming with wickedness. The notorious old bachelor of the slums. He hadn't touched a woman in over a decade. His favorite pastime was wandering the streets to stare at women's legs, occasionally stealing undergarments for unspeakable purposes at home. Today, spotting Lu Ryu, the old lecher felt an uncontrollable heat rising in his loins. He took the opportunity to guide Lu Ryu here under the pretense of showing her the way. Seeing the old bachelor's gaze that seemed capable of stripping her clothes, Lu Ryu shrank back. "Ew, what do you want?" The old bachelor slowly closed in on Lu Ryu. "What do you think I want?" Lu Ryu's expression changed slightly. Then she pulled out a stack of cash from her purse. "Take this. Feel free to hire as many escorts as you like. There's no need to do anything to me. After all, that would be illegal." The old bachelor took the money but pulled Lu Ryu into his embrace with a tight grip. "To have a beauty like you, I'd die happy." A foul stench made Lu Ryu want to vomit, especially feeling the old bachelor's hands groping all over her body. Lu Ryu struggled desperately. "Help! MMPH!" The last MMPH came as the old bachelor clamped his hand over Lu Ryu's mouth. Watching the old bachelor eagerly press his lips toward her snow-white neck, his breath reeking worse than a sewage ditch. Summoning strength from somewhere, Lu Ryu slapped the old bachelor squarely across the face. The old bachelor was struck so hard his head spun. Lu Ryu scrambled to her feet and ran. The old bachelor's eyes flashed with malice as he grabbed Lu Ryu by the hair and violently yanked her back. Tears welled up in Lu Ryu's eyes from the pain, her gaze now shimmering with despair. The bachelor pressed Lu Ryu against the wall, groping her shamelessly. With a sharp rip, the white short skirt was torn open by the lecherous old man. Staring at the view before him, the old bachelor gulped thickly, his throat bobbing with lust. The next second, the old bachelor viciously lunged at Lu Ryu. A large hand grabbed the old bachelor's hair and yanked hard. The old bachelor flew through the air as if riding clouds and mist, crashing heavily to the ground where he nearly lost his breath. A faint chill flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as he charged forward and stomped down on the old bachelor. A bone-crunching sound echoed as the old bachelor screamed in agony. His eyes rolling back, the old bachelor promptly lost consciousness. The rescued Lu Yuru threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian wanted to push Lu Yuru away, but feeling her trembling violently, he gently patted her back and reassured her, "It's all right now." Lu Ryu nodded, especially sensing the masculine aura emanating from Yi Xian, and gradually calmed down her emotions. She raised her head to look at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I came specifically to find you." A trace of strangeness flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. "Find me?" Lu Ryu nodded. "I'd like to invite you to work at my company." Lin Qingying had said that Yi Xian didn't have a job. If Yi Xian could be invited to take a seat in the company, it would be like having a pillar to steady the ship. Yi Xian instinctively wanted to refuse. But suddenly, he recalled Yi Chenglong and Lu Hongyu's instructions when he returned home at noon. A thought struck him. Deal! Lu Ryu felt reassured, but didn't even ask about the salary or benefits before agreeing right away. Yi Xian smiled. I trust you won't treat me unfairly, right? Lu Ryu shot Yi Xian a glance. Then I'll pay you 1,000 a month to guard the front gate. Without changing his expression, Yi Xian replied, That sound just fine to me? Seeing that Yi Xian still didn't get angry, Lu Ruyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too? Only then did Yi Xian realize that Lu Ruyu was still in his arms. His heart skipped a beat as Yi Xian abruptly released her, as if touching something electric. Watching Yi Xian's flustered expression, Lu Ruyu burst into giggles. This man is quite interesting. At that moment, Lu Ruyu suddenly felt a chill below and instinctively looked down, instantly blushing scarlet. Her white skirt had been torn open with a large gash, exposing what should and shouldn't be seen to the outside world. Her undergarments were particularly revealing to begin with. What would Yi Xian think when he sees this? Subconsciously glancing at Yi Xian, she noticed his gaze had drifted elsewhere. The surging shyness in her heart was instantly replaced by irritation. After all, she was a goddess-tier presence. What man wouldn't be utterly bewitched at the sight of her? This Yi Xian is something else. Not only did he not take advantage of the situation, but he also treated me like thin air. Though furious, Lu Ryu couldn't exactly vent her anger, so she took it all out on the unconscious old bachelor. Clicking her heels angrily, she marched over and delivered a swift kick to the old bachelor's crotch with her high heels. A faint, crunching sound followed, and the old bachelor woke up in agony, let out a blood-curdling scream, and then promptly passed out again. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. Lu Ruyu was wearing sky-high stilettos. If she were to give him that same treatment, the consequences would be unthinkable. The reason for this thought is that Yi Xian is no saint. Having glimpsed the scenery beneath Lu Ruyu's short spring skirt, his heart stirred with excitement. Yet, remembering the principle of observing propriety and considering Lu Ruyu was Lin Qingying's closest friend, he merely turned his head away. He took off his outer garment directly and handed it to Lu Ruyu. Wrap this around your waist. Lu Ruyu's heart warmed. This man was actually so considerate. If Lin Qingying really turned him away, it would undoubtedly be Lin Qingying's loss. After adjusting her coat to ensure no more glimpses were exposed, Lu Ryu wrapped her arm around Yi Xian's. Let's go. I'll take you to the company to get familiar with things. Yi Xian felt somewhat enthused to Lu Ruyu's enthusiasm and instinctively tried to pull away. But Lu Ryu only held on tighter, a hint of challenge flashing in her eyes. You're my employee now, and right now I need you to protect me. You can't refuse. Yi Xian's face darkened. Protecting you isn't a problem, but what exactly is this? But gazing into Lu Ruyu's star-like eyes, Yi Xian abandoned all thoughts of maintaining a proper distance from her. Chapter 44. Even after getting into Lu Ruyu's car, the lingering warmth on Yi Xian's arm refused to fade. Especially when he caught Lu Ryu watching him with an enigmatic smile. His heart skipped a beat as he turned his face toward the window. But Lu Ryu had no intention of letting Yi Xian off the hook. Tell me about you and Lin Qingying, she prodded. Yi Xian answered in a muffled, defensive tone. Nothing worth mentioning. Lu Ryu persisted relentlessly. What's wrong? Too ashamed to say it. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Lu Ryu. Do you think reverse psychology works on me? The two continued their verbal sparring as they hurried toward Lu Ruyu's company. In the president's office of Lin Group, Secretary Lin Yu reminded quietly, President Lin, the bank's $3 billion loan is about to mature. If we can't repay, the bank will foreclose, and our funding chain will collapse. Lin Qingying sat in her executive chair, massaging her aching head. I know. You could go now. I'll figure out a way to solve this. As Lin Yu left, Lin Qingying collapsed as if all her strength had been drained. A 30 billion yuan loan is like a death warrant. If we can't repay it and the capital chain breaks, our competitors will surely seize the opportunity to strike. The consequences would be unimaginable. Han Yuanhang had originally agreed to invest $3 billion to solve his urgent crisis. But now Grandpa has already arranged my marriage to that bastard. Han Yuanhang would be showing immense restraint by not flying into a thunderous rage. How could he possibly invest in Lin's conglomerate? The 5 great families of Tianzhou aren't the ceiling of Tianzhou's business world. The true ceiling is the Tianzhou Financial Consortium. The Tianzhou Consortium was formed by 4 prominent families from the provincial capital, controlling over 50% of the city's commercial resources. The Han family was one of them. In the provincial capital, the Han family held even greater influence than the Lin family. Recognizing Tianzhou's rapid rise, the Han family proposed forming the Tianzhou Consortium to establish an early presence. With connections and resources from the provincial capital, Tianzhou Group quickly captured a substantial share of the market. As a spokesperson for the Han family's financial group in Tianzhou, Han Yuanhang constantly shuttled between Tianzhou and the provincial capital. At a banquet, he laid eyes on Lin Qingying and launched a frenzied pursuit of her. Lin Qingying knew exactly how despicable, vile, and shameless Han Yuanhang could be, so she always maintained a proper distance from him. The sound of footsteps echoed through the room. Seeing Han Yuanhang's gloomy face appear at the office door, a flicker of unease passed through Lin Qingying's eyes. Lin Yu, following closely behind, hastily explained, "Ms. Lin, I told him you were busy, but—" Lin Qingying waved her hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave now." Han Yuanhang's influence was rooted in the provincial capital. Whatever he wanted to do, even the city's mayor wouldn't dare to stop him easily, let alone a mere secretary like Lin Yu. Watching Lin Yu retreat, Lin Qingying slowly rose to her feet. "Young Master Han, please have a seat." Instead of sitting, Han Yuanhang approached the desk and stared down at Lin Qingying from his commanding height. "This woman is undoubtedly beautiful, more so than any other woman I've ever played with. But her temper is like a rock in the latrine, stubborn and foul as hell. I've lost count of how many hints I've dropped, telling her that if she stayed with me, I'd make sure only the Lin family remained among Tianzhou's 5 great families. Yet she acts as if she can't comprehend a word of it." Lin Qingying felt her scalp tingle, but forced herself to appear calm. "Young Master Han, what brings you here?" Han Yuanhang smiled. Though he smiled, the aura emanating from him made Lin Qingying feel suffocated. "President Lin, if you can't repay the bank's $3 billion loan, the Lin Group will collapse." Lin Qingying's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Han Yuanhang sneered coldly. "The Lin Group is merely a branch of the provincial capital's Lin family. If the Lin Group faces financial problems, the provincial capital's Lin family will surely be furious. Not only you, but even your grandfather will bear the wrath of the provincial capital's Lin family. By then, the Lin family from the provincial capital will send someone to replace you. You and your grandfather will be kicked out by the Lin family and reduced to beggars on the streets." Lin Qingying abruptly stood up. "No need to remind me. I know the consequences." Han Yuanhang said nothing more, but the mockery in his eyes seemed ready to spill forth. Lin Qingying felt a tingling sensation creeping up her scalp once more. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Han Yuanhang exhaled a sigh of grim resignation. "I honestly don't know if your grandfather's brain got slammed in a door." Lin Qingying flared up instantly. "Don't you dare speak of my grandfather that way." Ignoring Lin Qingying's rebuke, Han Yuanhang continued his bitter monologue. "To think he'd actually arrange your marriage to that half-wit Yi Xian, that beggar-looking fool. I was actually considering stepping in to help you out of this dire situation. But your grandfather's decision has doomed both you and the entire Lin family." A flicker of despair flashed deep in Lin Qingying's eyes. Each of the other 4 major families in Tianzhou has the capability to come up with $3 billion. But in business as in war, the other 4 major families will be lucky enough not to kick them when they're down. How could they possibly offer help? Their only hope was Han Yuanhang. Now, their worst fear has come to pass. Han Yuanhang has learned about her engagement with Yi Xian and decided not to invest. The Lin family was already at the center of the storm. With a hard gulp, Lin Qingying said, "Young Master Han, Han Yuanhang interrupted Lin Qingying. It's not impossible for me to help you. 2 conditions. First, I'll invest $5 billion to acquire 50% of Lin Group's shares. Second, marry me. Lin Qingying's chest heaved violently, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. With Lin Group's total assets valued at around $30 billion, Han Yuanhang's attempt to claim half the shares for just $5 billion was nothing short of daylight robbery. With a heavy exhale, Lin Qingying declared firmly, "In your dreams." A flicker of mockery flashed deep in Han Yuanhang's eyes. "Do you want to end up as a street beggar?" Lin Qingying's mouth fell open, but no words came out. Han Yuanhang burst into laughter. "President Lin, I've already laid out my terms. You have one more day to think it over. If you come to your senses, come find me in my private club." After giving Lin Qingying a penetrating look, Han Yuanhang stood up and left. Han Yuanhang's footsteps were heavy with purpose. Each step seemed to trample directly on Lin Qingying's heart, leaving her with a suffocating sensation. A phone rang abruptly. Recognizing the call from President Zhang of the bank, Lin Qingying hastily answered, "President Zhang." A mocking voice came through the receiver. "Director Lin, your $3 billion loan matures tomorrow. If you fail to repay, not only will I inform all industry peers about Lin Group's breach of trust, but I will also take Lin Group to court. Remember, you only have one day." Just as Lin Qingying was about to say something more, the phone line went dead with a dial tone. President Zhang didn't even give Lin Qingying a chance to explain. Her entire body felt drained of strength. Lin Qingying, utterly devastated, didn't even notice when her phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Han Yuanhang had barely come to force the issue when bank manager Zhang took an unusually firm stance. These two have already colluded together. His last resort of asking the bank for a few more days had also been blocked. Must we really yield to Han Yuanhang's tyrannical power? Chapter 45. No. Han Yuanhang is a wolf that devours people without spitting out the bones. That night, in order to have his way with me, he drugged my drink when he invited me to dinner. Feeling something was wrong, I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and fled the scene. In the end, it was that bastard Yi Xian who got lucky. Han Yuanhang's methods are so ruthless. Marrying him would be like jumping into a pit of fire with your eyes closed. But if she refuses, the scandal of Lin Group's breach of trust would spread throughout the entire banking system, leaving her unable to obtain a single cent in loans. If taken to court, the opponent would surely beat a drowning dog. What's more crucial is that the Lin family from the provincial capital has grievances against the Lin Group. If such a situation arises, the Lin family from the provincial capital will undoubtedly strike with thunderous force. Would I really have to drag my white-haired grandfather into becoming homeless on the streets? What should I do? What should I do? Lin Qingying was pacing around the office like an ant on a hot griddle. After a long while, Lin Qingying picked up the phone with determination on her face. The Lin family still had some connections in Tianzhou, and their relationships were usually quite good. If these people could lend a helping hand, perhaps they could overcome this crisis. While Lin Qingying was struggling to save herself, Yi Xian followed Lu Ruyu to a quiet bar called Jade Hue. A lounge bar, also known as a leisure bar, provides people with relaxation and entertainment. Lu Ruyu's quiet bar wasn't very spacious, covering just over 100 square meters. But judging from the decor alone, Lu Ruyu had clearly put considerable thought into it. Lu Ruyu introduced Yi Xian to the layout, pointing out where the bar counter was, explaining liquor prices, and showing him the operation area. Yi Xian committed each detail to memory. After circling around the first floor, Lu Ruyu led Yi Xian straight up to the second floor. The second floor offers private rooms for discussing confidential matters. The innermost room is my office. Lu Ruyu entered the office but stopped Yi Xian. "Wait for me here, okay?" Yi Xian froze for a moment. Could there be some secret in the office? Lu Ruyu looked at Yi Xian with a provocative expression. "I'm going to change clothes. If you want to come in, I don't object." Lu Yuru's short skirt was already torn, and fortunately, there was a spare one in the office. Yi Xian's face darkened, and he casually closed the door for Lu Yuru. Standing inside the room, Lu Yuru spat out lightly. "Brat, I refuse to believe you're not even a little tempted." Standing before the wardrobe, Lu Ruyu's eyes flickered with hesitation as she gazed at the array of colorful clothes inside. "This black dress seems a bit too serious. These jeans make me look youthful, but will he think I'm not mature enough? This uniform is nice, but it doesn't bring out my personal charm." After picking for a long time, Lu Ruyu finally found a perfectly satisfactory outfit and changed into it immediately. Admiring her reflection in the full-length mirror, Lu Ruyu clicked her fingers in self-satisfaction. Just as she was about to invite Yi Xian inside, a sudden sharp pain twisted in her abdomen, forcing Lu Ruyu to suppress a groan. Damn it, did it have to flare up at this exact moment? The pain came with such intensity that Lu Ruyu couldn't straighten her back after just 2 steps. Collapsing onto the sofa, Lu Ruyu gasped weakly. "Yi Xian." Outside the door, Yi Xian detected the peculiar tone in Lu Ruyu's voice and pushed open the office door to enter. Seeing this scene before him, Yi Xian was stunned. Lu Ryu lay on the sofa, clutching her stomach, her forehead glistening with sweat. Yi Xian rushed to her side in a single bound. "What's wrong?" Lu Ryu explained. "A few days before my period comes, I always get this pain. It's all right. Just pour me a cup of hot water. I can tough it out." Yi Xian poured Lu Ryu a cup of hot water. In that brief moment, Lu Ruyu's face had already turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she drank the hot water but felt no relief from the pain whatsoever. Yi Xian looked at her with concern and said, "You're experiencing menstrual cramps. If not treated completely, it'll recur every month and get worse each time." Lu Ryu forced a smile. "Don't scare me like that." Yi Xian replied earnestly, "I'm just stating the facts. How about I treat you instead?" Lu Ruyu's eyes flickered with a strange light. "You're a doctor." Clearly, Lin Qingying hadn't told Lu Ryu about Yi Xian's miraculous medical skills. Yi Xian nodded. "Not just a doctor. I can cure any illness with a touch." Lu Ryu remained skeptical. "How exactly do you plan to treat me?" Yi Xian explained, "By massaging your abdomen to unblock the congested meridians. After this, the pain will never return." Despite the pain making her sweat profusely, Lu Ryu glared at Yi Xian. "For this treatment, do I really have to take off my clothes? Otherwise, it'll interfere with your treatment. This bastard looks so serious and proper. But the moment we're alone, he shows his true colors. Otherwise, why would he take advantage of me when I was having period cramps?" In an instant, Lu Ruyu's favorable impression of Yi Xian diminished by half. Yi Xian blinked in confusion. "Why would I need to take off my clothes?" The next second, as if suddenly realizing something, Yi Xian frowned. "I only meant well. I never thought you'd think of me like that." Lu Ryu wanted to mock Yi Xian further, but the pain intensified at that moment. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ryu decided to try anything as a last resort. Fine. Just go ahead and treat me." Yi Xian was sorely tempted to walk away, but seeing Lu Ruyu's agonized expression, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. Laying Lu Ryu down, Yi Xian placed his hand lightly on her abdomen. Though separated by a layer of clothing, he could still sense its flat smoothness and could distinctly feel there wasn't an ounce of extra fat on it. Yi Xian was experiencing this for the first time himself and couldn't help but blush crimson. Lu Ryu looked at Yi Xian with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Enjoying yourself? Whether she could be cured or not, Yi Xian had already taken advantage of her, and Lu Ryu began to tease him in return. Yi Xian inwardly cursed himself, then focused his mind as a gentle surge of Dragon King's true energy flowed into Lu Ryu's body. The scorching heat that seemed to melt her very bones made Lu Ryu tense up. Her fists clenched even tighter. Yi Xian withdrew his hand at this moment. All done. Lu Ryu looked utterly astonished. That's it? It's done already. This was the chronic illness that had plagued him for years. Unable to endure the torment any longer, I sought medical treatment everywhere, even consulting Li Huichun. Li Huichun outright told me that this illness could only be treated superficially, not cured at its root. The top medical expert in Tianzhou's traditional Chinese medicine couldn't do a thing about this illness. Yet this guy just pressed his stomach once and was cured? This guy thinks I'm a 3-year-old. Seeing Lu Ruyu's disbelief, Yi Xian rolled his eyes hard. Just check for yourself. Does it still hurt? The Dragon King's true qi isn't just the foundation for cultivating immortality. It can cure all ailments. Blocked meridians are nothing. Even the most stubborn illnesses, as long as they're not heaven-defying conditions, can be eradicated with ease. Lu Ruyu was stunned. Now that Yi Xian had reminded her, she realized the pain was truly gone. Not only was her belly pleasantly warm, but she also felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The next moment, Lu Ryu leaped up and planted a fierce kiss on Yi Xian's cheek. Yi Xian touched the spot where she had kissed him, completely stunned. Chapter 46. Lu Ryu, realizing her loss of composure, flushed crimson. Then, she glared fiercely at Yi Xian and retorted, "This is just a boss rewarding an employee. What's wrong with that?" Left speechless by Lu Ruyu's remark, Yi Xian could only respond by giving himself a thumbs up. Pulling Yi Xian to sit down, Lu Ruyu said, "Starting now, you're an employee of Yuz Qingba. 3,000 monthly wages with separate bonuses. The work won't be too hard. Just show up at the bar before 6 p.m. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. This way, I'll have plenty of time during the day to cultivate my skills. Lu Ruyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Though the Qing bar is still quite small, I believe with an outstanding employee like you. Jade Hu Qing Bar will eventually open branches in all prefecture-level cities across the nation. Yi Xian cursed silently to himself. I haven't even officially started working yet. How can I already be considered outstanding? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Yi Xian asked, "Can I start work tomorrow instead?" He had already promised Wu Linglong to have dinner at her place tonight. Yi Xian didn't want to be a man who goes back on his word. Lu Yuru was in an exceptionally good mood and readily nodded in agreement. Tianzhou First People's Hospital. Looking at Xiaoya lying on the hospital bed, Xue Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. After arriving at the hospital, Xue Wushuang had doctors conduct a full-body examination on Xiaoya. Everything was normal. But firstly, the silver needles buried in Xue Wushuang's temples still remained like lurking tigers. And secondly, the scene from this afternoon had truly terrified her. Xue Wushuang completed the hospitalization procedures for Xiaoya and decided to keep her under observation at the hospital overnight. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a bespectacled young man in gold-rimmed glasses rushed into the hospital ward. Behind him followed an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. Jiang Donglai, the young master of the Jiang family in Tianzhou, and a suitor of Xue Wushuang. Although the Jiang family wasn't among the 5 great aristocratic families, their assets approached 10 billion. Xue Wushuang stood up, throwing an inquiring glance at the elderly man behind Jiang Donglai. "And this gentleman is?" The old man wore an expression of pride. "I am Jiang Changsheng." The doctor preparing to enter and examine Xiaoya trembled upon hearing the name Jiang Changsheng. The next second, the doctor made a call to the hospital director at the entrance. "Director Jiang, the legendary physician Jiang Changsheng has appeared in our hospital." An impatient voice came from the other end of the line. "What? Jiang Changsheng? Wait, holy shit." Jiang Changsheng ranked 47th on the Great Xia Divine Physicians ranking. Treat physician Jiang like you would your own ancestors. If Dr. Jiang leaves, I'll hold you personally responsible. In the Great Xia, there exists a divine physician's ranking. Those listed are legendary healers capable of raising the dead and mending bones with miracles. The divine physician's ranking comprises a total of 50 names, and Jiang Changsheng holds the 47th position. But you must understand, these are just 50 among hundreds of thousands of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Great Xia. Making it onto the divine physician's ranking absolutely means being at the pinnacle of Great Xia's traditional Chinese medicine community. That's why the hospital director instructed the doctors to attend to Jiang Changsheng as if serving their ancestors. Because the director knew that if they could win Jiang Changsheng's favor and gain just a few pointers from him, the benefits would last a lifetime. The doctor thumped his chest so hard it turned red, swearing up and down that he wouldn't let the hospital director down. After ending the call, the doctor entered the hospital room. Noticing Jiang Changsheng examining Xiaoya, she wisely stood aside to avoid disturbing him. Jiang Donglai, however, looked at Xue Wushuang with an ingratiating expression. Wushuang, such luck you have. Uncle has been in the imperial capital all this time. He only came to Tianzhou this trip because of Grandpa's 80th birthday. I asked Uncle to come over immediately when I heard Xiaoya was sick. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Xiaoya. Xue Wushuang really wanted to say they had just conducted a thorough examination and the little girl's bodily functions were completely normal. But seeing Jiang Donglai's enthusiastic expression, he remained silent. Jiang Changxing's gaze fell on Xiaoya's temples, his brow furrowing. What happened here? Xue Wushuang explained. A miracle doctor performed acupuncture on Xiaoya. He said the needles must remain in Xiaoya's temples for 24 hours. Otherwise, Xiaoya would die. Jiang Changsheng raised his voice an octave. This is utter nonsense. A child's body is inherently fragile, and the temple is an extremely vital acupoint. Leaving the needles in for 24 hours could cause immense harm to the child. As he spoke, Jiang Changxing reached out to remove the needles. Xue Wushuang grew anxious and grabbed Jiang Changxing's hand. Dr. Jiang, this isn't proper. Jiang Changxing scowled. What's improper about it? Xue Wushuang repeated Yi Xian's instruction about keeping the needles in for 24 hours. Jiang Changsheng burst into loud laughter. Sheer nonsense. Pointing at Xiaoya, Jiang Changsheng declared with grand bearing, the child is suffering from heat stroke symptoms. When the illness struck, it was due to internal heat overwhelming the heart. But the human body has its own stress response mechanisms to self-regulate. Even without that so-called damned doctor's intervention, Xiaoya wouldn't have been in mortal danger. That quack doctor must be after something from you to spread such alarming nonsense. You actually believe him? Jiang Donglai also nodded. Wushuang, your second uncle has treated many powerful figures in the capital. He's listed on the divine physician's ranking. You should trust your second uncle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Xiaoya. Yet Xue Wushuang wore an expression of unwavering determination. Jiang Wushuang knew exactly what condition Xiaoya had been in at the time. It was absolutely impossible for her to have survived purely through physical instinct. Therefore, Xue Wushuang preferred to believe the facts. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Recognizing the director of Tianzhou First People's Hospital entering the ward, Jiang Wushuang quickly stepped forward to greet him. Director, what brings you here in person? The director merely nodded at Jiang Wushuang before approaching Jiang Changsheng with an expression of fervent admiration. Dr. Jiang, it's truly wonderful. At last, I meet you in the flesh. Xue Wushuang was stunned. The hospital director and Li Huichun of Huichun Hall represented Western and Chinese medicine respectively. Yet both were foremost figures in their fields. Even when meeting Li Huichun, the director had never shown such deference. Yet Jiang Changsheng could command such respect from the director, undeniable proof that his skills surpassed even Li Huichun's. Jiang Changxing nodded and turned his gaze to Bai Wushuang. Do you believe me now? Bai Wushuang hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. The doctor nearby quickly lowered his voice to brief the hospital director on the situation. Upon understanding the whole story, the director frowned. You doubt a revered figure on the divine physician's ranking, yet place your faith in some wet-behind-the-ears youngster? Jiang Donglai tugged at Xue Wushuang. Wushuang, don't be so stubborn. Trust my uncle. Jiang Changsheng snorted coldly at this moment. I only gave you pointers as an exception because you were on good terms with Donglai. If you don't believe me, then I have nothing more to say. But if anything happens to Xiaoya because the needles were left in for too long, don't blame me. Goodbye. Swinging his sleeves with a flourish, Jiang Changsheng turned to leave. Jiang Donglai stomped his foot. Wushuang, if you don't seize this opportunity, you'll regret it. The dean's voice rose an octave. Chief Physician Jiang is absolutely not exaggerating. If you insist on not removing the needles and something happens, Our hospital won't take responsibility. This scene finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Shui Wuxuang grabbed hold of Jiang Changsheng and pleaded, "Dr. Jiang, please remove the needles from Xiaoya." Chapter 47. Jiang Changsheng sneered coldly. "You want me to remove the needles just because you say so and not remove them when you say no? What do you take me for?" Jiang Donglai hurriedly intervened. "Uncle, Wu Shuang is my girlfriend. Please be merciful." Shui Wuxuang looked genuinely surprised. Jiang Donglai had indeed been pursuing her without pause, but she had never agreed to it. How did that make her Jiang Donglai's girlfriend? However, seeing Jiang Changsheng's expression soften slightly as he casually walked toward the hospital bed, Shui Wuxuang chose not to explain. As he pulled out the silver needles, Jiang Changsheng smirked mockingly. "Leaving the needles in for 24 hours. If that quack doctor were here, I'd teach him a proper lesson." At that moment, the dean pointed at Xiaoyao with his finger, his mouth gaping wide in horror, his eyes filled with fright. Shui Wuxuang let out a grief-stricken cry. "Xiaoya!" Jiang Changsheng froze in alarm and instinctively glanced at Xiaoya lying on the bed. At this moment, Xiaoya not only curled her body into a ball, but her little face turned as red as if scalded by boiling water. Jiang Changsheng's expression changed abruptly as he reached out to check Xiaoya's pulse. The next second, Jiang Changsheng let out a long sigh of relief. "Just a fever flare-up. Wait till I perform acupuncture on her. I guarantee she'll recover the moment the needles take effect." Looking at Jiang Changsheng's calm expression, the dean's eyes burned with fervor. To witness a figure from the divine physician ranking administer acupuncture firsthand was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Drawing the silver needles he always carried, Jiang Changsheng wielded them with swift precision. In an instant, 36 silver needles were inserted into Xiaoya's vital acupoints. Shui Wuxuang cried out hysterically, Xiaoya is dying." At this moment, Xiaoya not only looked deathly pale, but her breathing was as faint as a thread. A flicker of doubt finally flashed in Jiang Changsheng's eyes. How could this be? Placing his fingers on Xiaoya's pulse once more, Jiang Changsheng's brows furrowed into deep creases. The pulse is erratic, full and forceful, unmistakably a fever syndrome. My rejuvenation 36 needles technique is the ultimate cure for febrile diseases. Why is it useless? Frantic with worry, Shui Wuxuang had no patience for Jiang Changsheng's ramblings. She rushed toward the unconscious Xiaoya, crying, "If anything happens to Xiaoya, how can I go on living?" At this moment, Shui Wuxuang was utterly consumed by regret. Yi Xian had clearly said the force shouldn't be removed for 24 hours. Yet I believe Jiang Changsheng because he's listed on the divine physician's ranking. If anything happens to Xiaoya, it'll be like I personally killed her. Jiang Changsheng's face darkened considerably. If Xiaoya dies, it would be a blatant slap in the face, and I would surely fall from the rankings of divine physicians. The dean's face turned ashen. She was fine when she came in. Her vitals were completely normal. If the little girl dies in the hospital, it will tarnish the hospital's reputation. Then my position as director probably won't last. Feeling Xiaoya's breathing grow increasingly faint, Shui Wuxuang turned her head and glared fiercely at Jiang Changsheng. "If Xiaoya dies, I'll make you pay with your life," she snarled. "I swear I will." Although Xiaoya was adopted, Shui Wuxuang treated her as her own. Now, seeing Xiaoya in such a state, Shui Wuxuang had fallen into a frenzy. Witnessing Shui Wuxuang's gaze that seemed ready to devour someone, everyone present shuddered involuntarily. Jiang Changsheng, however, seemed to recall something urgently. Quickly find the doctor who just treated Xiaoya with acupuncture." He forcibly pierced Xiaoya's temples with needles to barely keep her alive. Only by finding him can we save Xiaoya. A glimmer of hope ignited in Shui Wuxuang's heart. Fumbling frantically for her phone, Shui Wuxuang froze upon realizing she didn't have Yi Xian's number. By the way, Vulture knows Yi Xian. If we find Vulture, we'll definitely find Yi Xian. A despondent Shui Wuxuang stumbled out of the hospital room. The director paced around the ward like an ant on a hot griddle. Jiang Changsheng let out a cold snort. If Xiaoya dies here, my reputation will suffer. But as the hospital director, you won't escape responsibility either. The director froze in his tracks, his eyes flickering with doubt and apprehension. Jiang Changsheng's gaze fell upon Xiaoya lying on the bed. This little girl doesn't have long to live anyway. That Dr. Yixian, or whatever his name is, risking the little girl's vitality to barely keep her alive. I couldn't bear to see the child suffer such torment in her final moments. That's why I removed the needles. The girl has passed, but at least she was spared much suffering. Consider it a merciful act, alas. The hospital director slapped his thigh emphatically. Dr. Zhang's compassion does him credit, truly admirable. The two exchanged knowing smiles. This way, all the blame would fall on that idiot Yi Xian. Jiang Changsheng would remain securely atop the divine physician's ranking, and he himself could continue reigning as the prestigious director of Tianzhou First People's Hospital. Xue Wushuang staggered her way to the parking lot. After starting the car, it sped out of the hospital like the wind. Half an hour later, Xue Wushuang arrived at the spot where he had encountered the vulture, scanning the surroundings intently. Finally spotting a man with a tattoo on his arm, Xue Wushuang grabbed him instantly. "Take me to Vulture. Please, take me to see the Vulture." The man pushed Xue Wushuang away roughly. "Are you out of your damn mind?" Clearly, the man had no idea who Vulture was. Xue Wushuang's eyes flickered with faint despair, yet her face betrayed an unwillingness as she searched for anyone who might belong to the underworld. Just as Xue Wushuang was searching everywhere for Yi Xian, the young man arrived at a residential complex. At the entrance of the residential complex, Hu Linglong quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Yi Xian, you're here at last." Yi Xian nodded slightly. As Hu Linglong walked alongside Yi Xian into the manor, she explained softly, "My father is ill, and people like Hu Yunhai look down on me. I couldn't stand the suffocating atmosphere. So I bought a house right inside the residential complex." While speaking, Hu Linglong stole occasional glances at Yi Xian. Under the setting sun, Yi Xian's face was etched with sharp contours, exuding an indescribable air of determination. Hu Linglong's heart suddenly began to race. She wanted to hold on to Yi Xian's arm, but ultimately didn't dare. The apartment Hu Linglong bought wasn't large, just 2 bedrooms. Yet it was exceptionally tidy, filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance, and fresh flowers adorned both the coffee table and dining table. Clearly, in preparation for Yi Xian's arrival, Hu Linglong had made meticulous arrangements. After pouring Yi Xian a glass of water and letting him rest for a while, Hu Linglong headed into the kitchen. As she cooked, Hu Linglong would occasionally let out a sweet smile. "Do I look like a little wife like this?" At the thought of this, Hu Linglong's cheeks grew slightly warm. Yi Xian sat there, catching a whiff of something burning from the kitchen, and instinctively frowned with exasperation. Strolling into the kitchen, seeing Hu Linglong in a flustered state, Yi Xian couldn't help but say, "Let me handle it." Hu Linglong shook her head. "I've already cooked 3 dishes, just 1 more to go." Glancing at the 3 charred, unrecognizable lumps of food on the stove, Yi Xian gently nudged Hu Linglong out. "No worries, I'll take care of it." Hu Linglong's face darkened with dismay. "I'm no good at martial arts, no good at business, and can't even cook properly. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have just taken Yi Xian out to eat." That look of disdain when Yi Xian saw my cooking. He must think I'm utterly useless. Chapter 48. The aroma wafting from the kitchen made Hu Linglong's eyes widen in surprise. This. The dishes Yi Xian prepared smelled even more delicious than those made by the Hu family's top chef. Yi Xian brought 4 dishes to the table. They were all home-style dishes with an enticing mix of colors, aromas, and flavors that made one's mouth water. Watching Hu Linglong's eager, kitten-like expression, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Hu Linglong looked at Yi Xian expectantly and asked, "Yi Xian, how about some wine?" Yi Xian frowned. "A young lady like you shouldn't be drinking alcohol." Hu Linglong pouted playfully, "No, I want to keep you company with drinks and conversation." Unable to withstand Hu Linglong's persistence, Yi Xian reluctantly nodded in agreement. The wine was a premium red worth 18,800. After opening it, Hua Linglong poured a glass for each of them. Taking a bite of the dish, Hua Linglong's eyes widened in delight, and she couldn't stop praising how delicious it was. Yi Xian was amused by Hua Linglong's antics as they continued eating and chatting. A bottle of red wine was quickly finished, and with a slight buzz, Hua Linglong ignored Yi Xian's objections and opened another bottle. Hua Linglong's cheeks were now flushed with two rosy patches, glowing radiantly under the lamplight. But Hua Linglong's words were already slurring. Yi Xian, do you look down on me? Yi Xian froze for a moment. Why would I look down on you? Hua Linglong staggered to her feet. Because I'm worthless at martial arts, hopeless in business, and can't even cook a decent meal. With a self-deprecating smile, Hua Linglong approached Yi Xian. In your eyes, I must be utterly worthless, but I truly want to do well to become the very best. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Actually, you're already exceptional. Hua Linglong giggled softly. If you think I'm that good, why don't you stay the night? Standing beside Yi Xian, Hua Linglong stared at him intently. Yi Xian's eyes flickered momentarily. Hua Linglong was truly beautiful, the faint scent of alcohol radiating from her, adding an unusual allure. Moreover, Hua Linglong was being very direct. If he stayed, Hua Linglong would be his. Slowly standing up, Yi Xian looked at Hua Linglong with a serious expression. You're drunk. Hua Linglong waved her hand. I'm not drunk. I know exactly what I'm doing. Since I was little, I've never been particularly outstanding. The Hua family operates by the rule of the strong. You have to earn everything through achievement. Pouring another glass of red wine and downing it in one gulp, Hua Linglong slammed the glass onto the table. Because I'm not outstanding, the rewards I get are far fewer than Hua Li and Hua Sigua. Watching them enjoy fine food and drinks, I felt both envious and deeply inferior. Yi Xian reached out to support Hua Linglong. You've drunk too much. Hua Linglong swatted Yi Xian's hand away, but failed to maintain her balance, tumbling toward the ground. Startled, Yi Xian quickly stretched out his arm and caught Hua Linglong by the waist. Hua Linglong giggled softly. You're pitying me, aren't you? Yi Xian remained silent, attempting to loosen Hua Linglong's grip. Hua Linglong pleaded with a beseeching look. I know you look down on me, but just hold me like this, all right? Only like this do I feel safe. Yi Xian's heart softened. An intoxicating, refreshing fragrance mingled with the scent of alcohol, utterly bewitching. Yi Xian was tempted, but he didn't act. A racing heart is a normal reaction for any man. What keeps Yi Xian from acting is his unwavering rationality. Hua Linglong leaned her head against Yi Xian's shoulder, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Ever since father fell ill, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. They mock and belittle me whenever they get the chance. They even snatch contracts right from under me. Lifting his head pitifully to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you know what they did? Just a few days ago, they approached Zhou Hao, and he's already agreed to sign the contract with them. This is a 500 million contract. Landing it would secure me a position in the top 10 for this year. More importantly, Zhou Hao has close ties with the city's mayor, and he's good friends with all the top officials in the municipal government. If I can sign the contract with Zhou Hao, these resources will be under my control. They won't find it so easy to deal with me anymore. Yi Xian nodded, but remained silent. He understood. Hua Linglong carried her own sorrows within her heart, and at this moment, what she needed was to simply let it all out. Just be a loyal listener. Hua Linglong waved her hand dismissively. Hua Sigua, Hua Li, I'm not afraid of you. You can't drive me out of the Hua family. I won't let you have your way. Seeing Hua Linglong growing increasingly agitated, Yi Xian could only gently pat her back to comfort her. Hua Linglong calmed down a little, leaning against Yi Xian as she said, Yi Xian, do you know something? I like you. Hua Linglong's lips were right there. A mere turn of the head would bring them together. Her breath carried the scent of orchids, and her eyes held a hint of encouragement. The young girl's intoxicating fragrance mingled with the aroma of wine, making it all the more alluring. A flash of desire flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. The next second, Yi Xian turned his head to the other side instead. I believe you're an outstanding person. Just hold on, everything will pass. Whether it's Hua Sigua or Hua Li, in the end, they'll only be left looking up at you. A hint of mockery flashed in Hua Linglong's eyes. Will that day ever come? Yi Xian's eyes shone with determination. There will be. Hua Linglong fell silent, and so did Yi Xian. The air was thick with a faint hint of intimacy, and the temperature in the room kept rising. Hua Linglong closed her eyes. It's a hint, the kind that any man would understand. But Yi Xian released Hua Linglong and took 2 steps back. It's getting late. I should be heading home. A fleeting look of disappointment flashed in Hua Linglong's eyes. Won't you stay a little longer? Yi Xian didn't dare to look at Hua Linglong as he stood up to leave. I won't stay. The mockery in Hua Linglong's eyes grew increasingly apparent. Yi Xian truly didn't fancy her, even when she'd gone this far. He still kept her at arm's length. Seeing Yi Xian reach the door, Hua Linglong couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "The family celebration banquet is tomorrow night." During the celebration banquet, the Hua family will assess us third-generation members. Could you come with me? Tomorrow night's victory banquet might see me getting ganged up on by everyone. With Yi Xian present, she felt a trace of security. Yi Xian's body stiffened slightly as he replied, "Come pick me up when the time comes." The door closed, leaving Yi Xian standing motionless at the entrance. 3 seconds later, he finally shook his head and strode away briskly. Leaving the residential area, Yi Xian was about to hail a taxi home when his phone rang. Recognizing Zhou Hao's caller ID, Yi Xian immediately answered. Zhou Hao's ingratiating voice came through. "Young Master Yi, are you free tomorrow?" Yi Xian understood Zhou Hao wanted to invite him to the antique auction. He nodded and said, "Come pick me up." Zhou Hao on the other end of the line burst into laughter. I knew young Master Yi was a man of his word. After hanging up, Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Hua Linglong's home. The lights were still on there, but the pitiful and somewhat insecure girl was currently lost in hesitation and helplessness. Though tempted to call Hua Linglong, Yi Xian ultimately dismissed the thought after a moment's consideration. On the other hand, Xue Wushuang was going crazy with worry. The vulture had gone to attend a brother's wedding and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. The wedding was in the countryside with no cell phone signal, making it impossible to reach the vulture. Without finding the vulture, Yi Xian couldn't be located, and without Yi Xian, Xiaoya might die. Gritting her teeth, Xue Wushuang drove an off-road vehicle straight to the countryside. Chapter 49. The next morning, Lin Qingying arrived at Lin Corporation, looking visibly haggard. Han Yuanhong's interrogation had forced manager Zhang to issue an ultimatum. Unwilling to be at others' mercy, Lin Qingying chose to save herself. But from yesterday afternoon until late into the night, not a single phone call brought willing assistance. Today was the day the bank loan came due. Without repaying the 3 billion, all negative consequences would erupt, leaving the Lin Group hanging by a thread. Lin Yu understood Lin Qingying's concerns and let out a sigh. President Lin, actually, you might consider agreeing to young Master Han's proposal. Lin Qingying wore a bitter expression. But this is a trap, one that could bury me. Lin Yu said nothing more. An irritated Lin Qingying waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. I need to be alone. After Lin Yu departed, only Lin Qingying remained in the office. A piercing phone ringtone startled Lin Qingying, sending a shiver down her spine. Staring at Lin Jiahao's name flashing on the caller ID, she hesitated, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. Lin Jiahao, the third-generation prodigy of the provincial Lin family, her own cousin. He'd repeatedly declared that the Tianzhou branch had turned Lin Corporation into a cesspool, insisting it should be reclaimed, and the Tianzhou Lins driven out with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Lin Jiahao calling at this moment definitely meant no good news. But seeing the ringing phone like a death summons, Lin Qingying had no choice but to answer. Lin Jiahao's voice carried a trace of irritation. What's the matter? You took so long to answer. Lin Qingying explained, I just heard it now. Is something wrong? Lin Jiahua on the other end of the phone let out a cold snort. The family head asked me to tell you. He's dissatisfied with your branch's recent performance. Extremely dissatisfied. Lin Qingying's scalp tingled with dread, but she could only reply meekly, I'm thinking of a solution. Lin Jiahao raised his voice an octave. There's no liquid capital on the books. The bank's 3 billion yuan loan is due today. Our performance this year hasn't even reached 1 billion yet. How do you plan to handle this? Lin Qingying's gaze turned icy. You've been investigating me. Lin Jiehua sneered again. Tianzhou Lin Corporation is a subsidiary of the provincial Lin family. Shouldn't I know the specifics? Lin Qingying was left speechless by the retort. Lin Jiehua continued. The family head has given you 3 days. If the loan isn't repaid within 3 days, we'll send someone to take over Lin Corporation. You issue the statement yourselves. From this day forward, you are no longer members of the Lin family. Lin Qingying's eyes pleaded. Could you give us a few more days? The response to Lin Qingying's plea was only the dull tone of the dial tone. Lin Jiahong had already hung up the phone. Lin Qingying stood frozen in place for a long time, his face alternating between shades of green and white. The Lin family had already raised their executioner's blade high. If the current situation isn't turned around within 3 days, both he and his grandfather will face a fatal blow. He wasn't afraid for himself, but what about his frail, aging grandfather? Subconsciously, he Tao-Chu took out his phone and pulled up Han Yuanhang's contact. Just as his finger hovered over the call button, Lin Qingying hesitated once more. After a long silence, Lin Qingying let out a heavy breath, angrily pressing the dial button as if venting her emotions. Her parents had passed away early, and she was raised single-handedly by her grandfather. Now that she was forced into the eye of the storm, she could become a beggar if necessary, but she absolutely must not drag her grandfather into this. If she truly had to descend into hell, she would go alone. The call connected quickly, and Han Yuanhang's arrogant voice came clearly through to Lin Qingying's ears. What is it? Change your mind. Lin Qingying gritted her teeth and said, I want to meet you. Han Yuanhang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before saying, come over. After ending the call, Lin Qingying got up from her office and headed downstairs with Lin Yu. Han Yuanhang was a formidable opponent. Merely pleading with him verbally would never secure his investment. This departure might very well be like a lamb walking into a lion's den. With Lin Yu present, they could at least look out for each other. If all else fails, there's only one final step left to take. For Grandpa's sake, he would sacrifice himself without hesitation. Yixian headed straight to Hui Chuntang after waking up. Today was the final treatment session for the old master, and some herbal preparations needed to be made. Lu Tian, who had received the call, was already waiting at Hui Chuntang, this time specifically preparing an alchemy furnace for Yixian. Half an hour later, an enchanting medicinal fragrance permeated throughout Hui Chuntang. Opening the pill furnace, 3 pills lay inside, but one had already shattered and was obviously unusable. Yixian shook his head with some regret. When the 32nd Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was at his peak, his pill refinement success rate was a perfect 100%. But now, apart from lesser restoration pills, the success rate for refining such high-level medicines had plummeted to an abysmal mere 60-something%. It seems I still need to seize the time to cultivate. After leaving Huichun Hall, Yixian called Lin Qingying's number. President Lin. Lin Qingying's voice came through clearly to Yixian's ears. I'm busy right now. I need to hurry to the Dragon Palace. You go to the Lin family villa first. I'll return after I've finished my business. Before Yixian could say anything, Lin Qingying hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone beeping in his ear, a gleam of sharp light flashed through Yixian's eyes. Lin Qingying's voice sounded weak and listless, utterly different from before. And there was a faint trace of anxiety in it. Had something happened to her? No, I must go and see the Dragon Palace. Standing in front of the BMW, Lin Qingying gazed at the 2 glittering golden characters, Dragon Palace, with determination in her eyes. Since we've already come this far, there's no reason to hesitate. Even if it's hell ahead, I'll close my eyes and leap forward. The Dragon Palace was established by Han Yuanhang after his arrival in Tianzhou, serving as a platform for the Tianzhou Consortium to connect with various sectors of the city. Although it was still morning, the place was already bustling with people. Mr. Han mentioned he has an important announcement to make at noon. What could it be? I'm not sure either, but we absolutely must come and show our support. I heard this matter is related to President Lin Qingying of the Lin Group. Could it be that Lin Qingying has already agreed to marry young Master Han? I just don't get it with young Master Han's status and position right there. What mystery is that Lin Qingying woman pretending to maintain? Don't speak carelessly. If this is truly the case, with Han Yuanhang backing the Lin family, we can't afford to provoke them. Seeing Lin Qingying entering the Dragon Palace with Lin Yu, those who recognized her quickly came over to greet them. Everyone's eyes were filled with flattery, their sycophantic praises filling the air like a storm. Clearly, Lin Qingying's arrival confirmed some people's suspicions. These people knew that after Lin Qingying married Han Yuanhang, she would soar to new heights, leaving the other four great families trailing far behind. If they didn't butter her up now, when the Lin family rose to power, there'd be no chance left to curry favor. Lin Qingying's heart sank to the depths. Han Yuanhang had gathered so many people here for no other reason than to force her hand in front of them. He had already laid an inescapable net. Unless a miracle occurred, she would have no choice but to dance to Han Yuanhang's tune. But Han Yuanhang was the young master of the Han family from the provincial capital, controlling over half of Tianzhou's commercial resources, and now had him by the throat. Would a miracle appear? Chapter 50. Her heart filled with worry, yet Lin Qingying could only force a smile and greet these people. Han Yuanhang's voice echoed through the hall. Director Lin has arrived, right? Show her in. Most people's eyes revealed something strange. Han Yuanhang had been pursuing Lin Qingying. Logically speaking, when Lin Qingying arrived, Han Yuanhang should have come out to greet her personally. Why did it turn out this way? Those who could catch Han Yuanhang's eye were all sharp operators. Some who seemed to grasp the situation stopped mincing words in their speech. Lin Yu's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Han Yuanhang gave Lin Qingying a show of strength right from the start, clearly intending to establish his authority. I'm afraid there's no walking away unscathed today. Lin Qingying thought exactly the same, her heart leaping into her throat. But things had already come to this point. Lin Qingying had no choice but to brace herself and step into the hall. In the grand hall, Han Yuanhang sat squarely in the center, flanked by several young men, all prominent figures among Tianzhou's most notorious playboys. Seeing Lin Qingying enter, a barely perceptible sneer crept onto Han Yuanhang's lips. This woman before him was exceedingly stubborn and thought herself extraordinary. He had exhausted every scheme to pursue her, yet she remained cold and distant. Today, he would utterly humiliate her, make her kneel and beg upon the ground. Only in this way would this woman realize that he was her true king. Seeing Han Yuanhang sitting there arrogantly, beckoning to her as if summoning a servant, Lin Qingying's expression darkened slightly. But remembering the principle of bowing one's head under another's roof, Lin Qingying had no choice but to walk over. Han Yuanhang then straightened up and asked, Director Lin, what brings you to me? Lin Qingying's gaze instinctively swept over the others present. The spoiled rich boys, catching the hint, all rose to leave. Han Yuanhang frowned disapprovingly. There's nothing shameful going on here. Everyone stays. Don't you all want to know why the esteemed President Lin would come looking for me? The young dandies exchanged bewildered glances. Previously, Han Yuanhang had always been extraordinarily considerate towards Lin Qingying, gentle and attentive whenever they were together. Why the sudden change in attitude today? Though harboring doubts, these young masters dared not disobey Han Yuanhang and reluctantly took their seats again. Han Yuanhang cast an amused glance at Lin Qingying. President Lin, you may speak now. Lin Qingying's face flushed with alternating shades of pale and crimson, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she could only whisper meekly, I'd like to invite you to invest in the Lin Group. Her words dropped like a stone, causing 1,000 ripples. Lin Qingying actually wanted Han Yuanhang to invest in the Lin Group. Did this mean the Lin Group was already facing financial difficulties? Han Yuanhang pressed again. Why do you want me to invest in the Lin Group? Watching Han Yuanhong's sinister expression, Lin Qingying's chest rose slightly with suppressed emotion. You know the reason. Exactly right. I do understand the reason. Han Yuanhang sprang to his feet. But Lin Qingying, do you realize what you've done? Whenever I invited you to dinner, you'd find 100 excuses to refuse. If I wanted to accompany you shopping, you'd say you were busy with work. Even when I tried to watch a movie with you, you kept me at arm's length. Lin Qingying, you treat me as nothing. Why should I help you? Observing Han Yuanhong's imposing demeanor, the playboys all flashed mocking glances in their eyes. Though Han Yuanhang hadn't been in Tianzhou long, he had already gained quite an infamous reputation. It's perfectly normal for Lin Qingying to want nothing to do with Han Yuanhang. But so what? Who among us hasn't played around with a few women? Now Han Yuanhang has caught Lin Qingying with her hand in the cookie jar, hitting her with 5 soul-searching questions. Lin Qingying could only obediently let her legs become Han Yuanhong's plaything. Han Yuanhang asked 5 questions, then stopped looking at Lin Qingying and sat down to drink tea. Lin Qingying's face turned alternately green and pale, but in the end, she could only bury her head in her chest. I'm sorry. Han Yuanhang gave a cold laugh. If you're going to apologize, then show some sincerity. Drink this bottle of liquor, and we'll consider the past wiped clean. Lin Qingying only then noticed a bottle of imported spirits on the table, 62% alcohol by volume. Her expression changed, but before Lin Qingying could say anything, Lin Yu grabbed the bottle. I'll drink for Director Lin. After downing a bottle of wine, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground in a drunken stupor, completely unconscious. Han Yuanhong's eyes flashed with ridicule. Moron! It's Mr. Lin who needs to apologize. What good is your drinking anyway? Someone, bring another bottle of wine. Soon, someone brought another identical bottle of wine. Lin Qingying frowned. If I drink this, will everything be settled? Han Yuanhang curled his lips. I said, only your rejection of me will be forgiven. The rest will settle another time. Lin Qingying remained silent, just staring coldly at Han Yuanhang. Han Yuanhang matched Lin Qingying's gaze unflinchingly. If you don't want to drink, you can leave right now. This remark became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Qingying clenched her teeth and grabbed the liquor bottle. A bottle of 62 proof liquor. Even a man with a decent drinking capacity wouldn't be able to handle it. Lin Qingying drank it and would pass out just like Lin Yu. He would take this opportunity to bring Lin Qingying to the second-floor suite. Once the deed was done, this proud woman would have no choice but to submit to his whims. Lin Qingying caught the sinister glint hidden deep in Han Yuanhong's eyes, yet she wore a helpless expression. Han Yuanhang intended to achieve his ulterior motives through such despicable means. But if he didn't drink, Han Yuanhang wouldn't even give him the chance to talk. The only plan now is to take things one step at a time. Just at that moment, a clear voice rang out. You want my wife to drink? Do you even have the right? Following the voice, a tall young man appeared in the hall. Han Yuanhang clearly recognized Yi Xian from photos, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes. Yi Xian? None of the others knew who Yi Xian was, exchanging puzzled glances. This bumpkin-like Yi Xian actually dared to call Lin Qingying his wife upon arrival. How could Lin Qingying, who always kept her nose in the air, possibly fancy such a country bumpkin? The next second, these people suddenly understood why Han Yuanhang had uncharacteristically humiliated Lin Qingying in front of everyone. Their gazes toward Yi Xian were filled with looks of utter disdain for this idiot. Let alone the fact that Han Yuanhang hailed from the prestigious Han family of the provincial capital. Just considering his position as the head of Tianzhou Financial Group, controlling over half of the city's commercial resources, even the elites of the 5 great families would bow before him. And yet this moronic youth actually dared to say Han Yuanhang wasn't worthy of making Lin Qingying drink. Who gave him the audacity? Where does his confidence come from? Lin Qingying glared at Yi Xian. What are you doing here? She had come with a self-sacrificing resolve, intending to resolve the Lin Group's crisis. Though this bastard had some skills, there were things that couldn't be solved by brute strength alone. He would only make things worse. Yi Xian said with a touch of grievance, I can tell something's bothering you. I was worried someone might be mistreating you, so I came specifically to protect you." The spoiled brats on the scene, including Han Yuan-heng, erupted in a laughter loud enough to lift the roof, their eyes brimming with mockery.